Hey guys, Nick here, and today we are starting the next Walking Dead What If that's been teased for quite a while. What if Madison's family from Fear the Walking Dead joined Rick from the original Walking Dead? And this is part one. Now, many people, as well as myself, if you've paid attention to Fear the Walking Dead, especially Madison and Rick on a scale for the whole Walking Dead universe, have been curious as to the idea. What if these two leaders met each other? It could have been at the beginning of The Walking Dead, it could have been in the middle, even right now, there's chance for these two characters to meet. But I took it a little bit better. I decided to collaborate these two leaders and their families at the root of The Walking Dead, the original, Rick's beginning story, the best way that I thought possible. That's where I come in. We shall now look into the idea, which will be a long series. Whether or not now that I think it will be longer than What If Sophia Joined Negan, I don't know. But this series is also still in production. I'm just getting to the finale. Usually I have series pre-recorded, but this one, cutting it close. But anyways, let's get into the idea. Few things, though, that we need to talk about first. As I said, number one, this series is all my series are pre-recorded, and usually I have them all down and all the pictures done and everything. But with this one, I'm just getting on to the pretty much climax of the Whisperer arc. So, still not really done with that part yet, like I was expecting to be. Whether that will stop me from pre-recording my videos is not really an issue, but I just figured that I'd say that. Number two, we all know that Strand, in the original Fear the Walking Dead, after San Diego was lit up and blown up and, fire and chaos and everything, Strand rescued Madison's family and took him on the boat so that way he could go to Mexico and Thomas and all that stuff. The basic story of you people who have watched Fear the Walking Dead know what happened at this point in the story. But we have to assume that somehow, some way, the boat goes off course to be able to be in the same direction, part of the world, as Rick and them in Atlanta. So I took a little bit of time to see how this would be remotely even possible. And then when I looked it up, I noticed something very interesting. The complete boat ride from San Diego to Mexico, where they went originally, and San Diego to Atlanta is the exact same distance. So, for the boat to go off course and show up at Atlanta, it would be at the same point in the series, and besides not being in any contact with the rest of the Fear the Walking Dead world, it wouldn't change anything. So, that's how this story was able to become a complete and utter success, by off-roading with the boat course. Now, once this is actually set into motion and the boat goes off stream from where Strand wanted it to go, they do find land. But Strand is not liking at any point at all what he's seeing. They arrive at a pier by a beach, but it's not at Mexico. Instead, it's a huge city which seems run down and just worn with age. Zombie age, or walker age if you want to be specific. They have arrived at the outskirts of the city of Atlanta. Now, Madison and everybody, they aren't sure where they are at first, because I'm not sure how many of them actually knew about Atlanta, and that's involving everybody, but I guarantee at least Strand or Madison or someone would know about Atlanta. But it takes everyone time to get used to this fact. And Strand's the only one really angry about this. Everybody else is like, as long as we can find somewhere in the city or somewhere to scavenge and stuff, it's not really a big deal. Strand would be the only one angry at this. Speaking of Strand, during the boat ride, we're still going to talk about things that would still happen. Strand's deception would still be figured out by Daniel and all that stuff, so nothing really changes there. We would still know he's deceiving them from Mexico and all that. So it's not really something that I feel would change because of the whole boat ride. And Strand would be much more aggressive here because of his failure to get back to Thomas and everything. And speaking of the whole Fear the Walking Dead world, just know that even though Madison's family is not in Fear the Walking Dead, that world is still good and everything. It's just not with Madison and her family. Anyways, another thing is that Chris would be a lot better here because the boat ride had no interruptions. Like, no one invaded the boat, and this would help Chris's character development a lot and would make him a lot closer now with Travis. And he would still be, dysfunctional Chris, but he wouldn't be, the Chris we know from the original. Anyways, once everybody gets accustomed to being in Atlanta, Strand more than anyone else, they start to think of something to do and scavenge and just, now that they're here somewhere, alive, seemingly, they get out into an open road. And then they stop, try to look for a path that goes, try to do something. But then, Madison sees something in the distance. Something moving. And it's not a walker, or anything like that. It's vehicles. And it's not just one. It's more than one, 2, 3, maybe even 4. And then when everybody starts looking, they can see the vehicles coming from the distance, and the vehicles seem to be heading straight towards them. Have they already been spotted? But they just got here. This is ridiculous. Everybody arms their guns, whatever they have, and prepare for a fight. But just then, the RV, which now comes into full focus, and 2 to 3 other vehicles park up near them. And this was sudden because Madison and everybody thought that they were just going to start firing. They didn't expect them to stop. So Madison tells everybody to stand down because there's a chance that even though these could be enemies, they could be friends also. Everybody who's in the cars steps out. Well, most of them afraid. The lead man, Rick Grimes, that we now get a good look at, which would be a true collaboration of the series, points his gun and asks who these people are and what they're doing here. And this would be a very, very good thing to see right here, even though it would just be the beginning of both series. Madison introduces herself, as well as her family, Travis, Nick, Alicia, Daniel, Ophelia, Strand, yeah, pretty much everybody that we know and love from the original. Rick then asks, since this seems to be going somewhat well, what are they doing here? Because they don't look like they are from here. Unless they saw the explosion, which he doesn't really bring to full fruition, he just asked them where they came from. He didn't think there'd be this much people alive in the city. Madison then goes on to explain their background and where they came from, San Diego, getting lit on fire, and getting introduced to the virus, and everything like that, and says that they were originally on a boat heading for Mexico, much to Strand, lying to them, but the boat must have gone off course because they ended up here, and now they're just looking for somewhere to scavenge, try and live since they're here. Rick then accepts this because this is a pretty gruesome and serious story, much more so than his side, and it really would be. And he decides that these people can't really be that bad, maybe besides Strand. He then introduces himself as Rick Grimes, and then goes on to introduce the rest of the group, because, introductions are kind of a thing. He introduces his wife and son, Lori and Carl, his best friend Shane, who helped him out at the beginning whenever he got shot, the loner, Daryl, who lost his brother recently, Carol and her daughter Sophia, Andrea, who just lost her sister not too long ago, Glenn, T-Dog, and last but not least, Dale. And they said they had way more people to their group before, but they lost them. And with the introductions out of the way, with these two groups meeting so early on, and by the way, this is after the CDC explosion, with this all happening and the events seemingly coming into a good part, how will the rest of the story go with these two groups collaborating? Will it end up being a washout for any villains who might come their way? How will the Horde go on the highway with Madison's family involved? And how do you think the future of the story will play out? Hey guys, Nick here, and today we will be getting into part 2 of What If Madison's family from Fear joined Rick. Now, in the last part, we discussed, some of the minor things that would go into the factors of Madison's family being able to come in contact with Rick, like the distance, where Rick's group would be, and introducing both groups to each other in a sorta nice way per se. And now we will be getting into the actual story as to what will happen when the two groups converge and what they think of each other, especially going into the highway scene, which will play out a little bit differently than you might think. Let's get into it. Madison and Rick would bond over their leadership roles and how they have led the group so far. For Alicia and Nick, you might ask? Well, since we're talking about bonding and who they'd be with, since it's two separate groups, Alicia and Nick take an interest in Carl and Sophia, who they see as sort of like two miniature versions of themselves, to a degree, and sort of like a younger brother and sister type role, sort of. Shane and Strand would also bond, because they're a lot alike. They both have their own ideals of the world. They both want to go to places that they've yet to go to, for different reasons, mind you. One to save, his, gay lover, Strand, and Shane just because. And they both have their own ideals, which makes them essentially bros. Dale and Daniel, two Ds, anyways, they would bond over their wisdom and their knowledge, because Dale's and Daniel, they would make actually a pretty sick combo, if I do say so myself. They both have great knowledge, and yeah, just pretty much that's it. And while we're on the topic of those two, Andrea and Ophelia actually get into a friendship role themselves. Because if you think about it, Andrea was treated to Dale as like a daughter type role. So her bonding with Ophelia, as Dale and Daniel are already bromancing, it's honestly not too far-fetched. Now, with all that out of the way, and all that stuff and acquainting the groups, Rick now says that now they're all acquainted, they should make for Fort Benning, which is where they're going to seek sanctuary, just because, and asks if they want to join them now that they've seemingly gained their trust and everything. Madison says, why not? She says she agrees with Rick, and really, since San Diego's gone, they really don't have anywhere else to go. This was a surprise in and of itself. So joining these people, who cares? It's the best possible choice in her hands, in her mind, I mean. Anyways, eventually we get to the highway, and that pretty much plays out the exact same way, except looting the cars and everything is much better with more people. Well, Madison's family is definitely much more handy, but it's also a bigger matter to get the group to hide when the Horde comes. But they do manage to keep it out without having to fight them. But then we get to a particular scene. Sophia being led out into the woods because of the whole horde. Now, even though it was sort of hard for the group to hide, they still did. This scene really isn't that inescapable. But it's not Rick who goes to save her. It's Chris. Now, why Chris? What does he have to offer in terms of... Why would he do this? Well, first of all, I feel that it would rectify his being mad at Travis and gain him more favor not only with his father, but with the new group, especially saving one of their own. And because he's the closest one to her when the horde arrived. So, honestly, with the context being there and everything else, it makes Chris helping out Sophia here worth something. But it's not going to go the way that you might think. Because, sure enough, we get to the spot where Rick hid Sophia originally, because I feel that would have happened anyways, whether it be purposeful or not. But then, the 2-3 walkers show up that came near them, except unlike Rick, who's smart and doesn't want to fight him with a rock, Chris just straight out pulls out a gun and prepares to fight them. But since they never went anywhere besides the boat, and Chris has never fought a walker before, this is why he's so stupid in the fact of pulling out a gun, which he manages to kill one in 2-3 shots, aiming one finally at the head. But before he can actually kill the other one properly, he only manages to get 1 to 2 shots in the body of the walker before he is unfortunately bit on the shoulder. And yeah, I know it's said that this would be like a rectify of truly making up for Chris's character, but really, this is really not far-fetched for what to happen to Chris for any Chris haters out there. And with how stupid he is, only then, after he starts to get bit, does he actually shoot the walker successfully in the brain. But being Chris and a stupid little boy, he doesn't actually continue on with saving Sophia now that he knows he's pretty much seemingly screwed. He just runs off. And for those of you questioning this and why I would try to redeem Chris in some way, shape, or form, you clearly haven't watched Fear enough not to know Chris. This is definitely something that would happen with him, or something he would do. And Sophia begins to crawl out of the hole, seeing no walkers around, and seeing that Chris just abandoned her when Rick shows up. And this would almost be like Rick putting her into the hole, except it would be kind of a little reverse of that, and it's just kind of convenient how the events would play out from the original. Anyways, Rick, not seeing Chris around, seeing that he had went to go after her, asks her where he is. And Sophia's not really the proudest to really admit that, because he kind of sort of saved her, but didn't. Then explains through tears, because, you know, she's a kid, that he did in fact save her and bring her here, but then 2-3 walkers showed up, and unfortunately for him, he did manage to fend them off, but got bitten on the shoulder and then ran away. And it's lucky that he killed all the walkers before he did, otherwise she would have died too. Rick, understanding this, says that the only thing they can do is just head back to the highway and figure out a plan. Because, honestly, can't go after him, and they don't know what to do. Rick, coming out of the woods, carrying Sophia, pleases Carol greatly, but there's one person missing. Chris. Because everyone knows by this point that he went out. Travis, feeling a surge of emotions, because we know how emotional Travis got with Chris, asks Rick where he is. And Sophia answers first, being more brave this time and not wanting Rick to get yelled at, and not seeing that Travis might not hit a kid, says what happened to Chris. And Travis, you would think that he would be mad at the both of them and rage into attack, but the only reason that he did that with the the group in the original when they found out about Chris's death is because that was later figured out to be purposeful, whereas this was Chris's own doing. And Travis sees this, being the perceptive man that he is, and says that it's really no one's fault but his own. It's something Chris would do, and I'm sure a lot of us would agree with that. Madison agrees too and says that this is nobody else's fault, and it's honestly going to be hard to find him now with him running off, but they can figure out a game plan and go and try and find him. But Shane, he's the only one not cool about any of this, and pulls Rick aside for a chat. Some of the chats that they would have in the original story, and says that they really shouldn't have brought this group with them. They could have been to Fort Benning right now, and now they're searching for a kid who just got himself bit. He's most likely dead, especially if it was on a shoulder or something. There's no way they could save him, even if they do find him. And says that this is all just a waste of time and they should have just abandoned them. And they are plenty good without them. Having them here now proves that they're just going to risk more lives. Rick says that that is absolutely not true, and this was just a mistake because of the whole horde thing and how Chris was. It's not down to having more people that's bad for them. It's just who is in the group and how they behave in the group. They can't just push them out when they just got acquainted. That's not going to happen. And he knows as well as anyone that they need the numbers right now. They've lost too many lives. And someone overhears all of this. Strand. And this really doesn't sit well with him, having just befriended Shane. Since Strand has seemingly been pushed away from ever finding Thomas again, since they're in frickin' Atlanta, will this new and broken-hearted and downward set Strand turn on Rick's group and even Madison's because of overhearing this conversation? Or will something happen in the favor that will stop anything bad from escalating? And that's where we leave things for the moment. Hey guys, welcome to part 3 of What If Madison's Family Joined Rick. In this episode, we are going to look to how Strand will take the news that Shane essentially would rather have had Madison's family just disowned, left behind, or if nothing will really come of it and it will remain a mystery to Madison's entire family and the rest of the group, and how looking for Chris will go. Let's get into it. So instead of Sophia getting looked for because she was brought back with Rick, it's Chris who was bit, but they're still looking because Travis. Everyone gets split off to look for him like they did for Sophia. Rick, Carl, and Shane all together like they were in the original story. Except this time, with Madison's family in tow, Madison, Nick, and Alicia are 3 extra people alongside Rick, Carl, and Shane. But as for everyone else like Lori, Daryl, and them, they are all the same still, except the rest of Madison's family like Daniel and Ophelia and stuff. They're with Lori and them. And nothing really comes of this change, besides having extra people and it being Travis the one being looked for, until Nick sees something when Carl is looking at the deer. Looks like a figure, but it's not moving towards them, and he doesn't think that it's a walker. Something's moving in the shrubs. He can't make it out, but then all of a sudden, almost at once, the deer runs off, and when the deer runs off, right in front of it, well, what was once there, Strand steps forward, holding a weapon, and pointing it at a random man with a rifle. Now this all happened so fast. This was a really big surprise for everybody. Because not only did this all happen so fast, like I said, but Strand seemingly came out of nowhere. Nick was able to pick all of this up because we know how smart Nick was. And this random man who he is holding at hostage point. But that confusion and suspicion leads to sort of anger as to why this happened. Rick and Madison being there instantly question this. And Strand says that he heard everything about the conversation that Shane had with Rick behind everyone's backs, saying about how they should have just left all of them behind and that they're better off dead, they're risking lives. And after he thought he was getting a friendship with Shane, how could he not do this? And he should also be getting thanked. He could have saved their lives. Who knows what this man would have been doing? And Madison says, while this is true, Strand has no right to be pointing the finger at anybody, because for the longest time on their boat ride, he was lying. And while, yes, it's true, the groups should learn to trust each other if they want to be a part of each other's lives for the foreseeable future, that doesn't excuse the fact that Strand, out of anybody here, is the one who should be looking for trust. And Strand, here's the thing with him. He and Shane might have been alike in a lot of ways, but here's the thing. He was the more honest version of Shane. He was crazy, but at least he admitted to it. He owned it, unlike Shane, who just straight up, acted out of sheer desperation and will. So Strand doesn't really have anything to say here, so he just sucks it up and deals with it. Madison's right. He did lie to them for the longest time, but it was to foresee someone he loved. Afterwards, Rick and Madison go on to say that if they want to trust each other, they cannot have any secrets remaining between either sides of the group and have to come forward on any and all ends. And this includes Madison knowing about the whole Walker thing, and then Rick knowing from the CDC, them converging about that to the entire group way earlier on in the story. No secrets are left out at all. And everything seems to be going good after it's all dished out, even though the group's still split at this point looking for Chris. But there's one loose end. Otis, who is now, introduced, and what he was doing here. Otis is honest and says that he was just going hunting. He didn't see them, but he saw the deer. And he didn't know what was going on until Strand came out and grabbed him. But he does have a farm with a bunch of other people, the leader or, owner being Herschel, and says that they can go there for a place to lay low. Travis, once he hears about this, and I think that he would be there also, he would want to know if Chris was there. Because I feel that with Travis, putting him in this situation and being introduced to Otis in this sense, sorry if I didn't introduce it sooner, but having him be here and asking about Chris would be very beneficial. Once they get to the farm, Travis being very insistent, they almost instantly ask where Chris is before they think about anything. And of course, I think that since there's no cause of urgency besides Chris, they would wait for everyone to get there. But anyways, Herschel says he does not know of anyone named or that looks like the Chris that they've described, and says that he's sorry, but they could stay here, but he can't do anything besides that. Now, Travis takes this as well as you would expect. He was very hoping that Chris might have escaped here and just laid low and just having one of his moods. And unlike the biker gang, the gang that they met on the road and that killed Chris, Herschel seems genuine, so Travis isn't going to have suspicion about him. But that doesn't mean there's no one with suspicion. Since this almost happens instantly, and it's pressured into the moment, and Travis seems sincere and Herschel seems to be lying, 3 people deduce that he is. Daniel, Strand, and Shane. The most perceptive ones of the group know that Herschel is hiding something, and go to the best place, since they've already basically seen the inside, the barn. They think he has to be there. Herschel definitely is hiding something. And they find out what he's hiding. Although it's not quite what they were expecting whenever Daniel, Strand, and Shane all bust down the barn. And it's a bunch of walkers. Now this was definitely surprising. They weren't expecting this. And this is all happening just like one episode into going to the farm and everyone getting there. This would happen so fast, much faster than the original. This would be very instantaneous. And now Herschel's not going to hate Shane in the moment this time and want him off the farm. He's going to hate Shane, Daniel, and Strand. Because this time, the whole secret of the walkers in the barn wasn't known to them. So he didn't really have a chance to get them away. And it was just happened so fast here. And honestly, you can't really blame them for doing this. After everything that's happened and the suspicion and everything, Shane and Strand would be the 2 main ones that would seek this out. Daniel would just be a third party. And then another steps out. Someone that Travis did not want to see. He knew he was bit, but he really did not want to see his son as a walker. Chris steps out as a walker into the sunlight, with a bite mark on his neck close to his shoulder, and white, piercing eyes. Eyes that once belonged to his son. They weren't his son no more. It was just another dead, living corpse. Travis, he was really upset at this, but he just wished that there was some way he could be alive, could have done something before anyone can do anything. Chris is put down by Nick, someone who cared about him a good bit himself, and tried to coach him on the boat. Remember, he did save him. But he knew that Travis couldn't put him down, so he did it himself. Travis just kneels to the ground like everyone else in Maggie's family and Herschel's family, because you'd barely get introduced to the characters at this point if you never watched The Walking Dead, because this would all be happening so fast. We barely got any exposition. Soon enough we do, but slowly. The mood dies down from being tears and just sadness. And then Herschel speaks. He introduces himself and his family and says how wrong he feels for putting Chris in there, not knowing that these people knew him. There could have been a way that they could have prevented just seeing all of them. So they're old family members. And now Herschel actually sees the light. He's not going to go to the bar and everything, because with Chris around, even though they looked for Sophia way longer, it felt more real here because it was so hard pressed. And Herschel saw the light way sooner, especially with Madison around in tow. And says as much as wrong he feels about this, he really does not want Shane, Strand, or Daniel around. But he is willing to give them another chance for how wrong he is. If they stay here, they obey his rules. And it's his farm, so he will not kick those 3 out, or any of them, if they follow his rules and don't pull any crazy stunts again. He understands why he was wrong about the walkers and Chris, but that doesn't excuse the fact that it's his property. Madison's the first to agree to this and says that everything happened so fast they barely got time to explain why this was all going on. But she promises that the group will definitely put in their work to make this place fit for them and, like, make up for what they just did. Rick is the next to agree, and definitely it would be a lot of emotion here for what has just happened. But with all that out of the way, and essentially most of Season 2 already being concluded, how many changes will this result in? And with Madison's family and problems basically solved, how will this play into later events in the story? Will they be better? Or could this make things even worse? Hey guys, Nick here, and today we are into part 4 of What If Madison's Family Joined Rick. Now, in the last part, we discussed Travis and everybody else going to the farm, meeting Otis in a much more unexpected way because of Strand's interference, and trust and promises having to be resolved, and Herschel and the whole barn thing happening a lot sooner, with Herschel saying that they are still allowed to stay here, really trying to hold back wanting to keep Strand, Daniel, and Shane here, if they actually obey his rules, because it was done in a much different way. A lot happened in the last episode. Now we're going to discuss the changes henceforth because of everything that's occurred in several different ways, and we're only freaking 4 parts in. First off, Carl was never shot because of the whole Otis and Strand thing, so that also likely means that Rick would not give Carl his hat. And I feel like that's the only reason that he did it, was because Carl was in the bed and they were talking and, making him feel strong in a way. Not to say he won't give him the hat later, it's just not right now. Sophia is also still alive, which I really have never touched upon besides my What If Sophia Joined Negan and small other stories, because Chris took her place. And this would also significantly down Carol's character development, because Sophia's still around. See, with What If Sophia Joined Negan was different, because Sophia might have been alive, to their knowledge at least, but she wasn't around. And we all know how her original character went whenever she was found in the barn, so I don't really need to touch there. Anyway, this would also down Rick's character development, because not only has his son not been shot, but he did not have to put down Sophia and feel like he failed. So Rick is still just a big old softie. So that's a good and bad thing as of now. We would also, since Herschel's not going to the barn here because of circumstances being different, that means that we're not going to see Randall's group anytime soon. Does that mean that we're not going to see them for the entire story, even though we really didn't get to see the full group in general? Kind of mad about that still. No. We are still going to get into, the little few members of Randall's group just a few more episodes in than we originally saw them. We are still at the beginning of Season 2, so we're going to see them, it's just going to be way later. Because, yeah. And because of Carl not getting shot, that means that Shane and Otis are not going to go to the hospital, and that stuff's not going to go down. Because there'd be no need. And if they did go there, it would just be to get simple stuff. It wouldn't be a huge hassle. Which means that Otis would not die, Shane would be a much softer person, and still have his hair, and yeah. Lori's pregnancy would eventually be figured out, but because of circumstances and everything else, Lori would not be as willing to kill her baby as she was before, even though she did throw the pills up, but still, she's not even gonna go to that length. And the pregnancy thing's gonna be dealt with a lot smoother than it was originally. And it's not gonna be a fight to keep them on the farm. Now, we're going to get into relationships, because that's a category, along with survivors, I touch upon a lot in these stories. First and foremost, Nick and Ophelia. Now, in the original Fear the Walking Dead, Nick and Ophelia, that relationship was teased, but it was ultimately replaced after the whole Thomas Island thing, and Ophelia was basically replaced with Luciana, and then Ophelia died, and yeah. Anyways, Shane and Andrea get into a relationship, although I feel it would be less weird than how it played there, but this time it's actually permanent, like I have it in other stories, so yeah. Madison is still, obviously, involved with Travis, the mourning Travis, because, Chris just died. Rick is still with Lori, and like I said, the whole pregnancy thing and the whole deal with Carl and everything like that, I feel would honestly make Lori a better person, and it would just be dealt with a lot better than originally. So we would barely get any true... After the whole barn incident, since this would be the beginning of season 2, there would not be any, major signs of conflict or anything. Glenn and Maggie would also have their thing. I feel the first run would go the same, with them, doing their thing. But honestly, going past that, I don't feel like Maggie would be as pushy with Glenn as she was. So, there's that. And with relationships out of the way, sort of, we cut to Alicia, who sees that Daryl has been going in and out of runs, because this time he's not going out looking for Sophia, so he's not going to be going out all that way. So now he's just going to be going out on runs to hunt and for the group and stuff. And Alicia catches notice of this and wishes to go alongside with him. Now Daryl, this is still season 2 Daryl, so he's not really all, he accepted help, but he's not really, he's more or less so always been a loner. Daryl's always a loner, but he grew out of that slowly into the series. It says that he'd rather just do this alone. But Alicia says that she's not recommending. She's telling him that she's going one way or the other, because they need more than one person to be going out on runs. And with her help, Daryl can get the job done a lot faster. And this isn't her being, wanting to be around him or anything. This is her just wanting to contribute for the greater good. Now, Daryl, he smiles at this. Not only at this girl's bravery, but the fact that she literally is just making a big deal about just wanting to go on a simple run. She's definitely trying to prove her case. And Daryl respects this and decides, you know what? What the heck? He ain't gonna stop her, so why not just let her go? Now, speaking of runs and just security stuff like that, Nick, Andrea, Dale, Ophelia, and Daniel are all the guards at the RV, setting up tents up on top of the RV and keeping watch against walkers and stuff like that. Because we need some people to. And Andrea did it originally, but since we have extra people, why not add them? Now, we then cut to Daryl and Alicia again. They're going out on runs, finding whatever they can, because there's no need for them to go anywhere to look for anybody, because everyone's there. Well, except Chris. But no one cares about him anyway. They approach a bar, and surprised to see 2 people inside, both of which at first seem hostile. The one in the cap seeming way more hostile than the other. But the other guy calms him down, and they both introduce themselves as Dave and Tony, 2 members of a different group, and they've been out on the road for a while now, and they're just scavenging the place. It all seems good. They have a somewhat similar conversation to how Rick, Herschel, and Glenn had with them, except with Daryl and Alicia, there's way more skepticism on whether or not they're crazy, and that thought gets proven right when both of them attack. Alicia takes out one, while Daryl takes out the other, and this would be a nice little tag team moment for the both of them. Now, The rest of Randall's group is encountered pretty much the same way, except Daryl and Alicia would care way less about trying to save their lives, since it's apparently clear that they want to kill them. But soon enough, Randall still gets caught, his leg still gets caught on the fence thing, and he asks for help. Now, originally, Rick just had the morals to save him, and I feel that with the mood still light here, both Daryl and Alicia would want to save him, and Alicia does. Even though, it's Alicia. She wants to save him, but Daryl, we all know how Daryl is. And the fact that this group is apparent in killing them makes him realize that saving this guy could really just prove to be a backstabbing moment to bring more people in. There's no way that they're letting people in that they're a threat. So, yeah, they're not saving this guy. So, unlike before, Randall is left to die, which really didn't matter in the end since Shane killed him in the original. It was just a small moment for a really inferior group, so it really doesn't matter here. Daryl and Alicia make it back to the farm, and everything's going good. No one else having to go out, and this would probably still be the middle of Season 2. So, we're not even, near the end of Season 2 yet, and we're getting all this. Daryl and Alicia make it back and tell everybody about what happened. And they think that the group is mainly out of the way, because they weren't told about the 30 guys, because remember, they left Randall behind. And I'm not really going to bring Randall's group into fruition here, because it never was in the original, so to try and make it work in a story where we barely have any exposition about them, it would be pointless. So how will Daryl and Alicia not saving Randall play into the accounts of the rest of the story? And with Madison's family in tow and all this stuff happening, do you think that more good will come out of it than bad? Or do you think that it's really just going to screw the group over 10 times? And that's where we leave things for the moment. Hey guys, Nick here, and today, with the add-on of music, we will be getting in to part 5 of What If Madison's Family Joined Rick. Hope you guys are enjoying the series so far, and today we will be getting to Daryl and Alicia returning to the farm, and seeing what will happen now that Randall is dead and so many changes have occurred. Daryl and Alicia make it back to the farm after the events with Randall's group. Madison checks on Alicia to make sure she's okay, and Alicia explains what happened and that they are both okay. Madison smiles a little bit, seeing kind of a romantic relationship between Alicia and Daryl, though it's faint because they haven't really... Daryl appreciates Alicia, but that's not like they're in fields of relationships yet. I say yet because who knows if it would happen. Not gonna spoil that or anything. Daryl lets Rick know about what happened, and that there was a kid who begged for his life, but because the whole group, the 5 or 6 men besides him that came after them, tried to kill them, they weren't gonna spare someone just because they were hurt and begging for their life. It just didn't seem right, and Rick agrees with this, even though he might have done differently. Shane also is glad that everything was dealt with, but he is skeptical as to whether or not there could be more men, even though it wasn't confirmed because Randall wasn't brought back that there was more than those guys. Madison agrees with Shane's skepticism, but she says that it really shouldn't be that big a deal, because there was no signs or clear-cut evidence that there was more than the men that were dealt with. So, she thinks that they should be alright overall. They just have to stay here, keep doing what they've been doing, and hope it all works out. Beth is still having her little crisis, thinking about killing herself and everything, except with the change being much sooner. I think it would happen around the same time, maybe a bit sooner, because, the barn scene did still happen, except a few episodes earlier. Andrea would still argue with Lori, except I feel it wouldn't be as deep an argument, because for one thing, the barn scene happened sooner. For number two, Sophia was never brought to the barn or anything. It was Chris, even though that still would bring kind of a toll. And Ophelia, for the first time, would side against Andrea. So that would be a little bit of a twist of the knife there for betrayal in Andrea's eyes. Someone who she looked to as a sorta kinda sister. But, Andrea's still broken after Dale stopped her from killing herself after Amy died. So I feel that she would ultimately be pushed out and Beth would not even be able to cut a wrist, except Andrea wouldn't be as snotty about it, I feel. And she would be much more okay, because I feel that the main reason for everyone's moods was Sophia. That was the whole thing, because everyone was so brought to it and finding her. Dale would think about going to comfort her, even though it seems like it wasn't too big a deal, but he just cares about her and wants to make sure she's okay, and says this to Daniel. He's going to go and talk to her. But Daniel stops him and says he knows more than anybody, he feels, about keeping stuff from someone and caring about someone that he loves. And he says that there's a lot of things he's neglected to tell Ophelia about his life, but he still does the best to try and protect her and know when to leave her alone. And just tells Dale that, from what he's heard, he needs to learn to let go a little bit too. If he can do that, then I feel that, he feels that the relationship between them would be a lot more better. And it works out. Or at least it starts to, because Dale has to get used to the fact of what Daniel said. But he is being very truthful and nice, so Dale accepts this. Meanwhile, Carl's being an idiot out in the woods, trying to, shoot the walker, even though he doesn't really, and, that whole stupid thing in the woods that he did with the walker that got Dale killed. But because of so many different circumstances, and so many messes of when everything would happen, and who's with the group now, Carl has a companion in the form of Nick. Because remember, second episode, Nick and Alicia grew to view Carl and Sophia as a younger version of themselves, like siblings, to a degree, if you will. So Nick stops Carl from doing anything reckless and kills the walker, just to make sure that it doesn't become a problem later on. So because of everything, Randall, the barn, and everything that's happened, and everyone's character development, no Horde coming to the farm, no Rick versus Shane, and that means also that they would not leave the farm, because the Horde would never go there. Does that mean we're never going to see the Horde ever again? No. We are. It will just be later down the line. But the Horde is going to make an entrance, but it just won't be for another episode or two. So we will definitely be getting back to the Horde, because even though it's not at the farm now, it will make an appearance. I'm just not going to spoil when. So, because of everything that's happened, this means that Rick and Madison's groups together combined, which is what they will be called now officially, they do not leave the farm, because they have what they need, they've fortified, they've done a very good job making the place like somewhat of a base or home, if you will, and there's no reason to really leave because nothing dangerous has occurred. So we get into Season 3, and everything about the characters would go the same way, except because of Madison's group being there, it'd obviously be different. And the prisoners would just be staying at the prison longer. There's not too much else to talk about the governor at the moment, and Rick's group would just be chilling at the farmhouse. But there is someone we have to cut to, who will have a different story than what I usually give her. A sordid lady in a hood, and 2 walkers in chains by her side, drifts through the woods aimlessly, wondering what she should do, what her next move will be, where she should progress from where she is. Now, in many stories, this certain female, without Andrea to be with her and guide her, has left aimlessly to be saved by the savior leader Negan. But this time, her adventure differs because it lands her at a farm. Now, this woman wasn't expecting this, because certainly after all this time, she thought that it was just all endless woods from what she has experienced through this whole ordeal. But now finding this, it gives her a semblance of hope. Aimlessly searching for food and such, this is just could be another dry well. But if anything, it could be populated, because it seems like this place has been very touched upon since the beginning of the apocalypse, or that it hasn't even been touched at all. Now, on one hand, going in there aimlessly could get her killed, but if it's empty, she should just go scoop in there and take whatever she needs. But on another, it could just be a dry well like she presumes. But she has to come to a realization that it's definitely not a dry well. But she also has to think that if there is people there, she can't go rushing in. From how she's gone out through the apocalypse so far, she must put those skills to use. And even if it involves killing people, her mind is clouded, her judgment low. So whatever she does, she won't feel sorry for, because that's how people are now. She knows from her experiences that this is what she has to do. It's what she will do, and she progresses towards the farm with 2 walkers by her side. This lady is Michonne, who is introduced in a much different way than I've ever introduced her, and will make her way towards the farm, coming up here next episode. How will this encounter go with Rick and Madison's family? And how will the governor and prisoners go with Rick and their people not progressing to that area yet? And that's where we leave things for the moment. Hey guys, Nick here, and today we are getting into part 6 of What If Madison's family from Fear the Walking Dead joined Rick from the original The Walking Dead. We've gotten through 5 parts going into 6 now, with both families and both sides of the same universe converging and seeing what becomes. And Michonne is converging towards the farm after realizing its existence, placing her story much differently than whenever I ever did it before. But now, before we get into what Michonne's presence will bring to the farm, we will get into what everybody has been through since they never left. And it's pretty big. First off, Lori still has her baby, obviously, but because of no problems and nothing to speak of being truly harmful to the farm, Lori has her baby successfully and lives through the pregnancy. Because since What If Lori survived, I've kind of, any instance I can, making Lori survive in any instance that is remotely possible. But if the situation calls for her to live past that moment, now at least, I look into it, and this situation definitely would let her survive. Now we'll get into relationships. Shane and Andrea have actually become a full-on relationship, like I've touched upon in other stories, because without that fling for Laura anymore, it's noticeable that this would happen. Daryl and Alicia have officially become an actual couple of sorts. I know I kind of teased it for way too long. It was kind of obvious that it was going to happen, but I more or less tried to add suspense to it as much as remotely possible, because you wouldn't think that these two would ever get into a relationship. When you look at the character traits and how both characters were, it's kind of obvious that if they were, like, in the same show, not universe, because they're obviously in the same universe, they were in the same part of the show, they would have definitely hit it off. Carol and Daniel have also gotten into a relationship. Now, I know this might be kind of weird, but think about it. They're both, I feel, around the same age. And after the whole Ed situation and Sophia still being safe and realizing a lot more about each other, this actually gives them time to connect and form a relationship bond. Glenn and Maggie obviously have their same relationship, so there's nothing really to talk about. Now, next thing we're going to talk about is survivors, because there is quite a few, 7 in total. Sophia, Dale, Travis, Shane, Patricia, Otis, and Jimmy. And since a lot of circumstances and things were either altered or didn't happen, that allowed most of these characters, especially like Travis, the only one really being out of the world of the original The Walking Dead, to survive. Also, since the prison has not happened yet, because it will definitely happen, Herschel has not lost his leg. He's still in the same part of his age he is, he just hasn't lost his leg. Rick is also a much softer person because of barely anything happening on his side. Shane is pretty much the same way. Because he has never killed Otis, or never had that true ultimate fling for Lori, and has gotten really in good since their whole thing with Strand figuring out what Shane said and everything, Shane is definitely in still season 2, sort of 1, 2-ish territory. And he gets a season 3 look like we saw him in a hallucination of Rick. Andrea would also still be with the group and never with the governor, because there was no situation where they were kicked off the farm yet, thus Andrea not going off on her own and seeing Michonne, who we are now going to finally get into with everything the group has been out of the way. We get into Michonne, who has finally found the farm, and wishes to see whether or not it's honestly populated. She doesn't care. She's going to get what she came here for, because it definitely looks pretty stocked with supplies and whatnot. She goes behind the barn and puts her 2 walkers and chains there, just so, they don't die, because we all know why she had them. But anyways, she puts them there and prepares to stealthily find someone or something on this huge farm, because there definitely seems to be pretty bunch of something, if you know what I mean. And she does find someone, Patricia, out working at the farm, and she is near the area of where Michonne parked the 2 walkers with the chains, except not like an eyesight. But soon enough, Patricia turns around to see a sword strung right at her throat, and this definitely catches her by surprise, because Michonne played this very well. We all know how sneaky Michonne was. If there could be a female Daryl, this would be it, and Michonne's kinda that. And she holds her at hostage point, because she's going to use Patricia, now that she knows there's people, to get what she came here for. Soon enough, after some time passes, Otis notices that he can't find Patricia anywhere. She was out working at the farm, and she was supposed to at least come back or something, or say something. It's been quite a bit. He's kind of getting worried and tells Rick about this. Rick says that it shouldn't be too big a deal. It's not like, sure, the property's big, but the farm in of itself isn't that big, and surely someone would have seen her. So they'll just go out and they'll go ahead and look for her. It shouldn't be too big a deal. But little does he know. Right at that conveniently timed moment, Rick sees something that he wasn't expecting to see. A voice cries out and says, "Boy, are you wrong." And out of the blue, they run out of the farmhouse to see Michonne holding Patricia, a very scared Patricia, at hostage point with her sword. And not even knowing who this woman is, they can already tell that she means business. Michonne states that she is not here to truly make trouble, but now she knows that this place is populated. She doesn't care if she kills anyone. She came here for supplies and things to get her along, and she'll kill this woman if she has to. Otis prepares his gun, ready to shoot, because it's Patricia's life on the line. But Rick points his gun and says that Otis doesn't need to do that. He can take care of this. And he says to Michonne that whatever she thinks she's came here for, she can have, like, a small portion. She doesn't need to go to this length to prove a point. But they're certainly not going to give anything away to a person who's threatening one of their own, so she needs to drop the sword. Michonne says she's not going to do that, and it's not like them to be giving orders to someone who clearly has one of their own at hostage point, and whether or not she has someone with her sword at hostage point doesn't matter to her. She knows that this place is fully populated and has a lot of stuff, so she's going to be taking pretty much anything and everything that she can find, or this woman dies, and possibly more. She's not afraid to kill people. Shane then approaches with his shotgun, and this signifies that whatever deal they were preparing to make, or at least Rick was, Shane kind of bartered the moment. And because of this, infuriating Michonne, seeing that more than one person has attempted or is pointing a gun at her, the angered and blood-red Michonne, speaking of blood-red, slashes Patricia open and is immediately killed, because we know how fast Michonne was with killing even live people with her sword. At this point, any semblance of holding back Otis is just completely done with and prepares to shoot, but his gun is completely knocked down by Rick, and says that ultimately there was nothing they could do from stopping this to happen. But they can stop her from killing anybody else. And if she's just here for supplies and just stuff to get by, she can just get some of it. And Michonne says, now that she's proven her point, it should be no trouble at all for them to give her what she came here for. But Rick once again says that's not how things work, and especially not after killing one of their own. Michonne is headstrong in her resolve, and at this point, if there was any chance to get a deal through Michonne's head, it's definitely not now, between both sides, because of blood spilled on the ground and a body to show for it. Rick honestly wanted to get through this, because we know that without anything major happening with Rick, he's not going to be in the mood to immediately want to kill. Sort of like the Vatos gang. And at this point, he kind of has to, because of Patricia. And says that this ain't her property, and she's the one who's gonna stand down, literally, and shoots her in the leg to prove it, putting Michonne right on the ground, dropping her sword. She's definitely surprised at this, because she wasn't really expecting this after she, did what she did. She wasn't thinking that through all the way, because we know how Michonne was. She was in a dark place. But anyways, Rick points his gun again and says if she wants to try something, go right ahead. But they're beyond being nice now. She had her chance to just take some small things and go for the road, but now she's made it personal. And she needs to stand down right now. Michonne points her sword again and tries to get up, although being shot in the leg is kinda hard to get up from, unless you're, strong. Like, God-level strong. But this doesn't work out too well for her, as she's shot in the other leg and put down this time for real, as Rick puts his foot down right on her hand, keeping her from grabbing her sword again, representing a similar kind of moment to Michonne's hallucination if she was a savior and Rick killing her. Except, it's done differently. She wasn't shot in the chest with an arrow, she was just shot in both her legs. But now, Rick says that she's gonna come with them, and that now they're going to see if she can possibly maybe be trusted before they give her any kind of anything, especially after she just killed one of their own. They're going to take her to the farm, and they're going to see what they should do with her. Will Rick end up sparing her life even though Patricia's dead? Or will they just end up killing her, one of the most major characters of The Walking Dead? Hey guys, Nick here, and today we will be getting into part 7 of What If Madison's family joined Rick. Hope you guys have been enjoying the series so far. Today we're going to figure out what happens with Michonne as she is taken to the farm, more specifically the barn area, in which ironically she set up a little camp for herself, and seeing what the group will do to her after what she's done. At the farm, or barn area rather, there's something that Michonne didn't see that ironically she now will see. They have set up a prison area there, just in case anyone were to ever invade them, because with Madison's family in tow, it gives them more incentive to start something at the farm, to expand upon what they already have, and ironically this method will now be used on Michonne for what she's done. Rick says that Daryl and Alicia will question her, and see where she came from, who she is, why she's done what she's done, and what her purpose was coming here. And with any luck, if she answers the questions correctly, doesn't lie, doesn't pull anything, doesn't try to do anything of the sort in which she's already demonstrated, she might have a chance to get out of here with her life, and maybe some stuff for the road. But if she does anything, she's going to be exactly in the same situation as she's put Patricia, who she has now killed. It's a big if, even if she answers correctly, that she will live. Michonne side-eyes Rick, thinking she really doesn't have a choice in this, so it's probably best to comply, knowing that she's literally just signed herself up for death. But then again, she put herself in the position of not caring anyway, so this is her only way out. Daryl and Alicia confront Michonne with the first question. Was she part of the group that Daryl and Alicia had previously met not too long ago? Because it's not too far out of the ordinary for the most recent group that they've confronted to have another member. And if she is, this could pose real trouble. Michonne says no, thinking it best to be honest, rather than to just lie to them straight out, seeing no other choice in the matter, and says that she's been on the road pretty much the entire time the apocalypse has been a thing. And if she was with them, or with any other group, she would have just killed all of them. She sold the farm and found an opportunity to keep herself alive, and took it. And you know what? This is fair enough. Any reasonable person out on their own would have done the same in her shoes, and they're starting to understand Michonne a little more. That doesn't mean they're done. Question 2. Who were the 2 chained walkers that she had behind the barn? Because, let's be honest, someone either before or after Michonne killed Patricia would have found them. I think it would reasonably be in a place where Michonne was being taken to the barn, and then Rick or someone finds them then. Who are they? Michonne looks down, not really feeling comfortable to answer the question, because, you know, we all know who they are, but for her to answer this to complete strangers, even if it is the truth, it's hard for her to accept. Alicia, feeling more kind of soft-hearted towards Michonne, says that if it's too hard a subject, they can just drop it and move on to something else. She has to at least answer a few more questions. Michonne says it's alright. The walkers were her boyfriend and her friend. They were her symbolization and just what she wanted to keep along. And they also protected her. Alicia, after hearing this, and after a long moment of silence, understands Michonne a lot more now, and realizes that the woman who was seeming just like an outright monster would be any one of them if they were left alone. And Alicia puts herself in her shoes and realizes that if it was her, she'd probably do the same thing. And with that out of the way, there isn't too much else that they can ask her reasonably, and even Daryl understands this. Still feeling a tiny bit suspicious, though, Daryl more than Alicia. He still sides on Alicia's side, obviously, and realizes that Michonne, she can be let go. But just then the doors bust open, and this surprises the three of them, because nobody was expecting someone to just bust the doors open in a fit like that. But it's Otis. Alicia questions Otis on why he's done this. They've made great headway with what they've done with Michonne. They were just about to set her free. Why does he want to botch that up? Or what does he want at least? Otis said that he's took some time to consider it. And he realizes that Rick was wrong. He was wrong for not ending Michonne's life the second she took Patricia's. And if he's not going to do it, he will. He's going to avenge Patricia, whatever it takes. Meanwhile, do you guys remember that I said the horde that destroyed the farm in Season 2's finale would eventually still make a somewhat of an appearance? Well, now they do. After a long period of time, a good deviation from the original, the horde approaches the farm, slowly but surely. By this point, and Otis making a scene, several of the group, if not all of them, have converged into the prison area of the barn. And Travis tells Otis that he's been down the road that he's in. After Chris was found in the barn and everything, he's in the same place. But he can't let that happen to Otis and go down a dark path. He has to agree with Alicia and Daryl's way of just accepting that Michonne is a broken woman, like many of them were. Herschel says the same thing, and as much as he wanted to kick out Shane, Strand, and Daniel when they broke open the barn, he understands why that was. And ultimately, he understands that he was in the wrong too. And Otis can be talked out of this. Otis, after understanding at least, Travis and Herschel's points of views, decides to relent. Because they're right. But he's still angry over Patricia, obviously. But just then, shouts from outside the camp come from Daniel and Dale, saying that whatever trouble that they're doing right now with Michonne or whatever, they need to drop it. Because they got a problem. A big problem. Everyone comes out of the barn lightning speed, expecting to see a group with guns and everything else, but no. It's worse. A horde. A big horde of walkers approaches the farm at a slow speed. It's from a high distance, but it's still coming. Rick and Madison look to each other, knowing that they can either do one of two things. They can leave this farm and everything they've built, or they can stand and make a fight for the home that they've been at for such a long time. And with that, can everybody in this group survive, or will they vacate and fight another day? Or is this really the end for Rick and Madison already? Hey guys, Nick here. Today, we will be getting into part 8 of What If Madison's family joined Rick. Hope you guys have been enjoying the story so far, because we're in for a bit of a big one with this one. We will be getting into the Horde arriving at the farm, and see how many characters will die, how many characters will live, how many will go on, and how many will make the ultimate sacrifice for their people. Let's get into it. Now, for people who want to leave and fight, Rick and Madison find it a 50-50 between both sides. Because on one hand, fighting would protect the home they've had, and it would be a good move. But at the same time, it would risk pretty much killing all of them with the walkers closing in if they're not careful. Shane and Strand agree on this too, but they're more direct about it because we know how the both of them were. That's why they would be so great together, because they were both like pretty much the same, except Strand was nicer. They think that fighting for their home that they've had for such a long time would be the more direct and correct approach, and they have way more than enough weaponry to do it. So the plan to fight them is at hand. They go to the armory at the farm. It's right by the prison area, which I explained in the previous video when they locked up Michonne for killing Patricia. And they get every single weapon that they can, because they know if they don't, and that they don't try their best, this will all be for naught, and they'll lose the one home that they've had for so long. And they begin by getting the best weaponry that they can first. And we use the small ones, and if they have really no other choice. First, people like Dale, Daniel, Andrea, Daryl, and Alicia use sniper-type weapons and try to cut them off at a far angle first, because it honestly seems like the better idea. But when that doesn't work, and there's still way more than enough of the walkers to even not count, they then go, the group, for light machine guns or any automatic type weapon like that. But while that does take out a lot of walkers, it doesn't take out enough. And there are still way more than enough to tear the entire farm and the whole group apart. And they are slowly running out of not only ammo, but guns. Madison and Rick both agree that if they keep this up, they'll not only lose the resources that they've spent so much time collecting, but they ultimately might end up killing the entire group. What will that be worth? Absolutely nothing. And ultimately, they're left with no choice. They have to leave the farm. There's no other way. Shane and Strand, understandably, are very perturbed by this and don't want to do anything but fight for the home that they've had for such a long time, especially since they still have way more than enough weaponry to do it. So what if they run out? They could just go get more. The whole world is full. They could just kill whoever gets in their way and get the weaponry by force. It's that kind of world now, and this would be where they really stand out. But even Daniel, along with Dale, the wisest of the group, because old men, tell Shane and Strand and agree with Rick and Madison that leaving is probably the best move. But then Nick brings something to everybody's attention, Nick, that while leaving is the best decision, it also might not be. Because think about it. Even if they've taken out enough walkers to definitely be able to get away, who's to say that one of them couldn't mess up? Who's to say that they go the wrong way, and then the walkers swarm them all? It could mess up the entire plan. And Nick says that they need a diversion. Otis decides to do it himself. Not only to make up for how he acted before the Horde came, even though it was for just cause, because, Michonne killed Patricia, but it's also because if one of them needs to make a distraction, he'll do it. He feels that one person, compared to the entire group, is nothing. And if it means that they get to live, who cares if he dies? He's lived long enough, and without Patricia, what has he got in this world? And this is what he says, not me. But Herschel says that if anyone should make the distraction, it should be him. It's his farm. he should be the one to do it because it's his land. And Otis doesn't have to do this, or if at least he does, he needs to do it with him. But Rick says the automatic no on that one, and says that Herschel needs to be around for Maggie and Beth. Now that Glenn's affiliated with Maggie, that makes it even more important, and that Herschel needs to be around. He looks at Otis, and to make absolutely sure he knows what he's doing, Rick signs him an okay nod, and the whole group bids him farewell. Otis then does what Rick and Carl did in the original story and burn the barn ablaze. Alliteration there. And Otis would either die because of the flames, dying inside the barn after he lights it up, or when he gets outside, he just gets bit. Either way, he would make the ultimate sacrifice to save a much bigger group, mind you, because, yeah, we definitely have a much bigger roster on our hands than any of my other stories, but that's only because of Madison's family's influence. We have Rick, Daryl, Ophelia, Daniel, Dale, Michonne, Alicia, Carol, Madison Strand, Andrea, Glenn, Herschel, Beth, Jimmy, T-Dog, Shane, Maggie, Travis, Carl, Nick, Lori, and Sophia. A lot of people already this early on in the story, but Madison's family has helped out a lot with that. Soon enough, I feel that they would get split up regardless. A lot of them, of course, wouldn't, but a lot of them would. They would meet up at the highway, and because of a bigger group, like they did originally before the Horde came, they would look and salvage, or finish salvaging, for anything and everything they can from what they lost back at the farm. And with Dale's influence still being around, and a lot of people still being around to make up for this, Dale's RV would be spared and not destroyed in the ensuing chaos. Because remember, Jimmy died in the RV, so they couldn't take it. But this time, because of Dale being around and much more people being around, the RV as well as several other cars pack more than enough gas that they don't stop at the clearing, but they still have a lot of cars and the RV over half a tank by the time they reach the prison. Meaning that they have plenty of resources still on their hands. You'd think that they'd use more, but they would have had plenty of time to stock that up. And soon enough, since we already got the winter time skip and we're already into season 3, Rick's plan to get the walkers and clear the prison would still go the same, except there are noticeable changes. Character development, plenty of Rick's group still being alive, and Madison's family's influence. Speaking of which, these are the survivors who never appeared at the prison before and are already here. Sophia, Ophelia, Daniel, Michonne, Alicia, Madison, Strand, Dale, Andrea, Jimmy, Shane, Travis, and Nick. Now, Michonne, of course, appeared later on, so did Andrea, but as for everybody else, context clues, really. Anyways, with more than enough people around, and I mean that literally, Herschel would most certainly absolutely not get bit here, meaning that he keeps his leg. Now, it really doesn't matter too much in the grand scheme of things because he got the prosthetic leg later on and was able to deal fine with crutches, but still, it's noticeable because it keeps him alive longer, which I touched upon in What If Sophia Joined Negan. I made him, live until the end of the story. Now, we meet the prisoners, and they have used up much more resources, or at least a little more resources, because it's a bit later into the story that we actually get to meet them, or an episode or two in. But another thing arises. Tyrese's group would be converging on the prison at this point in time, because of the little time gap that we get into the group going to the prison. So Tyrese's group going in the context of the situation and the story here really wouldn't be that unorthodox because of everything that's happened. And Rick, after hearing Tyrese's group emerge after, not even that long of being involved with the prisoners, decides that if they really want to deal with this, now that they know there's another group, they need to split the leadership roles. Like, Rick goes to one group and then Madison stays with this one, because this could prove ugly if the other group is hostile. And the prisoners already seem hostile. And they need to demonstrate that this prison is theirs and theirs alone. And they could share it, sure, but it's got to be by their terms. So Madison stays with the prisoners because, like I said, it's main leadership roles. A lot of them would be a fit for leader, like Shane Strand and like that kind of thing, but we're talking main leaders right here. So Madison stays with the prisoners, and Rick goes to confront Tyrese's group. Now, with the context, story, characters, and etc., everything happening, do you guys think that the way things are going, that these three groups will actually be able to live in harmony? Or do you think because of everything that's happened, it will make things inevitably worse? And what about the governor? Do you think that he will be the threat that he was in the original story? Or do you think that the group now will make him seem like a walk in the park? Hey guys, Nick here, and today we will be looking into part 9 of What If Madison's Family Joined Rick, and the aftermath to the entrance of the prison, and what the group, our main one, is going to do about the two groups that they've just encountered, the prisoners and Tyrese's family. Madison deals with the prisoners, or at least keeps them from doing anything bad, while Rick goes to see Tyrese's group, who have just arrived at the prison. Now, because of circumstances and time lapses and everything like that, the story has put Tyrese's family and the prisoners' appearances to mark in the same time. So, will this spell even more trouble for our group? Or will it actually be a blessing in disguise for even more people? We will figure that out right now. Rick meets Tyrese's family and sees that there's nothing wrong with them. They're just a family trying to find somewhere to, get stuff and just hang low, just like everybody else. So they're accepted in the group without any question, which makes Tomas beyond furious, because here's this group who they've just met, and they're already claiming the prison, and then this new group shows up, and it's like, okay, well, he doesn't know that they're accepted yet, but it just makes him angry that all these people are coming to claim the prison, which is rightfully theirs, or at least, it's how they feel, or he feels at least. Shane is about 2 seconds away from popping Tomas's freaking head off, but even though that's how we know Shane was, and it's definitely something he would do, he is also softer just like several people, but that doesn't mean that he's talked down from every situation. But Daniel and Dale try their best to, and say that everything seems to be quiet and chill, so Rick comes over, can figure it out then. If they absolutely, truly need to kill them, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. So, with all that said, Rick soon appears in the location everybody else is in, and says that Tyrese's family, that's their names, and introduces them, and says that every one of them seems nice, none of them are hostile in the slightest. So, they are going to be accepted in without any question. But now, he's got to figure out, as well as everybody else, about the prisoners, because they don't seem the same way, or at least not some of them. And at this point, Tomas is losing patience, and fast, because here's this group commandeering them almost like toys, and saying that, oh, this is their prison. And they've been here the longest. And now this new group is accepted in, and it's like just a whole mocking party in his book, which is making Tomas slowly but surely, utterly, completely furious. That's how many words I could describe to show how mad he is right now. And we're just getting introduced to them, mind you. And at this point, he's just like, screw it. If he can't have the prison, if his friends here can't have the prison, nobody can. And rushes forward to attack. But that doesn't go so well, because he's kind of outmanned. Literally, we have a huge group, and Tyrese's group there now, so not the smartest decision. Andrew goes to attack, but even though the group's softer, Shane ain't backing down this time. Shoots Andrew straight in the head, blowing his frickin' head off with the shotgun. And just like several of my stories, although the events will play differently, Axel, Oscar, and Big Tiny are all spared. Now, of course, Axel and Oscar have been spared before. Big Tiny actually got a real good story in What If Sophia Joined Negan, so prisoners once again get to live. Now, let's cut to Woodbury, because I feel that with everything happening, it's best to explain what's been going on there. Not too much else has changed. Besides Andrea and Michonne not being there, not too much changes in the city of Woodbury, or the town of Woodbury, I should say. The governor still goes out to see the National Guard, they still kill them, so not really anything major changes. Sure, dialogue between Andrew, Michonne, and everybody else there was important, especially for locating Daryl, even though, you know, Andrew being there really didn't help. But, yeah, aside from that, and Michonne being very skeptical of the governor, nothing really changes. Except Merle, with having absolutely no clue as to where his brother Daryl could be, talks to the governor about this day in, day out. And soon enough, he convinces him to get a team with Martinez and go try to locate his brother wherever they could be. Because I've also heard of a prison that may or may not have people there. This is just speculation, because true, it's a bit later that they're getting into the prison, but I don't think that they would be aware of their appearances yet. And as luck would have it, Daryl and Alicia, who are a thing, by the way, for those of you who didn't know, are about to go on a run, because even though they just got the prison and they have plenty of stuff, it's best for them to stock up as much as they can in the nearby stores or stations, something like that, just in case an ambush or something were to happen, because they've gotten lucky so far, but who knows. But along the road, they meet two people they weren't expecting. A weird black-haired guy with a mustache called Martinez, and Merle. Daryl is very surprised to see Merle, because they were just going on a simple run. They weren't expecting to run into anybody, and if they did, it was just going to be walkers to their knowledge. But this both surprises and makes Daryl a little happy, but we all know how Daryl was in Merle's company. He cared about him, but he never really showed it with smiles or anything like that. But he figures that since they're all here and everything, might as well introduce Alicia to Merle. He introduces the two of them to each other and says that Merle is his brother, and explains the whole story about him getting locked on the roof and being in bad terms with Rick's group originally, and the whole deal. Alicia's happy for Daryl, because, honestly, if she were put in the situation of Daryl and she lost Nick or something like that, she'd probably be angry and be in bad terms with the group that she was in too. Little do we know that's actually what happened in the main Fear the Walking Dead story. But besides the point, let's get back to Alicia, Daryl, and Merle. Merle is actually quite surprised and shocked himself. Not only has he found his brother, who he was ironically looking for, but his brother went and got himself a girl, which is actually pretty impressive in Merle's book. And they all decide to go back to Woodbury and figure stuff out. Because Merle also wants to show Daryl where he's been this whole time and explain everything. And who knows? He's with everybody else. They can come to Woodbury instead of the prison. Now, I feel it would be revealed that that's where they were. At least to Merle. I feel Daryl would trust Merle enough to at least say that. Once they get to Woodbury, they meet the governor, or Daryl and Alicia meet the governor, because it's not everybody yet. And Merle explains what happened, where he found him, and that what they thought about a group being at the prison turns out to be true. A bunch of people had just arrived at the prison, and Daryl and his girl Alicia were with them. And they don't seem like it doesn't seem like it could be a problem, and asks if Daryl and everybody in their group can come here to Woodbury. The governor doesn't seem to mind, just as long as none of them are hostile in any way to the town, or a threat. So, Daryl and Alicia make a round trip back to the prison, where everybody has ironically just settled in, and now they're already going to go off. And after Daryl and Alicia have a much-needed talk with Madison and Rick, they decide, you know what? What the heck? They have just settled here at the prison, and there is plenty of way for them to stay here. But, you know what? What the heck? Woodbury seems like a good town, and even though there is speculation between many members of the group, they think that it would be a lot better than being here at the prison. So, with all that out of the way, they all pack up whatever they got. Tyrese's group and the prisoners come along for the ride too, and all of them make a trip for Woodbury. But this seems easy. Too easy. It almost seems like the governor wants them there for a specific reason, or is planning something. Or is this really just too easy of a way to get our people to meet the governor? With all that out of the way, do you think that the governor will ever get his secrets unraveled by the group, especially with so many people that are perceptive? Or do you think nothing bad will happen at all? Hey guys, Nick here, and today we're getting into part 10 of What If Madison's family joined Rick. Now, we're going to get into the whole group going to Woodbury, and everything seeming way easier than it ever should have been, or should be. And we're going to figure out why that is, what might be coming, and the results that follow after, especially with Madison's family in tow. Let's get into it. But before that, since everyone's pretty much gotten accustomed to Woodbury, I'm going to talk about relationships, because it's a topic I often touch on. Rick and Lori are still in a relationship. Nothing really truly has come through with them being divided or anything like that. Daryl and Alicia's relationship, which I've touched upon and even hinted at the start of the series, kind of, has evolved to a very nice level. Nick and Ophelia, who were rumored to possibly have gotten into a relationship, barred the circumstances in the original Fear the Walking Dead, their relationship is holding strong too. Carol and Daniel, as I've touched before, have gotten into a relationship because after the whole Ed situation, Daniel just seemed like the kind of person that Carol could really feel with, if you guys get what I'm saying. Now, a lot of you teased this in my What If Sophia Joined Negan story. People were like, oh, Carl and Sophia, Carl and Sophia, Carl and Sophia. But I'm sorry. The circumstances in that story wouldn't have allowed me to actually get them into a relationship, especially with Enid. That would have created a story struggle. It would have just barred the story. But in this story, because of Sophia living and being around the group, now she can actually be in a relationship with Carl. So, there you go. Glenn and Maggie, their relationship I really don't have to talk about, because nothing really would change between the two of them, even with Madison's family. So, not really anything to talk about with them. And since Jimmy is still alive, he is still with Beth. And Beth would feel for him a lot more, especially with everything that's happened. I think it would take her a lot of time, but I think eventually their relationship would grow to a significant level too. And speaking of relationships, being at Woodbury and being around the governor, Andrea starts to have her old thing with the governor. And that does not please a very certain someone who I discussed has been and was in a relationship with Andrea, Shane. Now, many people like him, Daniel, and Daryl were already skeptical of the governor when they came in, and Michonne being the top one of them from what we know of her in the original story. And Shane, knowing this, tries to talk Andrea out of whatever dreamland she's living in to just come back. They're in a relationship, what the frick? And Andrea's like, you do realize that you weren't always the trustworthy of people either. You went all crazy at the CDC, and there are probably many of other things that he's hidden. And the way he's acted, he's no angel either. So she thinks to give a governor a chance isn't a bad, decision. And for Shane to step up and tell Andrea who she can and can't be with, they found a town! The only reason they were together is because they had similar ideas, and Andrea just wanted to make Shane feel something that wasn't all just about Lori and this and that, even though that really didn't bring up too much because Shane never killed Otis. But Shane says that's different, and everything that happened then, he's not a bad guy, and it's like Andrea's not even giving him a chance. The minute she sees a new guy, it's like, boop, let's just go to him. And Andrea says that she ain't changing her mind. They found a town, she's found someone, and who said that's even a true relationship anyway? She's literally just talking to the guy and being around him. It doesn't constitute to an entire relationship. And she thinks that he's overreacting. And even if he is, who cares? She can make her own decisions. And Dale was the same way, not letting her make her own decisions. So Shane should just buzz off. Now at this point, Shane's about to lose his marbles because for the first time, since really whenever Madison's family first got introduced and Chris got killed, for the first time in this series, Shane's starting to lose it. But before he can, someone else steps up to the plate and offers his hand in talking to Andrea and talking her out of this. Maybe Dale. Because we all know how well Dale was with talking to people, keeping their morals, and this, that, and the other thing. But with Andrea, that was a tall order. But he's going to try it anyway. Make Shane happy at least, because he really hasn't done anything wrong. Dale goes to talk to Andrea and says that she doesn't have to do this to him. Shane might be a little bit rough sometimes, but that's okay. He hasn't done anything to make him a truly bad guy. And he thinks that Andrea should just go back to Shane and just, yes, obviously talk to the governor, but not do what she's doing. It's not right. But Andrea says that Dale has no room to talk because she got her decision to kill herself at the CDC, and Dale took that from her. And then took her gun, and it's like she doesn't feel that he can be trusted either. He might not be a bad guy, but he's still wrong for not letting Andrea make her own decisions. So if honestly, him and Shane should be best friends at this point because they both don't care about her feelings. And Dale, this really hits him hard. He's not angry like Shane's feeling. He's just upset. That kind of hurt his feelings. And at this point, seeing this and Dale not break down, but, feel hurt, Shane, he's losing it at this point. Season 2 and the Shane we all know and love from the original story is coming into the fold at last. Grabs his shotgun and makes his way to the governor's house to prove once and for all that something is about him and that he's going to get Andrea out of this little wonderland she's living in. He goes to the governor's house, almost no hesitation. Anyone tries to get in his way, he just pushes them aside. And Dale, he comes along because he's equally suspicious as to what the governor might be hiding. And I might feel like I'm just doing this from another story where Shane and Dale, figured out the governor's thing. But here it's under way different circumstances. Shane busts into the governor's house. The governor being very surprised at this, because for one, he wasn't expecting anybody. Maybe one of them, welcoming themselves into the community, but here comes this guy with a freaking shotgun aimed at him. Shane tells him to back away and let him through. And then he uses the butt of his shotgun to bust open every door that he can to show that this guy is not who he says he is. The governor's getting a little bit apprehensive about this because Shane just broke into his place. But before he can do or say anything, Shane breaks into the right door, or the wrong door, and finds a bunch of tanks filled with walker heads, and then deeper into the room, the governor's zombified daughter, Penny. And now, Shane knows for certain that this guy really wasn't who he said he was. Them getting in here, this was just an easy lure in for people. And for someone not to have discovered this would have been stupid. Now, once again, it seems like an easy way out. It seems like all this led up to Shane being around and coming in and finding that. Seems like it was too easy. Does this mean that Shane will just ultimately kill the governor, like in my What If Sophia Joined Negan story, and the governor will be no trouble at all? Or do you think that the circumstances that have arrived thus far will prove something way different might occur with our group? What is up, guys? Back to no music, since the majority, meaning 70% of you voted for it. Back to the old format of the videos, with little to no changes once again, except for new custom thumbnails for older and now going into newer videos. We are getting into part 11 of What If Madison's family joined Rick, and Shane is about to stage his whole thing, whether or not he's going to kill the governor's zombified daughter. Let us get into it. Dale and Andrea close in right behind the governor, who was held at gunpoint before Shane smashed down every door to see if he was hiding something. And when they find out that, truth be told, he was hiding something, they really don't know what to do or say, and the governor's pleading for Shane not to do anything more than he's already done. And if someone needs to suffer, why can't it be him? But Shane ain't having none of it and just kills Penny. Sort of a Michonne move. Like I've said for him before, this is not the first time I've done this, but it really would be the way it goes. As for the governor, you can only imagine how angry he is the same way. But before he can rush at Shane, Dale tries to intervene and sway talk him out of it and say it was for the best, but he doesn't even get 50% ways through his sentence before the governor straight up decks him straight in the face. And for Dale, this would hurt a lot because he is an old man. The punch would not only probably bust his nose, but it would knock him straight into a wall where he would be dazed and confused for quite some time. But then the governor gets a taste of his own medicine and gets decked in the schnoz himself. But it's not by Shane, because believe me, that would be a lot harder. And the one who did it is Andrea, because at this point she knows that the governor, with Michonne not doing the deed herself this time, the circumstances are different. And the governor, seeing that Andrea, the closest thing that anyone from the new people had gotten to him, she'd gotten really close with him, they were talking, they really seemed to be doing like good and everything, maybe building the bond, and then she just goes ahead and betrays him and just sides with Shane after he killed his daughter, her zombified daughter, whatever. And you know what she gets because of this retaliation? A stab straight to the gut, replicating Negan's stab to Spencer. Ironic, because that's what the picture is. Anyways, Shane realizing that, oh, dang, I just goofed up. He might have actually gotten the governor's secret out, but he just probably cost the life of the one that he was talking out of being with the governor in the first place. So at this point, everything he's done has almost been for nothing. But he ain't gonna take Andrea's maybe death sitting down. He angrily grabs his shotgun and without a moment's hesitation, just points it straight at the governor's head and boom! The head blows straight off. There is nothing left of the governor except the rest of his body and a decayed part of skin left to where his head used to be. But Andrea didn't save her life. The stab wound, the governor stabbed her very hard in the gut. So her surviving this would be a freaking miracle. But it really comes down to the fact that she just can't. If someone like Spencer can't survive a stab wound to the gut, then neither can Andrea. Let's be real here. And Shane just thinks that even if he had killed the governor, would it have mattered? And this is like a Beth getting killed and then Dawn's death happening situation. So, yeah, consider this like an early stage of that since I don't really include the hospital sketch in any of my videos. And Dale, getting to his senses and recovering from the punch, realizes what has just happened and that Andrea is about to die. But honestly, as mad as he should be with Shane for causing all this, he tried to talk the governor out of it too. He was part of it. And Shane ultimately did it for the greater good. Shane kept telling everybody, and even Dale agreed, that something was wrong about the governor. Although he wasn't as insistent about it as maybe Shane or other people. He just went along with it. So he can't really hate Shane here. And Andrea, in her last moments, apologizes. She was so headstrong in being with the governor, she refused to give back the feelings that she had for the ones that she had been with the entire apocalypse. And after the whole CDC, her mind was just clouded. And even Madison's family, it didn't help. And she just wants to say that she's sorry, and especially to Shane. And she dies. Afterwards, Rick and the entire rest of the group converges in, and the whole story spits out to everybody else. Now, Rick, after hearing this, agrees that it was probably done for the greater good, although it probably could have been done in a much easier way, but because of the context of the solution, even to Rick, this was the most logical outcome. And Shane ultimately did what was best. Because Shane really hasn't, lost it here. This was just a show of, this guy's hiding a secret. The barn thing, that was Shane, Strand, and Daniel. That wasn't Shane collectively, and that was much earlier. But even so, Rick agrees that if they're going to be in charge of the town and being here instead of the prison, that they need to go somewhere, or at least around the town, or, investigate the town to make sure they have items, guns, everything they need if they're going to stay here. Because they can't just be in a town now, especially with the main leader dead, and not have the right provisions or things necessary to stay there. So he's going to go to King County, like he did originally, except in much different circumstances, and he's going to see what they can find. But he isn't going alone. Travis, Sophia, Madison, Shane, Daniel, Carl, Carol, and Lori go with him. The main group of The Walking Dead goes with him because people like Sophia and Carl want to see their hometown. Lori wants to go to keep an eye on Carl, and Carol wants to go keep an eye on Sophia. As for everybody else, go because why not check out a town they've never seen before? Why the frig not? There's no threats because the governor has just been aced. And the villager, not villager, but I say backpack guy because I don't know. But anyways, the backpack guy, he gets saved instead of being left behind. And especially with Madison's family being around, they would definitely save him. Soon enough, they get to King County and they encounter Morgan, which, they don't know is Morgan yet, and are encountered by him on top of the building. And Shane replaces Michonne to get up to the top of the building to try and do something. Because even though Michonne is present in the story, and she's more than been redeemed after the farm since she was at the farm, she still is going to be at Woodbury because there's no reason to bring her to King County because Lori and them are still around. But the shot to take Morgan down isn't done by Carl. Instead, it's done by none other than Victor Strand, who, just like before the farm, makes a dramatic appearance to show that just because he might not be present all the time doesn't mean he ain't listening or knowing about what everything is going on. Strand was always a very perceptive person, even though many of his methods were done foolishly. That's why he was a tamer Shane, in my opinion. Which, when Shane sees this, is like, he just smiles and it's like, yeah, this was to be expected. He should have known that Strand was going to come along. It was just like a given at this point. Madison, she expected the same thing because she's known Strand better than anyone. Aside from Daniel, they're the top two who know Strand the most in the context of how Madison's family has come around in the story. So, of course, Strand would do something like this. When it is revealed that it is Morgan, it is a much bigger blow to the entire point here because Rick and Carl are present, yeah, but there's no Michonne, and Lori, Carol, and Sophia are there. So when Rick says that this is the man who saved his life after he got out of the hospital, it definitely brings a bigger blow because there's more people alive that hear about it. And Carol gets to meet Morgan early. Well, not really. He's unconscious, but you get what I mean. And Madison agrees with Rick that they should at least wait for him to wake up and see what's going on and not kill him. Because if he's really the man who saved Rick and got him this far and, got for him to meet up with Madison's family and everything, then she thinks that they owe him a little bit. So they're going to wait for him to wake up. But with people like Shane, Strand, and Daniel around, again, conveniently, do you think that this will end good for Morgan in this timeline? Or do you think that his fate will be decided truly much earlier? Hey guys, Nick here, and today we are getting into part 13 of What If Madison's Family Joined Rick. We are getting into Rick and Shane going to King County, while the remainder of the group, which you can check out all of them in the last part, and we'll get more disclosure on this in this part, are staying with Morgan to make sure he doesn't do anything crazy. But Rick and Shane are in King County right now to see if Dwayne is really there or not, at Morgan's old house. Now, the house is decayed and overgrown, but not as much as we saw in Fear when Morgan revisits it. When the two get there, Rick says to look everywhere and anywhere, inside the house, outside the house, anywhere Dwayne could possibly be, whether he is alive, whether he is dead, whether he is a walker, whether he's... It really doesn't matter, as long as they scour every which and where of the house, even looking to see if Morgan was telling the truth about shooting Jenny, because at this point, Rick's starting to believe a little bit of what everybody's been saying, and just wants to see if it actually holds up. So, Shane agrees, and the two search everywhere. They begin to search inside the house first, at different corners, obviously, because splitting up ground, even though Shane came because it was safer, splitting up ground, at least inside the house, would be for the best. Soon enough, they do come across the body of Jenny, and it is not as decayed as it was whenever we see it with Morgan in Fear the Walking Dead, because we're still 12, 13, 14 seasons of both Fear the Walking Dead and The Walking Dead earlier than when we saw this. So, yeah, obviously it's not going to be as decayed. Soon enough, Rick and Shane make their way inside, outside, every corner, which and where of Morgan's house. And besides Jenny's decayed walker body, they find nothing. And it really just goes to show maybe Morgan was telling the truth. Or maybe he's still hiding something because Dwayne's still not anywhere here. And this could prove a little bit of trouble, especially back to the people back at the apartment. But then, right when they're about to leave, they hear something. It's coming from inside. A light creaking and banging noise. They go inside to where the noise is coming from, and they find a door that they didn't open yet. And the door leads to some kind of secret room, like an attic or a cellar. And they're surprised that they didn't hear this before. They had sworn that they'd check every part of the house. But Rick says it really doesn't matter at this point, that they should just check it. Because if there's any way that Dwayne could be here, this is the only way. Otherwise, it's just some random walker. But when they get up there, it is a walker. Dwayne's walker. The same walker we see in Fear the Walking Dead Season 8. And obviously would be way less decayed, but his face would still be torn apart because he was bit by Jenny. But he would still be way less decayed because of way earlier time. He would be almost like a fresh walker at this point. And sure enough, this just confirms to Rick and Shane that Morgan wasn't lying. He wasn't hiding anything. Sure, he might have hid where, like, what fully happened to Dwayne after the whole bite incident, but he wasn't lying about him getting bit or anything. He was just lying about keeping where the location was. I mean, it's his kid. And with how crazed he must have been afterwards, it's no wonder. And Rick feels like he messed up here. So he walks forward and shoots Walker Dwayne straight in the head. And this would be a pretty much representation of what he did to Sophia in the original, because remember, that never happened here. And Nick is the one who killed Chris back at the farm. It was way different circumstances, so this would almost be like Rick doing it to Sophia here. This is Rick's first turn of character in this story, because he really hasn't lost anyone or nothing bad's happened to him so far. Back at the apartment, Morgan just flashes all of a sudden. His eyes become red with alert, and he is in the clear state of mind. Because he can't even place it himself, but he feels that something has happened. But with his cold, clear state and his crazy state of mind, he doesn't even know what he's doing himself. It all becomes a blur, and all he sees is red, like he has before. And with strength unlike anyone we could have seen up till this point, whether he's in cuffs or restraints, it doesn't matter. Morgan breaks free of them within the flick of 2 seconds. And everyone is surprised by this because this happened so fast. It's like Morgan just snapped. He was so quiet after Madison left him alone. And it's like that didn't even matter because they don't know what's going on. And then Morgan grabs the closest thing to him, the weapon he used to try and stab Rick. Because remember, that didn't happen here. He grabs a knife and goes to kill someone, anyone, because he's not thinking clearly. Madison goes to try and stop him because not any of them have experienced craziness to this level, but she gets her arm sliced instead. Travis then tries his hand and makes sure that Madison's out of the way before he does do that, so that way she doesn't get hurt anymore. But Travis tries his hand in trying to restrain Morgan, but he's just absolutely no match. We've seen how angry Travis can get, but it's just not enough. Crazy Morgan is just far too cunning and strong for him. Not maybe cunning, but just too angry and strong. and Travis is just no contest. He gets stabbed in the neck by the knife and pushed into one of Morgan's traps. And if the knife stab to the throat didn't kill him, getting thrown into one of Morgan's traps most certainly definitely did. And Travis is hereby dead. Living to a season 3 at least, far longer than he would have in the original story, so there's that. Strand then goes into attack, putting Morgan to the ground and putting him in a similar fight to how they did in season 6, but obviously way different given the circumstances, the place, the character development, just everything about this fight would be different. And Strand is fighting for Madison and the family now. He's not fighting for himself yet. Daniel cuts the tension short with his gun, shooting Morgan straight in the chest, ending his assault on everybody. Strand then takes the opportunity to right-cross Morgan straight in the face, putting him down, if he wasn't already from the gunshot to the chest, and Madison aims her gun furiously at Morgan, not only to put him down, but because he literally just killed her husband. Just then, as luck would have it, Rick and Shane appear just with convenient timing, and Rick yells at everybody asking what the crap are they doing? Everything was put in stone. He told them specifically not to engage, unless Morgan engaged first. So he demands an explanation as to what has just happened. Strand says that they didn't do this of their own accord. Strand said that he wanted to do it at first, but he chose against it. But then Morgan all of a sudden snapped, killed Travis, sliced Madison's arm, and the only reason they were about to kill him is because he snapped first, and say that he should have just killed him to begin with, but he wanted to be nice. Hearing this, Shane just knew he should have expected something like this from Strand, but not everybody else. And even though it's very highly, pretty much impossible, he does have a very good explanation as to why Morgan might have snapped. And he goes on, because this is still tame Shane. He hasn't done anything besides the governor exposing to really change his character. So he leaves Rick to tell the story. Rick says that when they got to Morgan's house, they found nothing but a cellar with Dwayne's walker. And it just goes to show that while Morgan might have been keeping where Dwayne was after he got bit a secret, he wasn't lying about his story. And he put him down because he felt responsible for going along with this. So he put him down for the greater good. Morgan all of a sudden flashes his eyes open again, but this time they're blood red, like we saw in season 5 of the original story. Now, the whole thing of his eyes then were because he got shot, but here I'm doing that not only because he got shot, last time he got shot in the shoulder, not the stomach, but still. Not only because of that, but because Morgan is just like, any clear Morgan we've seen, this is like demon clear Morgan. Let's just leave it at that. No side of him is compassionate at this point. Not even listening to reason. But Rick turns to Morgan, who's on the ground, and slowly opening his eyes, getting ready to possibly attack again, and says that he didn't want to do this or not believe him, but it's what had to be done. He couldn't just leave Dwayne there as a walker. It wouldn't be right. And that he's really, really sorry for his friend. But Morgan, any side of him that was the old clear Morgan that might have been able to listen or talk is gone. Is absolutely 110%, without a doubt, gone. And says that he feels that Rick is responsible for all this, and he does not deem him a friend anymore. After all this, after saving his life, this is how he repays him? By not believing him, by doing all this, and then killing his son's walker. He left him up there for a reason, and unlike the Morgan who didn't know he was up there, this Morgan knows, because remember, he's still crazy, beyond crazy, and says that if he and everyone here doesn't get out of here right now, they're gonna join that guy Travis there on that track. Dead. They all have 5 seconds to get out of here and never come back, because he is getting really ready to just kill every single one of them. Any compassion he had for Rick at this point is gone. He trusted him. He saved him. And this is how they throw it all in his face with all these new people and everything like that. He is done with Rick. And his eyes, blood red. Not only from the gunshot with him slowly dying, but just pure, unadulterated, bloody malice deem into Rick's very being. And this hits Rick hard, not only for fear of what Morgan will do to all of them, but betrayal. He did all this because he wanted Morgan to trust him again. He wanted him to know that he didn't want to go along with this, but Morgan's just not listening. And this really, really breaks Rick. And besides shooting Dwayne's walker, this is the first sign of real character development that Rick would have had in this story. And knows that they just have to go. And every one of them leaves without a second thought. Back at Woodbury, Daryl is put in charge because they're realistically, besides, like, I don't know, Nick, Alicia, stuff like that. Besides them, there really isn't anyone, like, also Dale, to really be put in charge. So Daryl is obviously the one to be put in charge here until Rick and them get back. And everything seems to be going good, nothing too out of the ordinary, everyone recovering after the whole governor incident, whenever all of a sudden they hear a bunch of knocks at the door. And they're thinking that these are walkers, but they open up the door to find 3 people with a truck behind them. Their names are Abraham, Rosita, and Eugene. Abraham steps up, introduces him and the 2 of his sidekicks, and says that they are here for help, and that Eugene has the cure for all of this, and he wants every one of this people's town to join them in their quest to save the world. Now, with everything that's happened with Morgan and Rick and all of them, how will them coming back to all of this affect the rest of the story? Do you think that they'll even want to join Abraham and Rosita and Eugene? And if they do, how do you think the story will progress? Hey guys, Nick here, and today we are on to part 14 of What If Madison's Family Joined Rick, and we are getting on to Abraham, Rosita, and Eugene talking to the group and seeing what their resolve is in coming with them to find the supposed cure for the zombie virus and how Rick and them will react once they return to Woodbury. Now let's get into it. Once the 3 arrive and greet themselves and tell everybody who they are and what they're doing, why they want them to come with them, Daryl says that it's truly not up to him, nor anybody else here. The leaders of this town, or the now leaders of this town, more or less, are away and should be back soon, and they'll all talk it over. Soon enough, after not that much time, ironically, Lori, Carol, Carl, Daniel, Madison, Sophia, Shane, and Rick all come back to Woodbury, but the mood from them is very confusing because every one of them seems sad or down, and everybody questions this, well, mainly everybody. And Madison unfortunately has to break the news to people like Nick and Alicia, and mainly just those 2, honestly, and maybe Ophelia, but I don't really know what. You know what, never mind. It really doesn't matter. It's mainly Nick and Alicia. The news that Travis is dead, what happened, Morgan, and all that other stuff. But after all that is said and done, Daryl says that 3 people appeared here not too long ago, ironically, and they want to see if they want to go with them, and they should probably talk to them. So Rick and Madison both agree, obviously just the 2 of them mainly, to talk to the 3 of them and see what's going on. So Abraham pulls Rick and Madison aside, or rather they pull him aside, or whatever, and say that they came to Woodbury and are looking for help because Eugene knows the cure to save the world and fix everything that happened. After some time to think about this and hear what Abraham has to say, Rick and Madison agree that really they have this place, but really they don't have anything else to do. They just have the town. That's it. So they ultimately agree. And we have a huge group right now, which I've touched upon in earlier stories, but this one in particular, with Madison's family, it is humongous. We have the backpack dude, Beth, Jimmy, Maggie, Alicia, Sasha, Bob, Abraham, Oscar, Milton, Lizzie, Lori, David, Carol, Karen, Glenn, Gargiulio, Rick, Alan, Strand, T-Dog, Tyrese, Ben, Madison, Rosita, Daryl, Michonne, Sophia, Mika, Ophelia, Shane, Axel, Merle, Herschel, Big Tiny, Daniel, Dale, Nick, Tim, Crowley, Martinez, Eugene, and Carl. Kind of messed up there at the end, but we have a lot of people. So that is our group for this point in the story. Now, I bet you guys are wondering, what about the claimers? Well, I want to ask you guys a little question. You guys know how about in many other stories that I focused on them just ambushing the group out of the ordinary. I've done it with What If Amy Survived, What If, like, other what ifs in general. I've had them ambush the group and then end up killing, like, a few people and then dying right away. Right? Boring! Using some of the same methods is good and all, but for this particular story, I feel that taking a different approach with them would be a really good plot twist. Sort of like what I did with What If Sophia Joined Negan, where I had him join the governor and then, you know, do that. I want to really bring something else to the table rather than using some of the other things that I do, which is why I end up changing it up in some videos. Kinda what I need to do sometimes. But the plot twist for how the claimers will be introduced will be in another part, which will be like next part or something. Now, for the Chandler family, honestly, I usually go with the fact that Tara ends up being the only one that survives and joins the Saviors. Changing that up too. Not too much, but you'll see. At the Chandler residence, David still ends up turning, and Lily ends up getting herself bit. So Tara is left to take care of Megan alone. And it's not just Tara that lives this time, but Megan too. And you might think that I'm just going to have her and Megan join the Saviors and that's that. Well, no. I'm actually going to bring a little bit more to the table, not just for Tara and for Megan, but for a lot more people. Because eventually they find the little refuge camp with all the people and Pete and everything, and Mitch and everything like that, except no Governor, no Lily, and no Martinez. And Pete is still alive because the Governor wouldn't be there to kill him. Eventually, yes, they do come across Negan, but this time it's not just Tara. They actually have Pete and Tara and Megan and a lot more people than just one. And Pete, seeing as his group and them have been around and on the road for quite a decent amount of time at this point, sees that there's really no choice and agrees to work alongside Negan. So, Pete and his whole group there, including Tara and Megan, join Negan and the Saviors. And this also means that Negan will have a tank now. And if you thought the Governor was something with a tank, we have the Saviors with a tank. which will play into major regards in the future parts of the story. Now, eventually, going back to Rick and Madison's group, we come across the terminus signs, and yeah. Rick and Madison, on one hand, they have two sides to this. On one hand, this could be a good opportunity on their way to Washington and maybe see if this place is for real. Because Rick still did believe that, and with a lighter personnel on his part, besides Morgan and the Dwayne thing, he would agree that this might be a good idea. Madison's iffy. But the main three, surprise, surprise, who think that this is bullcrap are Daniel, Strand, and Shane. No surprise there at all. If you guys have been paying attention to how they have operated these past, throughout the story. And they agree that, while this might be a sort of good idea, it just seems too good to be true, especially with how the governor was when they came to Woodbury. So, ultimately, they make a plan to see if this place is for real, and they split the group into two halves. Rick takes one group, with Carol, T-Dog, Gargiulio, Bob, Maggie, Nick, Big Tiny, Tyrese, Daniel, Abraham, Michonne, Alicia, Strand, Martinez, Axel, Glenn, Shane, Sasha, Oscar, Rosita, and Alan. Man, this is so hard to say all that in one take. But, yeah, Rick takes that part of the group, and they're going to go to Terminus and check it out, while the other part stays behind and scopes things out to see if they need help. Madison leads the other group in that regard. Herself, Dale, Merle, Daryl, Carl, Eugene, Tim, Crowley, Herschel, Ophelia, Mika, Sophia, Ben, Beth, David, Lori, Milton, Jimmy, Karen, and the backpack dude. I realized that in that huge list I might have missed Ophelia at least, maybe took her for another character, but to be fair, we have a huge group in this story, so little mistake. But anyways, side note, we actually get a pretty cool dynamic with Carol's perspective of character, with Sophia, Mika, and Lizzie, pretty much all, besides Sophia, daughter figures, which Sophia's already her daughter, so not too much to go off of there. But, like my What If Sophia Joined Negan story, really not being the center of attention and feeling like she's just almost put to the side more than, because it's not just Mika around now that Carol looks at, besides Lizzie. Sophia's there too. And because of Sophia's influence, Lizzie gets a little bit jelly. And in turn, this causes her to be violent and almost attack Carol, in which case Carol realizes that Lizzie is just a threat to the group and herself and her daughter and Mika, and has to put her down. It's a much different way. Lizzie has been put out in much different ways than all my stories, because really, it's just how it would go. Either because of her being crazy for walkers, or jealousy. Now, how will the whole Terminus thing go, with the group being split into two big halves? Do you think that there is some kind of twist at Terminus that we aren't expecting that will somehow make these two halves lose a bunch of people? Or do you think that this is going to be a washout for the cannibals? Hey guys, it is Nick here, and we are on with part 15 of What If Madison's Family Joined Rick. Now, before we get into the Terminus whole deal there, since I explained the groups that would be, for one, going and two, staying behind to scope the situation in case the first group needs help, before we get into what goes on, I'm going to explain relationships, since it's been a minute since I touched on that in the series. So, obviously, some of these are going to be pretty self-explanatory. Rick's with Lori, Beth is still with Jimmy, so yeah. Glenn and Maggie, once again, don't really have much to talk about because both of them are still around. one of the two being around. It's just how it is. Daryl's still with Alicia, and their relationship's still growing nicely. Bob is with Sasha. Abraham's with Rosita, because we just got introduced to him, like, last episode, or the episode before, so nothing to talk about there. Tyrese is with Karen, because Karen's still alive. Shane is with Michonne, which I've done a few other times. Ophelia is with Nick. Carl is with Sophia, like many people wanted in my What If Sophia Joined Negan series. And last but not least, Carol is still with Daniel. And with all that out of the way, if you guys need to catch up on which group is going where and all that other stuff, check out the last part. But with all that said and done, we will get into the actual episode itself and discuss what will happen at Terminus. Now, Rick's portion of the group goes down to Terminus, and whenever they go in and, see them before they see Rick's group, like what Rick said that he wanted to do when they first met in the original series, when they meet, it pretty much goes the way you would expect, except with a lot more people, which just makes Gareth's group, uneasy, but they still play it cool. But soon enough, to many people in Rick's group, the obviousness of them being, not friendly is just way too obvious, per se, with Rick's group, with like Shane and Strand and stuff like that there. So, soon enough, even though no one got kidnapped from their group, a gun battle rings out, an actual one, like a big one, and Gareth and his company have no choice but to defend themselves, because this was just, I feel that this would happen earlier on, not like right inside the whole building there, but I feel like maybe when they got outside or something. But anyways, a gun battle would ensue, killing pretty much all the cannibals, except maybe one or two that would try to escape and then get killed. But we do have some casualties, though. Even though this was sudden, we have casualties. Oscar and Big Tiny lose their lives. So, I mean, we have a big group here, so 2 is barely a bad number. But if it were important characters, it would obviously matter more. With that said, that pretty much wraps up Gareth's little party there. Then we cut to Madison's group and them staying behind. Soon enough, looking around, one of them finds a cabin, which they did not see before because they've been moving around with all of them, because it's pretty much a very big group split between the two. Like I said, look at the last episode to see just how big. But anyways, one of them finds a cabin, and they all proceed to check it out, just in case there's more than the group down there. And what they find inside is very shocking. Because you know how I said that the claimers weren't getting introduced for a specific reason, to not, like, repeat past videos? This is where they do get introduced. Because they might not be teaming up with the cannibals here, because them themselves in the canon storyline said that they didn't believe in the Terminus place. They were all, whenever they were talking to Daryl before they saw Rick and Michonne. So they wouldn't team up with Martin or Gareth or anyone. The circumstances just allowed them to be in the same area near the time when Rick and Madison and that whole group came into the place. So it just allowed them to come here. We lose Tim, Crowley, Ben, David, Jimmy, Karen, and the backpack dude. So kind of small characters, but at this time it's a substantial number because this was a surprise ambush. And from then forth, the rest of Madison's company is forced back and an arrow and gunfight ensues. We still get plenty of people, well, kind of, in Madison's group, so you could say it's like a 50-50 between the fight, but it is more of a win for the Claimers and Martin, because this was a surprise ambush, unlike at Terminus, where it just kind of happened when they were all together. Martin, seeing as the Claimers seemed to be, working with him, even though they're kind of not, decides that maybe you know what? Maybe I should go and check on Gareth and his company just so I could get out of here without getting killed. Pretty much a just Martin move. But unfortunately, that doesn't play out to the standards in which he would want, because he is then stopped by Merle, which Merle taunts him a little, thinking that he could get away, and then kills him. But then, he is punched straight down and put to the ground by Joe. Not killed, just punched and put to the ground. And then Joe is taunting Merle, sort of as backlash for just taunting him. That would be a Joe move. And then Daryl punches Joe and puts him on the ground without taunting him. It would probably just be a small Daryl retort. So everyone's getting punched to the ground today. But Daryl did punch Joe in the canon storyline, so you could say this is the same thing, except it's happening later in the story and with much different circumstances. So Daryl then kills Joe, and the rest of the claimers, seeing the leader and Martin dead, are killed inevitably too. But we do lose one more person in the name of Herschel, and Ophelia is injured, kind of badly, but she is not killed. So Ophelia fans out there, she and Nick will still have a relationship, and Ophelia will still be alive for now. She's not, spoiler alert, she's not going to live for the whole story. Neither is Nick, but they are getting some pretty good moments in the story with them being around. Especially considering, like, Ophelia. She's lived longer than she would have in the Fear the Walking Dead timeline. Nick kind of too here pretty soon. But anyways, after all this, seeing as though they've lost a substantial amount of people, Abraham thinks that they should just head to Washington now and avoid further casualties. But just then, speaking of casualties, they hear Father Gabriel's pleas for help and go inevitably to save him. So we still get Father Gabriel joining the group and then going to his church, which all plays out the same way. Just another play out the same way kind of moment, except more people, kind of different reactions, different character development, and yeah. With all that said, ain't too much to talk about there for the moment, and also, like I've done before, no need to put in the hospital group because no circumstance here, or in really any of my stories, allows the hospital or dawn to even happen. So, yeah, they're X out of the equation. But don't think that I'm skipping out forever on the hospital arc. I'm not. It's just for the certain stories I can't put her or any of the hospital group in. It's just the story itself. Now, for the food bank group and who goes there, pretty straightforward. Rick, Strand, Madison, and Shane. Pretty much the four main leaders of the group, seeing as they've already lost so many people, better take their best people out there to make sure that this simple run doesn't turn into something, you know, more catastrophic. And Bob and Sasha, I feel, would come along for extra support, at least. I'll give them that. And if you think that Bob's still going to get bitten here and, oh, another casualty, why would you do that? No. With Strand and Shane there, and Rick and Madison in general, more so Shane and Strand, Father Gabe is not going to be able to do anything stupid and get Bob bit, or anyone bit. So, nobody gets bit, nobody dies. Now, for the Washington group, the only change, really, is the build-up is pretty much the same, except we are Xing out in the character of Tara and filling her shoes with Milton, because he's still alive in this point in the story, which I've done before. But, since I've done things differently before, here's the question you guys gotta ask yourselves. And, because I'm stopping here, kind of adds a little bit more suspense. Do you think that Milton being around in the form of this story will prevent Abraham from punching Eugene and getting him all mad? Or do you think that Milton's just going to cause something that will mean something greater for himself and Eugene, and might even lead to one of them dying in the near future? Hey guys, Nick here. Today we're getting into part 16 of What If Madison's Family Joined Rick. Now, we are going to be getting into the Washington, D.C. section as well as a bit into Alexandria today. And with that said, let's get into it. Like I said in the last episode, the Washington, D.C. group would remain the same except no Tara. And in place of her, we have Milton. The reason I stopped last time is because Milton is going to play a key factor in today's episode and what will happen with his character. Now, whenever Eugene reveals that he lied about the cure and everything, Milton tries to back him up before Abraham does anything rash, and says that while he did lie, it was for the best and survival and everything. It's what the world's about now. And Abraham doesn't have to do anything rash. But this doesn't exactly sit well with Abraham, and ends up with Milton getting the beating that Abraham did to Eugene. The 3 big punches, possibly even more for butting in. And yeah, Milton's the one sitting on the ground. Eugene, after seeing this, is pretty angry and upset because his lie just cost Milton his best friend to get beat to the frickin' ground, to a bloody pulp. And the most character development, this would be early character development, 5-6 seasons early, punches Abraham straight to the ground. And Eugene, the only time we saw him punch anybody, really, was in season 11 when he punched Sebastian. So this would be very early character development. But anyways, before Abraham can try and attack Eugene now, Daniel shows up. Because these two are friends and Daniel had secretly followed them the entire way. So, he felt the right opportunity now to step in and, disclose that he was here and that Abraham just needs to stop. Now, we don't know too much about Daniel and Abraham really, but sources and leaks pretty much identify that these two were friends. So even if for the context of the story, since Daniel and Madison's family joined Rick early on, I still feel that they would be friends. If not, they would become friends. So I feel that this would happen nonetheless. Anyways, with that and everything from the last episode out of the way regarding Gabriel's church and so on, we can now safely get into Alexandria, and the whole group going there remains the same, except no Tara and no Noah, and the survivors that we have, including Madison's family, consist of such: Shane, Alan, Tyrese, Gargiulio, Martinez, Sophia, Bob, Beth, Daniel, Axel, Milton, Alicia, Lori, Madison, Nick, Merle, Mika, T-Dog, Dale, Ophelia, and Strand. Now, I've had similar big groups like this before, but with Madison's group being in tow since the very beginning, that has allowed for a lot more characters to survive, even though we had a bunch off in the last episode because of the claimers, but that was just more or less a surprise attack, if anything else. But anyways, the group has to converge in the barn because of the storm. They meet Aaron, kind of like they would in the original story with Rick's original group. And the whole build-up to Alexandria plays out similarly, except Aaron's a bit more uneasy because there are so many more people, and a bunch of them seem hostile. But Rick and Madison both tell Aaron that there's nothing to worry about if they won't harm him, or, any of the group. Now, the interviews and such play out the same way for Rick's portion of the group, but as for survivors, they have their own little interactions too. But for Madison and her family, the interviews are very different. Besides Rick and the company that we are familiar with in the original The Walking Dead. But with Madison's family, it's so much more different. Because Madison goes on to explain that they weren't always together. They lived in a way different place, but it got burned to the ground. They ended up finding themselves in Atlanta, finding Rick, and pretty much a blessing in disguise that saved their lives. Cost them one of their own, Travis, but she's thankful to Rick. And Deanna is very surprised by this. She wasn't expecting a story from people who came pretty much across the world to converge in Atlanta and then meet with another group of travelers and forge this whole big family. Rick's group and all those survivors, that was one thing, even in the original story. But adding in Madison's family into the mix, for someone like Deanna, this is just outstanding. Now, the whole thing with Glenn and Aiden plays out as you would expect, with Glenn punching Aiden, except Tara and Noah's spots would be filled with, like, Tyrese, Bob, Sasha, small characters like that, really. It really doesn't matter. The end result makes Glenn punch Aiden regardless, so, yeah. Now for jobs. We're going to talk about that real quick, because usually when we have a bunch of survivors and stories, like from Rick's point of view in that group, I don't really go into the real jobs of what they would have, especially with the original characters that would be in Alexandria already, because it's either self-explanatory or already explained in the story. So, because of Madison's family being here, I'm going to touch on to what jobs the whole group would have. Rick and Shane would be the constables, the cops, and Michonne, since she's with Shane, I feel that regardless of whether or not she would be with Shane, she would still get a third constable job nonetheless. Now we're going to talk about survivors and Madison's family. Alan, who's still around, would get a job at the Watchtower because he's really the only job I think you could give him. Tyrese would be with Glenn, Abe, and Nicholas. Gargiulio would be with the likes of Daryl and Aaron, someone who I really didn't expect to think to make it this far, and Merle would also go because, obviously, Martinez would be the next one to go on the Watchtowers because he was it's just another self-explanatory job. Sophia would be with Carol, tending to the elderly and, the job that Carol had in the original story, along with Mika, because obviously. Now, Bob and Beth would assist Denise in the medicine department, which would make Denise much more comfortable and not really as unsure of herself as she is when, the wolves attack or anything. So it will definitely help out her character in that segment. Now, since Abraham and Daniel are best friends, they are going to work at the construction crew together. So Abraham won't be alone this time here doing that. I mean, he wasn't alone, but regarding the group, he was. Now, for Axel, I'm going to take a page out of What If Sophia Joined Negan, the end of that story that I did with Big Tiny, and point Axel in charge of the prison area, which is kind of poetic. It's just that Axel's glad that he doesn't have to be in a prison cell this time. Alicia would be another obvious pick to go with Daryl and Aaron because, Daryl and Alicia are together. It would make sense. Lori, Maggie, and Madison would all have counselor or advisor jobs, sort of like Maggie did in the original, and Lori, I've said to prove, would be a good role for that too. And adding Madison to that, it really fits her character as well as Lori's. And Maggie, I'm not really going to switch up her job because there's no need to. So that's the job for the three of them. Nick would be another pick for the medicine department, which makes 3 extra people for the medicine department, which would not only be a big boost for the help of Alexandria and tending to people, but it would be a dramatic improvement for Denise's character. Now, T-Dog, I'm going to stick with Father Gabriel, just because there's really nowhere else I could think to put him, and because, from what we know of his biography and background, at least before the apocalypse, it's just really a suitable place to put him in the church department, which would help Father Gabriel's, suspicion about the group, but definitely not sway him from possibly renting them out in the future. Now, Dale, who's still alive, by the way, really stretching out Dale and Herschel's lives, especially what if Sophia joined Negan, I made Herschel live to the end. Didn't expect Dale to live this long either. But anyways, he would be another advisor in the group, which makes 4 besides Deanna and Reg. So, pretty good listing there. Ophelia, I'm going to stick with Carol, Sophia, and Mika, for just simplicity's sake. And Strand, last but not least, I'm sticking with Reg for building and that stuff. What was Noah going to do, basically? Now, I bet you guys are wondering why I haven't mentioned Milton. It's because he is definitely going to play a part in the next episode, but the whole Abraham beating him up thing really took a toll on him way more so than it did Eugene. But what does this mean? Does this mean that he's probably going to seek revenge on Abraham? Or does it mean that he will be more endeared to Eugene to maybe get him to turn on Abraham? Hey guys, Nick here, and today we are going to be getting into part 17 of What If Madison's Family Joined Rick. Now, hope you guys have enjoyed the series so far, and now we are going to be seeing what job or why I kept Milton from getting a job, because the whole Abraham punching him thing really hit him hard. And this would be a dramatic change for Milton's character than either the story or me has ever done. Will he actually intend on killing Abraham, or will he get Eugene to help him? We will see right now. Milton is in his house thinking, and he really has just come to terms with the fact that Abraham just needs to go. He has plagued his mind too much since that whole incident at Washington. And so, Milton ultimately, against his better judgment, any kind of Milton, plucks up courage to go to Deanna and talk and ask where Abraham is. And, with that said, Deanna, thinking nothing of it, allows him to go to the place where Abraham and Daniel are with the construction crew and managing pretty much all the work. Then, the Walker thing happens, and that pretty much goes as you would expect. But suddenly, more start to appear. And this is strange because it seemed like the area was clear. But with Abraham and Daniel leading the charge, no one gets bit, even though no one did get bit before, to my knowledge. And no one is shot or anything like that. Because Abraham alone, especially with Daniel, are more than enough to take out even the more of the walkers that are surprisingly coming out of nowhere. And once everything is said and done, Abraham goes behind one of the trucks to just get a break and scope out at least one of the areas to see if he could find out where they were coming from. But while he's relaxing and scoping things out, he hears a voice telling him to put his hands up and drop his weapons. It's Milton. He's holding a gun, and he's holding it right, he's pointing it right at Abraham. And this seriousness and direct manner coming from Milton of all people would be very surprising. And you thought Eugene punching Abraham was something? Well, yeah, it's because Milton being around, at least in this story, makes that happen. But Abraham, thinking nothing of this, thinking that this is some practical joke, smirks at Milton, saying, you're not really going to use bang! And Milton, surprising the absolute crap out of Abraham, shoots the ground right next to him, showing that he ain't playing no games. And this really shocks Abraham, because Eugene, that was one thing, but Milton, he seemed pretty much in the same ballpark. But then he starts to connect the dots as why that Milton might be doing this. But he asks for himself, being very confused. Milton looks him dead in the eye with a seriousness that makes Abraham step back a little, because this would be a very serious moment, especially coming from someone like Milton, and tells him that all he tried to do in Washington was protect his friend, even if he did lie, and Abraham took it too far, and now he's come to ultimately take him down. Abraham snaps at this, saying that it wasn't none of Milton's business, and although he's sorry for punching him and nearly killing him, he had no place, even if Eugene was his friend, to get into the business that they were in before they even met. And yes, he wanted to save the world, but you can't expect him to have not freaked out when Eugene lied. And Milton, yes, once again he admits that he's sorry for punching him and nearly killing him, but he's the one now taking this too far, wanting to kill him, and that he needs to step down and put the gun down. We could talk about this. But Milton just points it even further and even steps a foot closer to Abraham, showing that any part of Milton that was capable of listening, that niceness of him, that very thing that made Milton Milton, is gone. And he's about to take the shot and kill Abraham when all of a sudden, bang! A gunshot rings out. But who it hit is surprising. Right into Milton's stomach. Daniel is the one who shot. He had seen and even heard, since the conversation was getting louder, pretty much the whole conversation, and came to save Abraham. Bang! The next shot goes right into Milton's head, killing him. Abraham thanks Daniel for this, and ultimately he thinks he could have taken care of it himself. But, yeah, even he has to admit that this scared him, because he wasn't expecting this from Milton. But then gets worried, and is like, what are we going to tell Eugene and everybody else? Daniel just looks at his friend and says, well, there's no use in lying to them. I'm going to have to tell them the truth. Milton brought this upon himself. So, they go the way back to Alexandria. Now, let's cut to Glenn, Aiden, Nicholas, and that whole charade. Since Tara and Noah are not present here, because Noah's at the hospital, Tara's with the Saviors, it's a whole deal. Tyrese is taking the part of both of those people. So whenever the grenade goes off, Tyrese gets injured, but is still able to pull through and help, because Tyrese by this time would be decently strong, more strong than he was in the original story. Aiden dies, and then we get to the sliding glass door scene, which unfortunately means that Tyrese would die here. Kind of a fake out, I know, for him to really die literally in the same scene, but to be real, for him getting injured and taking the part of two characters, really, it's the only way forward for him. And honestly, even if I were to make him survive, at this point, with how the story's gone, there's not too much that would really make him, like, a key role in the story, if you guys get what I'm saying. And since Tyrese was much closer to the group than Noah, which I've touched on before, like with T-Dog and Bob and stuff like that, if it were any one of those people, then Glenn would beat Nicholas way harder. Noah might have been important to the group, but not as important as, like, main rules, like Tyrese and Bob and T-Dog. They were much more important. And they all just died beforehand. Meanwhile, back at Alexandria, Gabriel rats on the group, because I feel that nothing would stop him from doing so. Dale overhears this, being a very master, like, overhearer, especially with Rick and Shane and everything like that, goes to tell Madison, and then spread the word to Lori and Maggie, who are all in the same area and even possibly in the same house, because keep in mind, they all have the counselor rules. So, yeah, for one of them to not be in the house and overhear this like Maggie did would definitely be overstepping it. And they all go and tell Rick about what's happened. Carol has just arrived with Rick, or not arrived, but just found Rick where he was. And he's walking with Shane and tells Rick and Shane about Pete abusing Jesse. And Shane, seeing Shane, gives Carol an idea. Just like my What If Rick Spared Shane remake, Shane is going to be the one to fight Pete here. Or not so much fight as in, like, pretty much just beat him to a bloody pulp like Ed. Because Carol remembers how he saved her from Ed back at the camp. So, asking him to do this? Walk in the park, really? And she asks him to do it because she feels more comfortable, not much more, but it's just more natural for Shane to do this. And Rick agrees, because even though he didn't see it, he also thinks that since Shane dealt with Ed, this should be no problem. He doesn't have to get his hands dirty. And just before they're all about to just go their own ways, Shane, Pete, and everything like that, Lori, Maggie, Dale, and Madison all convey right in the area of where the three people are, and say about how Gabriel has just ratted out the group, and their time here could be in trouble. Now, knowing that there are two threats in this community to be dealt with, this puts Rick and Shane especially on edge, because they didn't think that something simple would have another little... It's just always something. It's always something. And Rick decides that the best thing to do, Shane can go deal with Pete, problem solved, and Rick will go with the others to talk to Deanna and sort this out and hope that it comes to nothing. We then cut to Daryl and Aaron, and accompanied by Alicia, Merle, and Gargiulio, who are all going on the run to find the people and then go to the place where all the trucks are and try and find the guy with the red poncho and everything. Pretty much everything that went down before, like I've touched on, except Alicia, Merle, and Gargiulio are accompanying them. But something really important we need to talk about, which will be the closing for this episode. Morgan. Because if you guys remember, because of the whole Dwayne thing and Madison and Strand being around, especially, and Travis being killed by Morgan, do you think that Morgan will never meet Eastman and be a vengeful man looking to find Rick and kill him? Or do you think that when he does meet Eastman and try and save Daryl and them, that the group will just kill him for what he's done to Travis and tried to do to everybody else? Will he be the Morgan that we knew before, or a much more vengeful monster? Hey guys, it's Nick here, and today we will be getting into part 18 of What If Madison's family joined Rick. And today we will be getting to see what has become of Morgan since that eerily dark encounter in Season 3, which would be Season 3 anyway, and see where he's been, what he's been up to, and what will change with his character. Now, Morgan did try to go after Rick and Madison and all them when he threatened Rick to leave or he would kill more than just Travis. But soon enough after trying to go after him, some time after the group had left, he realizes through his craziness that if he doesn't take the bullet out that he had been shot with, he'll die. So eventually he stops at a building, an abandoned one of course, takes out the bullet, and eventually just gives up. Because even if, wherever they are, he's not going to find Rick for some time. And through this search, kills the two strangers, and meets Eastman still. And it is even harder for Eastman to try and help him. Because this Morgan is far darker than the Savage Morgan that we ever saw through the entirety of The Walking Dead. This Morgan is much darker. And so it takes longer to help Morgan, but Eastman is still able to do it. And eventually Morgan is not focused on killing Rick and them anymore. And his mind is finally settled. It takes much longer, but it still does work. But Eastman has to put in twice the effort that he thought possible. He's really surprised by Morgan. But anyways, Eastman still does get bit. Morgan goes on his own to find Rick and, obviously make up for what he did. Encounters Owen, fights him and Edward, the wolves. And then we cut to Daryl, Alicia, Merle, Gargiulio, and Aaron at the building where the wolves and the trucks were. Well, the wolf walkers. Anyway, not the wolves themselves. And Morgan does save them. But afterwards, well, first, want to mention that with Morgan's help and 5 people being there besides him, they are actually able to kill all the walkers there. And it's not like there was a huge amount, but there was still enough that Daryl, Aaron, and Morgan in the original couldn't have taken them all down. But they are able to here with 6 people. And afterwards, Morgan is questioned at why he helped them and says all life is precious and everything, and says he is looking for someone. But before anybody can do anything else, Alicia raises her gun and says that Morgan's the name of the guy who might have saved Rick before, but killed Travis. And this makes her very, very angry, because either this has been an elaborate trap, or this guy truly has changed. It doesn't matter. She wants him dead for what he did to Travis. And Daryl raises his crossbow, too, because he'd never met Morgan before this, even in the canon storyline. So he had been told, especially what happened to Travis, he ain't going to be treating Morgan nicely this time, because he killed Travis, and asks him, why did he help them and he killed Travis before? Morgan says that he can't make excuses for what he did back then, but he also can't really control what he did back then. After he lost Dwayne and Jenny, his mind was just clouded. He was just in a dark state where it didn't matter if it was walkers or people. He killed anything that came anywhere near him. And as upset he was that everyone thought he was lying when he mentioned Dwayne and Jenny and that stuff, he is very sorry for the fact that he took that anger and that sense that Walker Dwayne was killed and killed Travis in the process. He can't make up for what he did, but he can try. And he was looking for Rick specifically to make amends and to show that people can change from what he learned from a friend of his that's now dead. And he wants to find Rick to make it up to not only him, but everyone else who was friends and acquainted with Travis. And he just wants to let everyone know that that wasn't him. It was him, but it wasn't. Alicia very, very reluctantly lowers her gun. And while Morgan might be telling the truth here, she doesn't know if she can trust him yet. Because after all, Travis meant a lot to her and Madison, obviously. So it's going to take a lot to trust him. Daryl reluctantly also drops his weapon and says that, fine, if he's really telling the truth, we'll go ahead and take him to where Rick is. And hopefully he's thinking, especially says to Alicia, hopefully he's telling the truth. Meanwhile, we cut to Alexandria, Rick, Madison, Dale, Maggie, and Lori are all going to Deanna's house after the four besides Rick went ahead and told Rick and Shane about Deanna and Gabriel and that whole thing. They approach Deanna's house and then talk to Deanna about Pete and Gabriel ratting them out. Deanna admits that both of those did indeed occur, and about the Pete thing, she's known this entire time. She can't make excuses for Gabriel on what he has told her, but as for Pete, she's known for quite a while, and she had hoped that it'd get better before it got worse, which apparently, to the results of what's just happened and what the group's telling her, it hasn't. Lori, saying from her own experiences, not really like, well, yes, the CDC, really, her own experiences, and knowing about Ed and Carol and everything else, because remember, the CDC still happened, so I can include that. But anyways, also with Ed and Carol, it will never get better, ever. And Deanna needs to put a stop to this, or they will. And Dale's about to cut in too, even getting to remark about the same thing that Lori just mentioned, and about to say something about Gabriel even, like everybody else is, when just then, like something straight out of an action movie, Pete is hand-tossed directly through the door, smashing the door, and his body just falling onto the floor of where they all are. He's not dead, but he is unconscious, because standing over him triumphantly in the broken doorway is none other than Shane, who wasted no time in the little bit of time that they all went to Deanna's house, and Shane went to Pete and Jesse's house, to knock him to the frickin' ground. Because Shane would not play like Rick. And we know this from my past stories. Now, Rick looks down and says that he knew that Deanna likely knew something, and he knew that Deanna would not be so obliged to help them, really. So they took matters into their own hands, and that's why Shane's here with Pete. Madison then speaks up and says that they don't want to kill him, and they don't want to hurt Gabriel or anything like that. They just want things to be equal in this community if they're really going to stay. And if that means kicking this guy out at least, or at least making him change, then whatever needs to be done has to be done. Now, Deanna, of course, says that no such thing of killing anyone she will permit, meaning Gabriel and Pete, because we knew how Deanna was before she lost Reg. But before she can say further, Abraham, Daniel, and the rest of the construction crew return to Alexandria. Now, the mood is somber with them. The same somber mood that Rick and the company had after coming back from Morgan's apartment. And Deanna is surprised at this. Now, why would she be? Because Milton isn't here. And she is the one who let him go to the construction crew, thinking nothing of it. She asks Abraham and Daniel where Milton is, because she let him go to the construction crew because he was requesting where Abraham was. Eugene slowly approaches the area too, seeing them talk about Milton, and is curious of the same thing, because not for too long now, he's been looking around Alexandria, wondering where Milton is, because remember, they're friends, and of course they would be if Milton had actually been allowed to live, and he is just as curious as to what happened to his friend. Daniel, unfortunately, as he told Abraham, has nothing to do but tell the truth, and says the whole story about how Milton lured more walkers than there were to the construction site, and how he tried to get Abraham alone after what he did to him in Washington. And before he could do anything, Daniel stepped in and put him down with a gunshot to the chest and then the head, because Milton dug his own hole. He's the one who took it too far when he thought that Abraham did just by punching him unconscious. Now, on one side, Eugene is mad at this because he deeply cared for Milton. Their love of science, their friendships together. I mean, for God's sakes, look at my What If Sophia Joined Negan. They made a tour, for crying out loud, together. And Milton lived to the end. And only living to this point, Eugene's still going to be mad at this, especially after he hears about what actually happened. And he's really thinking about luring his madness toward the both of them in general. But then again, the logical side of him has to think for a second. And he really has to agree that Milton did this to himself. And if he were in Milton's shoes, he would have at least accepted what had been done to him much softer. And we know about this in the original. All he did was kick Abraham from his services. Your services are no longer required, and that whole deal. It was much more softer of a moment. Anyways, Pete is effectively kicked from the community in all intents and purposes. That's really the only thing benefiting him in this story, is to kick him out. But that ain't going to do well for him in the rest of the story. Let me tell you that right now. Anyways, Gabriel is forgiven and reconciles with the group that he's sorry, and he will learn to trust them better, especially after everything that's happened. And Glenn and Nicholas are never going to have their fight like they did in the woods because of circumstances and the fact that Glenn beat up Nicholas way more because of Tyrese being the one to die instead of Noah. It's much more, like I said, if it was Bob, T-Dog, or Tyrese, Nicholas would not be able to escape out into the woods most likely because he would be far more beat up. Or it'd be just because of circumstances. Either way, it doesn't happen. Now, like my What If Rick Spared Shane remake, Pete joins the Wolves, eventually finding Owen. So that little twist will come into fruition again for the next part of the story. Spoilers! Now, we now approach the 6th season, or what would be considered the 6th season. It would be kind of around that point, let's be real here. Now, what will happen going further? Do you think the Wolves will be just as much a threat as the original story? Lower? Or even higher? And what about Negan, now that he has a tank on his side? How will that go into later effects of the story? Hey guys, Nick here, and today we are getting into part 19 of What If Madison's Family Joined Rick. We are getting into the season 6 mark, where we will cover Pete once again joining the Wolves, and seeing what will go further into the series with so many changes, big twists, and reveals that have happened thus far. So let's get into it. The startup of Season 6, besides many of characters being around and alive, including Madison's family, honestly would go the same way, except with far more interactions, and pretty much that's it. And more characters. The Corey scene happens the same way because I feel even with Madison and their family, Rick would organize the plan the same way. Now for Ron, that's something to bring up. Because he really, in the original, when Rick killed Pete, he hated him. But Pete isn't killed here, he's kicked out. And I did make him hate Rick or Shane or somebody like that, or Daryl. But here, if I had to pick someone, he would have to hate Shane, because he's the one who beat him up and caused him to be kicked out. So if Ron were to hate anyone aside from multiple people, it would be Shane. Now Sam is once again not going to be a scared little crybaby because of Carol's character development and the fact that she has her daughter Sophia still around and Mika is still around. So Sam is not going to be threatened and thus not be a little crybaby whiner. Rick confronts Carter about wanting to take the place back from him, and the Wolves attack Alexandria. I know, we're already getting to that part. Pete, like I said, is once again part of the wolves for the second story. And with this, we get some casualties, like always, because there are way more than enough people to compensate for some, casualties. Alan being the first of which, and then Martinez. Those two, like I said, being at the watchtowers, and would obviously be the two first to fall. Axel falls next, and then Ophelia. Sadly, this is where her story would end too, because if you remember, she was fatally wounded at Terminus. So if that weren't a red herring to bring her death into fruition sometime soon, I don't know what would be. T-Dog would be the next one to go, and then Mika, if... I bet you guys were thinking that I was just about to kill Mika, which it's not like I haven't done so in earlier stories before. But she doesn't die here. Instead, Sophia, being around the area of Mika, if not in the same house because they would live with Carol obviously, would sacrifice herself to save Mika's life. Because around this time, Sophia would have treated Mika, even if she weren't family, like a younger sister of sorts. Like my What If Sophia Joined Negan, except far more so because Sophia was never influenced by Negan. So she would lay down her life to protect Mika. And you would think that Mika would break down and become weaker and possibly die right after, but because of her development and caring so much about Sophia in the story, it gives her a resolve that people like Sophia, family, are ready to lay down their lives for her. And it gives her a sort of strength that she will be able to move forward and protect herself. It really strengthens the resolve of Mika, who was like basically an Amy ripoff. A childish little kid who didn't know anything about how to fight or protect herself. Morgan encounters the wolves that he did in the original story, and then kidnaps Owen, well, I say encounters Owen, and then locks him down where the cell stuff is, where the prison area is. Now, with so many things already 4 minutes in, and most of the story from this point on going relatively the same, aside from characters' deaths and whatnot, is this episode even going to be interesting? You guys are probably thinking. But it is, and not in the way that you might expect. Because we have one very big problem. Because, remember when I said that because of circumstances, Nicholas isn't going to run out of the gate and try and kill Glenn. So, with him not fighting Glenn a second time, I say fighting, this would really be their first fight because Glenn more or less beat the crap out of him. But this means that Nicholas isn't going to be indulged to shoot himself in the head and save Glenn's life. Because he doesn't feel endeared to Glenn like he did after Glenn beat the crap out of him a second time and after he tried to kill him. But because that didn't happen, we have a big, big problem. When Glenn tries to snap Nicholas out of his thoughts and everything like that, Nicholas has different ideas. Because now, as I said, they didn't have a second encounter. So Nicholas isn't going to want to save Glenn's life. He's not going to want to do anything heroic. Heck, he doesn't even want to kill himself. He decides something alternative. He looks straight at Glenn with eyes burning right into his and throws him off of the dumpster. And remember that fake out that we got where we thought Glenn was actually going to die after Nicholas shot himself? That's not fake this time. Glenn actually dies here because Nicholas is actually going to get his wish and kill Glenn and keep himself alive. And while Glenn's being devoured, Nicholas finds the opportunity to run away. Yeah, big twist there. Anyways, before we get more into that, Strand, Madison, Lori, Shane, and Rick all are at the RV and are able to keep it in one piece because there's more than one of them, obviously, and encounter the wolves that Morgan let free and kill them all instantaneously. Now, Nicholas, you guys are probably going to hate him for the rest of the time he's alive because he actually got away with killing Glenn. And luckily, for him, even though it really would disappoint a lot of you, he manages to survive since Glenn's being devoured and encounters Enid just like Glenn did. But if you think that Nicholas is going to be endeared to wanting to bring back Enid even though he knew about her, I'm sorry, but at this point, Nicholas getting his wish would not want him to do anything with really anyone in the area, and he just wants to get back to Alexandria. That would be his only goal. So Enid is going to stay out in the middle of nowhere. And she's not going to know about what Nicholas did, nor would I think that she would care, because Enid at this point was just a non-caring individual. Meanwhile, at Alexandria, Denise, her resolve would be fainting a little bit, but with Nick, Bob, Beth, people like that around, and way more than enough people to compensate for her, faltering, place in the group and everything else, like she was whenever she was with Tara in the original story, it's not going to be like that because she has way more than enough people to make her feel more confident in her abilities. Now, everyone who did get to the house in the original gets to the house, I would feel, except with obviously more people. And Reg is the one to get bit instead of Deanna, like I've done before. Now, the main people that would go into the house, like the ones I just mentioned who killed the wolves just now, they would be the same, with Shane being one of them. Then he notices something. Michonne. She's been at the community this whole time, and if she knew they were back, surely she would have gotten to the house here herself and possibly came back with the rest of them or made herself known. And this begins to worry Shane because he knows who's out there. And we see just who that certain someone is when we cut to Shane and Michonne's house, and Michonne is knocked out on the ground, still conscious, but terrified at who she sees her attacker is. Pete. Because remember, in the original, I had Carol and Mika kill Wolf Pete, but here, Pete has a different agenda. He plans to get revenge on Shane for what he did to him. Because if it weren't for him, he would have never been kicked out of the community. And he's going to use Michonne to get the perfect revenge on Shane. But what does he intend to do? Does he plan to stake his life into trying to kill Shane? Or does he have something else in mind concerning Michonne? Hey guys, Nick here, and today we will be getting into part 20 of What If Madison's Family Joined Rick, and we will see what Pete has in store for Michonne and Shane now that he's part of the Wolves for my second story, and what will happen with the last little bit of the Wolf arc going into the future. So, let's get into it. Pete has just knocked Michonne to the ground and stolen her blade when she realized it was missing, and now uses said blade to guide Michonne out of the house. All we know is that this sick plan of his regards her and Shane. Now, back at the house where everyone was originally, we have sort of the same group, barred a few extras. Carol goes on to tell the group there that Morgan has captured a wolf and is holding him hostage. Dale, after hearing this, believes that they should just keep it that way. Who knows, they might even be able to turn him onto their side. And much to a few of the people in the group's chagrin, Dale just says that they don't have to kill their way out of every situation. They can spare him if they're able. And Madison, being one of the few that seems on board with this idea to a fault, is about to say something when Michonne uneasily walks through the doorway. And this is very slowly, mind you, with a very sour expression on her face. And this unnerves everybody, like, what's going on? But then they slowly begin to see why. Pete is guiding her through the doorway with her sword in his hand, and says that if anybody makes a move, if anybody tries to shoot, if anybody does anything, he will not hesitate to kill Michonne with her own weapon, no less. Shane, not caring at all about what's going on, just sees Pete, sees his girl, and just goes wild and raises up his shotgun in the blink of an eye, not even letting Pete finish his sentence, and is getting ready to shoot. But Pete says he'll let her go, bar it one condition. He wants revenge against Shane, but he doesn't want her to shoot Shane or do anything like that. He wants a fight, because when he barged into his home and just beat the living tar out of him, he realized that Shane just did this off guard. He wants an actual fight. And if Shane beats him in a fight, he'll let everybody can just go on with what they're doing. He doesn't care. But if he wins, he's going to kill Michonne, Shane, and everybody else around that he wants to. Shane just smirks at this because he really doesn't think that this is going to be any different than when he went to Pete and Jesse's home and, in Pete's own words, beat the living tar out of him. But Pete says that it's going to be different this time, because he knows how Shane fights, how ruthless he is, how he operates, and he knows how to best counter and maneuver his way around him in a fight. And he honors his word by saying if he wins, nothing that happens this fourth will be of his doing. But if he wins, then he's going to take or kill anyone that he wants. Basically a savior move before the saviors were even introduced. Besides the whole Pete and Negan thing. Anyways, they both get into a fighting position and start to begin their fight. Pete almost instantaneously tries to use Michonne's sword to just, slice at Shane or slice a part of him off or something. Try to end this quick, because he knows how Shane operates. He said so himself. But Shane blocks the sword with his shotgun. Surprisingly, the shotgun does not bust into two, but it's starting to bend a little bit. And Shane knows this. This was just a small tactic. So while he's defending with this, he uses one of his arms, having to put more strength into the other one to hold, uses one of his arms to hide a pistol, his favorite pistol, getting ready to shoot. But Pete knows he's up to something, and he figures that he either has a gun or a knife at his disposal behind his back, because he was just holding both of his hands with the shotgun not 2 seconds ago. So Pete holds a knife behind his back, doing a similar tactic. So when Shane tries to get his gun out to shoot and drops the shotgun, Pete uses the knife to stab it straight into the center of the shooting chamber. So when Shane shoots the gun, it doesn't do anything because the sword, or knife rather, is stuck in the chamber. So that was pointless. And then Pete uses this opportunity to kick Shane square in the face. And this would be an epic fight scene. And then Pete tries to go for another kick, but this time Shane blocks it. Effectively then grabbing Pete's entire leg, almost holstering him up in the air, and then with all of his might, Shane throws Pete against the house wall, and within the span of 2 seconds, uses his shotgun to just blow Pete's freaking head off. So this fight would be an actually awesome fight, although it would be like a 2-minute fight. Still awesome nonetheless. But the problem's solved now, right? Wrong! Because we still have the wolves to deal with in the form of Owen, who is still captured, mind you. When confronted by the few people that come down there first, like Maggie, Madison, and Dale, Strand, few people like that, Morgan said that he was taught that and taken out of his crazy phase by someone who believed that all life is precious and that everything gets a return, and he wants Owen to experience that return. Or in this case, he would just say the wolf. I doubt his name would have been known by this time, or was ever known. And he says that it makes him feel like if he could get out of being crazy, especially what happened back at King County with Dwayne and everything else, that Owen can experience that change too. Because anything is possible, and he just wants to try. And Dale, he agrees with this, speaking out that he tried to explain that back at the house, and that he fully gets where Morgan's coming from, and that he doesn't know about everyone else, but he's willing to let Owen live too. But Strand, like a few others, isn't so willing, because he doesn't already like Morgan for what happened back at King County. Not because of Travis, well, kind of, but Strand was very selfish, as we know. So, honestly, he just wants to kill Morgan. He doesn't care about him. And hearing that Dale wants to side with the wolf also makes him mad. And Dale's about to speak out about this too, when Owen tries to make his move, because now everyone's kind of arguing amongst themselves, even though there's no actual fight this time. But Morgan puts him down with the stick, and Owen ain't going nowhere. But, unbeknownst to Morgan, this gives someone the perfect opportunity to attack him. And then Morgan is grabbed by his shirt and his neck, thrown to the side, and then thrown right up against the wall. It's Strand. And this little diversion that Owen presented was secretly Strand's opening. He used the argument as the perfect opening, not to side with the wolf, but to get Morgan to drop his guard. Because ever since King County, if it weren't for Daniel interfering whenever he was fighting with Morgan, he could have put him down. But no, Madison and Daniel had to ruin everything, and he plans to kill Morgan here and now. Meanwhile, Carol presented the opportunity, prepares to aim a shot at Owen, but Dale steps in the way, surprising Carol a lot, as well as a few others. Because this would be a lot of conflict, especially in the span of a few minutes. Carol says that she cares about Dale. He doesn't have to do this, especially not for a wolf. But Dale says that they need to keep their humanity, and this is not the way. He said it before, he'll say it again. They can't kill their way out of everything. They have to keep their humanity. And if they don't, they'll just keep turning into monsters. He doesn't want that for anybody. And if you think this is What If Dale Survived remake, no, this is just because Dale's still around here. Meanwhile, Morgan fights back just enough to get Strand off of him and hits him with the stick. Because remember, even though he was off guard, he's not crazy, so he can think more rationally and has a stick and knows better fighting tactics than Strand. So obviously he'd get him off him. and Morgan and Dale stay head firm in the resolve to keep Owen alive, and no one's getting near him. Strand, losing his patience at this point, grabs his gun, or one of them, and is just at this point ready to just shoot and kill both of them. He don't care if it's an old man or Morgan or anything. He just wants them out of the way because they're in his way. And at this point, things are getting really heated. But then Madison, Shane, and Rick all converge, and now we got a bunch of people in this little prison area that's not even fully constructed into a prison yet. Shane, seeing the wolf now, even though he already had been told about it from Carol, and seeing all this conflict go down, raises his gun straight at the wolf too. And this just presents so much, heatedness. It would be just crazy. But now, this presents an opportunity for not just Shane, but Strand also. The team up that we've had happen before is about to become much more presentable here. Will Shane and Strand, both in their resolves to kill the wolf, turn against the group even though their resolves have helped the group? Or will killing Owen, or trying to, make them villains once and for all? Hey guys, Nick here, and today we are going to be getting into part 21 of What If Madison's Family Joined Rick, where we will see Shane and Strand take up a very different turn. Well, not different in the sense that we've seen hints of so far, but different to the point of turning around the story. And what will be the end result of the wolf arc going slowly but surely into the Saviors. And with that out of the way, let's get into it. Once Shane, among others, approaches the prison area where the wolf Owen is being held captive, Shane is not going to not back Strand up on the fact that Owen needs to go. And now they're both taking a stand towards Rick and Madison. Both of them, Strand first, about to have their own monologues directly at Rick and Madison. Strand going first, saying that all of this really is Madison's fault. And this is Strand talking to Madison. All of this really, including the wolf, is her fault. If it weren't for her and her family, he really just should never have saved them and put them on his boat. And saying Madison very sincerely, if he had just left well enough alone, let them burn in San Diego, he could have been on the boat ride to save Thomas and wouldn't be in the situation. Heck, even if he had brought them along and not let her take control, they would still have probably saved Thomas and wouldn't be in the situation. Travis and Ophelia might have still even been alive. Little do we know that that's false because they died sooner than later anyway. Anyway, Shane then goes on to call out Rick. And this would be a very heated and pretty cool moment to witness for both of them calling out the leaders of the group. Shane goes on to lecture Rick on the fact that they had everything made back when it was that little group that they had there in Atlanta. And that they had it all ready to go to Fort Benning after the whole CDC thing, and they still had plenty of people. And it's all because Rick saved Madison and took control and just ignored Shane and pretty much sidelined him, that everything that's happened, happened. Calling Rick just a goody two-shoes and saying that bringing these people along has probably done more harm than good. And if they had just left them alone, honestly, whether they died or not, half of their people would still be alive, most likely. Their group would have been, albeit probably the same, if not huger. And it's at this point Rick and Madison are starting to lose patience because they've just all gathered in this little prison area here, and it was just about Owen. But then Shane comes in with Strand, and it's like, that just turned a whole 180, and now they're both against Rick and Madison. And they're not going to say that they're right, but it's hard to side with them whenever they're saying all this stuff about them. After all the monologue's done, Shane turns to Strand, who nods in approval. And both of them agree and say simultaneously, which would be, albeit a lot cooler, that they're not going to do this no more. They have been around this group, they've dealt with so much up until now, and more or less had to be the two voices of reason besides Daniel being the nicer one, really just being the ones to lead the group this entire time and not being thanked enough for it. And they're going to take their own turn now, whether it's against the group or away from them. But before they can do anything, albeit leave the group, attack them, whatever, it really doesn't matter. Before Shane and Strand can do anything, Rick and Madison have just decided enough is enough. And both aim their guns and shoot both of them straight in the back, pushing them straight through the doorway because this would be a very off-guard moment, and it would shoot them straight in the back, push them straight out into the horde, and close up and just run back inside. And this seemingly kills them, although we do not see confirmation if this were an actual show representation. So don't get too worked up or excited yet. Meanwhile, Merle, Daniel, Alicia, Sasha, Abraham, Bob, and Daryl are all on their own little journey trying to lead the horde away from Alexandria. Because remember, I never got to that part yet. They're still doing that. And we obviously have a lot more people than just Daryl, Abraham, and Sasha. Now, with the whole Dwight thing, pretty self-explanatory. If Daryl had more than one person backing him up, Merle, Alicia, Beth, it really doesn't matter. But with Merle and Alicia here, they're all gonna die. There's no way. Alicia would be a little more friendly on the aspect, but with how we saw Alicia grow, do you really think that she would let them live after seeing that they threatened Daryl? I don't think so. Soon enough, little Timmy and his brigade show up and do their thing, but with Bob, Merle, and Alicia in tow, that proves 6 people for Daryl's team, and just a few extra of the saviors. So whether a gun brawl would ensue, or the same thing would happen where Daryl would be pulled to the back and then RPG them, really doesn't matter. No one dies except little Timmy and his brigade. So nothing truly major to talk about there. But then we come back to Alexandria and the whole try to lead the horde away and dress up with the walker guts and everything like that. Except obviously with many more changes concerning characters, the extras of which being Mika, Carol, Lori, and Madison. But the build-up and everything, besides extra characters maybe not being there, characters of different development, it really just depends. But the overall build-up to it is not changed. But what is changed, like several other stories, is that Jesse and Sam are not going to die, because Sam's not going to be a little crybaby because of Carol's character development. But Ron's still going to act out, because it wasn't just Shane who threw Pete out and inevitably killed him. He is the main cause, but as far as Ron's concerned, he's taken care of. But as for everyone else, they assisted in pretty much dooming his father to death. So at this point, Rick, anyone, it really doesn't matter, dies trying to take a shot at anybody, but the shot doesn't go for Carl's eye this time. It goes for Mika, straight into her neck. And unfortunately, if this weren't already obvious, she's dead. And obviously, this would upset Carol very much because her daughter just died not too long ago. And now Mika dying not too long after, because remember, I pretty much just killed her Sophia off like an episode or two ago. So imagine how Carol's character development is right now. This would break her very dramatically. But before she can react, or before anybody can run and do anything, a very surprise twist happens. Shane rises up, surprisingly out of nowhere, with nothing but the gunshot that was infected to him by Rick done to his back, and grabs Jesse. Strand, the same, grabbing Sam as hostages. Because if they can't take the group or get away from the group, they're going to take Sam and Jesse to show their initiative. But that doesn't last too long, because they die pretty much immediately after, by Daryl and everybody else coming to Alexandria and saving the day. Well, saving the day from Shane and Strand. The Horde is still there, but still safe nonetheless, aside from having to deal with the Horde, but not too big a deal after they show up. Now, you guys are probably going to be all over the place with what just happened, but hold up. I'll explain, because you guys are probably thinking, Nick, why would you make Shane and Strand turn a 180, seemingly kill them, bring them back, and then kill them for good? Well, I'll explain. Because there's a lot to unpack here. Now, Shane, he died back in Season 2, and although his character and everything else could have been extended, as I have in many of other stories, including my What If Rick Spared Shane remake, which already had a series originally, him dying any point past that and surviving, that would have been fine. It was just his death in Season 2, it really just depended. Him being dead, that's one thing. But Nick, why did you kill Strand? He's still alive today in Fear the Walking Dead Season 8. Why kill him? It all has to do with Shane and Strand's team up. Throughout the entirety of this series, I've compared Shane to Strand inevitably. Because look at them. Look at their characters. Although Strand is much more organized, methodical than Shane was, rather than just being a crazed lunatic, he's still very much like Shane. And with this team up, it sprouted throughout the entirety of the series, to the point where whenever the wolves became a thing, it was inevitable that something would rise up to doom them both to death, even if it was for a character that is still alive. So inevitably, this had to happen. But anyways, the Horde afterwards is not too much to speak of, because after Daryl and them show up, it really was just a matter of time before the group got rid of the Horde. And Carl is not going to lose his eye here, and Sam and Jesse are still alive. A lot of changes have happened, and we've had quite a few casualties to end the Wolf arc. That of which being, in case you're not caught up, Sophia, Mika, T-Dog, Ophelia, Axel, Martinez, and Alan. All of the casualties to the Wolf arc. And one more thing, Glenn, who was killed by Nicholas in a fit of just pure panic and rage. Rest in peace, Glenn. His fake dumpster scene actually became reality. Now, speaking of Nicholas, that's where we're going to end off here. Because Nicholas is still coming back to Alexandria. How will that turn up to the story? Because he's killed Glenn, and Enid's not coming back with him. He's coming alone. So what will Maggie think? What will others think when Nicholas comes back and Glenn doesn't? Or Enid doesn't? What will happen with the entirety of the rest of the series and going forward, especially from Maggie's perspective, when she realizes what has happened? And that's where we're going to be leaving things for the moment. Hey guys, Nick here, and today we are getting into part 22 of What If Madison's Family Joined Rick. This is going to be a little bit longer than my average episodes, mainly because there's a decent bit to cover. We left off last time with the pretty much closing of the Wolf arc, and what will happen with Nicholas whenever it's eventually revealed that he killed Glenn. We shall find that out today. Now, Nicholas makes his way back to Alexandria after all is said and done, and leaves Enid behind, because like I said, I don't think that he would want to try and convince her. But anyways, once Maggie sees that Nicholas has returned but Glenn has not, and everyone else is back, she starts to question this, and asks Nicholas, where's Glenn? Now, I feel that she, even in the original, knew about Nicholas and Glenn's feud, but it's very up in the air whether she knew all of it. And Deanna questions this herself, because this is giving her a little bit of paranoia back to when Milton, did his thing and tried to kill Abraham and everything else. So she asks this very skeptically because she doesn't want to fully hear the answer, because she feels like she knows what happened. Nicholas really doesn't have anything to say. He can't really come up with a convincing story. He just keeps sputtering and he can't even speak properly. It's almost like he's too scared to admit, what happened. But Nick, ironically, Nick and Nicholas, it's funny because my name's Nick too. Anyway, we're going to ignore that. Nick basically answers the question for him and says that it's painfully obvious that these two did not like each other, especially after what happened with Tyrese. So he thinks that Nicholas killed Glenn in a fit of rage for, beating him up, essentially. A Pete situation. And Maggie eventually connecting the dots and realizing that, I really don't want this to be true, but it is. She just screams out in agony and just sadness, and it would be a very tearful moment, but we don't know if this is 100% true. So Deanna talks to Nicholas, well, more or less speaks up to Nicholas to try to confirm this, because if this is actually true, then this is just another Milton situation all over again. So she goes to him and it's like, this better not be true. But Nicholas starts to break down and basically openly admit that, yeah, it's true. He didn't like how he was beaten up for trying to save himself and everything else. Yes, Tyrese's death's on his hands, but the aftermath of what happened to him because of it, he felt was unjustified. Just how he knew Nicholas to be. And Deanna, she just can't believe that she trusted Nicholas's word, kind of, whenever he told her the story of what actually happened and everything else, but it was all a lie. And goes on to try to lecture him and call him out, but Rick doesn't allow her to do this, and just simply grabs out his python and boom, end of it. Because this would be basically a season earlier for Glenn's death, which I have done more than once, like at the Satellite Outpost when Michonne was part of the Saviors. Yeah, not my first take on that. But Glenn mattered a lot to Rick, and to see one of the people that saved him die, he still has his family, but now he's starting to really change character. And Maggie, she's never going to get out of this. Like we know Maggie to be now. She's never going to forget this, as I'd expect her not to, because now she's going to have to raise her coming baby Herschel all by her lonesome. And Glenn already knew of this because he told Enid in the original, but it's still sad. Glenn never gets to see his son grow up. Anyway, Carl, after all this, is on his own mission. He tells Rick and Lori, or whoever would be around at the time, who he could trust or would talk to him, that he's going to go out and find Enid. Because he was very close with Sophia, and he wasn't able to save her. After all the time that he had known her and become acquainted with her, come in a relationship with her, he couldn't save her. So he's going to save Enid to make up for that. And, eventually looking, he does find her. But it does take quite a significant amount of time. But Enid, she doesn't want to go back. Because we already know that about Enid. And says that he shouldn't have come all this way, and even questions why isn't his girlfriend Sophia with him. And Carl explains the whole ordeal of the wolves and everything that happened, and that they won the fight, but with quite a few casualties. Enid just goes on to further explain that the world's trying to die and that they should just let it. And basically the conversation she had with Glenn, but this time it's with Carl, because remember, Glenn died, Nicholas just let her be, so no one had that speech with her. So it would come with Carl instead of Glenn. And it would be more twisted because of Carl and Enid. But eventually, though it does take quite a significant amount of time, Enid does warm up to Carl, and eventually convinces her to make it back. But it does take a good amount of time, because this would be the first time they're talking to each other, and it's already season 6. And it'd be a season later, pretty much. We get the 2-month time skip after the whole thing, with the group now consisting of such: Daryl, Nick, Owen, Alicia, Michonne, Sam, Denise, Sasha, Enid, Gabriel, Rick, Lori, Deanna, Rosita, Beth, Abraham, Merle, Aaron, Dale, Jesse, Heath, Daniel, Maggie, Carl, Morgan, Bob, Carol, Madison, and Eugene. Those are all the main people, because I don't really include the small characters in my stories. I only include the ones that, give something to the story. And it's always big rosters in my stories, just because of circumstances. Anyways, since Shane is, gone, and everybody else I feel it's more natural that we include Rick and Daryl to be the ones to meet Jesus again in this situation, because there's never really been a situation where I don't include the two of them encountering Jesus in some form of way. Now, who will go to Hilltop? On one hand, I could include the same group, albeit Glenn, but that's just it. Glenn's death is what matters here to the group going to Hilltop. Rick will be the first to go, obviously. Lori, Michonne, Daryl, so some of the same group, albeit Lori, Alicia, and Abraham. So not Madison or anybody else, just Alicia would be the only Madison family member. Now the whole ordeal with Ethan and everything else would play the same way, I feel. It's just that with a few extra characters, maybe some changed lines and character development. Basically the same thing. It doesn't really give way to the story, so not too much to talk about here. But anyways, then we get into the whole Negan and the Savior situation, about what they're doing with Hilltop, and then the whole satellite outpost thing is put into effect. But now, we're going to see who goes to the satellite outpost. And the group will consist of such: Daryl, Eugene, Madison, Carol, Merle, Aaron, Heath, Daniel, Abraham, Rosita, Bob, Sasha, Rick, Nick, that rhymed, Alicia, and Michonne. So, if you want to think about it this way, that's pretty much half of the big roster that I included not 2 minutes ago. But it's just because most of them are the same characters that went. It's just a lot of them are survivors and added from Madison's side. Now, Maggie would not be included here because of the whole Glenn situation and everything else. She wouldn't want to go, even to Hilltop, I feel. So the group to be kidnapped by Paula and the Saviors this time is going to be Sasha, Bob, and Heath. Now, once it happens, Bob, albeit very, very stupidly, tries to make Sasha and Heath run away, and he'll try and hold off the Saviors by himself. But he only gets one lucky shot into a Savior's leg before he's shot down completely and utterly and just killed. Which, in turn, you would think would make Sasha and Heath drop their guns, but nope. The both of them just load down everywhere, not caring where it hits, who it hits. They're just shooting because they both cared about Bob. Obviously, Sasha more so, but yeah, they're not going to take this lying down. But Paula and a few of the Saviors that she was with managed to escape for now. Primo is still taken captive, and everyone groups together, and Abraham goes to comfort Sasha on the loss of Bob, which would be the only loss here, and he and Sasha, at last, would start to have feelings for each other. But the moment doesn't last long. Boom! A gunshot goes off, because Bob wasn't the only loss. Because remember, Paula and a few of the Saviors escaped, but they came back. They were waiting for the group to drop their guard, and Nick is the first one that they shoot at and kill. Boom! Another gunshot goes off, and it hits Merle. So, Nick and Merle, two long-standing characters who would live longer than their predecessors, would fall here to an ambush. Because Paula and the Saviors then jump out from the trees or bushes or wherever you want to put them for an ambush. And this would be their moment. Because all they needed to do was just wait for the group to be off guard. And then it didn't matter if they at least killed one or two. They'd at least drop the numbers of the group. So it wouldn't matter. They at least had to do something. And during all the confusion and the gunfight, or at least the surprise of the gunfight, Primo tries to escape. But that doesn't go so well for him, because Michonne cuts him off, literally, slicing him in two. Daryl and Alicia, both angered and furious by the deaths of Merle and Nick, because, you know, brothers. Ironically, they're both angry over the loss of brothers, so they're in a relationship and they got brothers. It'd be a really cool relationship dynamic. And they take down Paula and the rest of the Saviors, just the two of them. And it would be a really cool dynamic between the two of their characters, especially with how far they've grown in the series. Now, with Abraham and Eugene after the whole Satellite Outpost thing, I don't feel that they would argue here. Because most of the feelings that they had towards each other, especially Eugene, more or less, and the whole Milton situation to back that up, I don't feel that Eugene would be dumb enough to really fight Abraham here or speak out. Not to say it was dumb, I'm just saying I don't think it would happen. Now, with the whole Daryl, Rosita, and Denise thing, few changes. Number one, Beth and Alicia would be accompanying them. And number two, Dwight and Sherry and Tina would all be dead, like I've done in more than one of my stories. So that means that Denise is not going to die. Nobody else dies besides, Nick, Merle, and Bob. Carol would still go off on her own because, Sophia and Mika are dead. She basically has no one except Daniel. She would meet the Saviors on the road, and you would think that Rick and Morgan would go after her. But no. Daniel says that he wishes to go after her alone. Because remember, they've been in a relationship since they met, pretty much. Like Daryl and Alicia, except, I feel that Daniel and Carol would get acquainted much sooner. But at any rate, this means that Daniel is going to take care of Carol at the kingdom, take out the savior that tried to kill her, and so on and so forth. Basically what Morgan did, except with Daniel. Eventually, Maggie, who's remained at Alexandria up until this point, her pregnancy eventually advances where they gotta take her to the hilltop. And the group that will go there will consist of such another kind of big roster. Eugene, Madison, Carl, Dale, Rosita, Beth, Sasha, Aaron, Lori, Rick, Abraham, Michonne, Daryl, Owen, Morgan, and Alicia. A few of the characters I did not include for the hilltop or the satellite outpost, because the group this time is more or less consisting of the people that are much more acquainted to Maggie, especially like Dale and such. But then they get stopped by Simon and the Saviors on the road. Now, how will the conflict with Negan, Simon, and all of them go, with the revelation of the tank still yet to be confirmed to Rick and the people? How will this play into effect with Glenn not being there, with events being changed, and characters having different character developments? And that's where we leave things for the moment. Hey guys, Nick here, and today we are getting into part 23 of What If Madison's Family Joined Rick, where we are getting into the road sequence with Simon and the Saviors, and the revelation of the militia and the tank, which is yet to be revealed, and what will happen henceforth, especially at the lineup. Let's get into it. Now, Rick and everybody else, the group I discussed in the last episode, are on their way to the hilltop to take Maggie because she's pregnant, and Glenn's already dead, so she's pretty much just alone. And Simon and the Saviors encounter them on the road, tell them they want their stuff, and then Rick, of course, speaks out and says the deal's not going to work for him, and says that he wants all of their stuff, except he doesn't think he has to kill any of them. Basically the speech that he made before against Simon, but he doesn't get the chance to finish it, because right whenever he's talking, boom, a huge explosion can be heard from behind them. Rick and everybody else looks back, and to their chagrin, to their surprise, to their utter fear, a forest behind them is burning, with fire, smoke, and everything around it just burning and burst into flames within the matter of a few seconds. And they look again to the Savior's direction to see a tank slowly inch out of part of the woods from the Savior's direction, and Mitch being the one who fired. And then, to the right of them, so to the right of the RV, Pete and several other members of both the militia and normal Saviors come out with guns drawn on the entire group. So they don't even get the chance to drive to several directions this time. Rick, seeing as though they really don't have any kind of chance to fight here, and that they're not going to be going anywhere anytime soon, have no choice but to do what the Saviors ask. They turn over their weapons to the Saviors at their area, and they're led to a gigantic little clearing, and that's where they meet Negan. And this is where we get into the start of Negan and the whole lineup situation. I said gigantic little clearing. It's decently big. But anyways, that's not the prime concern. We get into Negan's whole speech to the group, and that he wants half of their stuff and wants them to work for him. Pretty much Negan's whole spiel. That's not going to change here, obviously, except the entrance to Negan. That's what changed. And obviously more characters. Speaking of which, when Negan goes to pick who he's going to smash in the head with Lucille, Madison tries to talk him out of it, saying that there can be a way back from this. They don't need more blood on either end. But Negan ain't buying anything of what Madison's selling, and says that He's going to do this whether they like it or not. And then they can talk about making good deals. And Madison has no choice but to shut up. Then Negan goes over to where Maggie is, but Glenn's not around to try and fight, so whenever Negan goes to say he wants to put Maggie out of her misery, like he did before, it's Dale who doesn't attack, because it's Dale. He speaks out, saying that Maggie is pregnant, and her husband Glenn was killed not too long ago. Not by their men, but by one of their own group. And if Negan kills her, he's basically killing an entire family. Negan's just like, don't care. Basically not caring at all, because even if the revelation of Maggie being pregnant was revealed then, do you really think it would have mattered? My What If Negan Killed Maggie remake further explains that, because Negan didn't know and he wouldn't care unless it was put against him in a way where he wouldn't be able to fight back. Anyways, his first victim is unfortunately Abraham, because obviously, which causes Daryl to, of course, punch Negan after he taunts Rosita, and Negan going to see who he's going to bash in the head next. And Owen, even though he's been sort of redeemed because of Morgan, and this wouldn't be the first story that I've done this, introducing Owen as a good guy now, but his wolf instincts are kicking in, and he already does not like the Saviors and what he's been introduced to him. So, he gets up thinking he's going to do something and goes to attack Negan. But Negan just decides, you know what? I was probably going to kill this guy anyway, because there isn't really a hard decision to pick through the entire group. So, he just decides Owen's doing the work for him, or he doesn't know his name, but this guy's just doing the work for me, and just kills Owen. So, Daryl doesn't die, nobody else dies except Abraham and Owen. Well, at least for now. Now, Dale, he knows that Morgan's most likely 100% going to step out and probably attack Negan. He looks at him, he doesn't say anything, but he basically looks at Morgan with eyes like, dude, if you step out of line and fight, you're going to end up where Owen and Abraham are now, with their heads bashed in to nothingness. So you need to stand down. But Morgan doesn't get the memo. He doesn't understand or pay attention. He is not in any kind of way in the world of which everybody else is in. Morgan's a clear moment. And his mind is flashing, and basically Crazy Morgan's coming back. His mind flashes to Dwayne and Jenny. And then it flashes to Rick shooting Dwayne's walker, and then him having that sense, and that's why he killed Travis. And then his mind flashes to Owen just now getting bashed in the head and even coming back as a walker, even though we wouldn't see that because his head got bashed in. It honestly is just how we would see Morgan interpreting the situation. Crazy Morgan. Now, in a blink of an eye, Crazy Morgan just jumps up, and the Saviors near him, he overpowers them with his hands, knocks them down, grabs his stick, and knocks all the Saviors near him to the ground before they have a chance to shoot him. Now, the rest of the Saviors around all arm their weapons and stand right in front of Morgan, because no one else is firing or doing anything. They're still guarding the group, but Morgan is the prime concern, because now the Saviors have deemed him to be dangerous. If he could overpower the Saviors with just his hands. Morgan, you really honestly think that he is going to just lay down after getting weapons armed on him? Crazy Morgan, of course not! As a matter of fact, he hurls his stick straight into Negan's neck. And nobody was expecting this. Negan, least of all. But, of course, if you did not already guess, this does kill him. And it's not the first time where I've had Negan, die in a scenario. But if it comes down to it, gotta do it. So, of course, this does kill Negan, with the stick still lodged into his throat, or through his throat. Just imagine looking at that. Rick, seeing the opportunity, just looks to everybody and they're like, yeah, we're doing this. And they all jump up within the blink of an eye, secure their weapons from the saviors around them, and begin to fight the saviors off one by one until they're sure that they're not on the losing side anymore, because Morgan presented a great opportunity by killing the leader. But Simon, he ain't afraid, and saviors aren't backing down. Why is that? Because Simon tells the group that they can't do anything because the saviors have one ace in the hole they forgot about, the tank. And this makes Rick and everybody stop short. But not for long. Because Mitch, the one in charge of the tank, obviously, is suddenly shot down in the chest with an arrow, resembling a similar scenario from Season 4. Daryl. He immediately, once Simon had basically just said, hey, we still got the tank, Daryl's just like, not for long, and he takes the initiative, takes down Mitch, and steps up to the top of the tank and says that the saviors better back down or he's going to fire this thing like there's no tomorrow. Now, Pete, being a smarter, or at least one of the smarter saviors, even though he was never a savior, but we would know him to be because of how Pete was, especially around the governor. He was soft, but he was smart. Now, Pete would be like, yeah, we should probably go. Our leader's dead. The guy's got a tank. Some of our men are dead. Most of them are dead already. We should get out of here. Now, Simon, very begrudgingly, is forced to cooperate with this method, but says that the saviors will avenge Negan, and they will get revenge to a vengeance. But anyways, the saviors ultimately back down and return to the sanctuary, which would be unknown to the group at this time. After all this is said and done, the group unfortunately has to mourn the losses of Abraham and Owen, but they do thank Morgan. And this thank you doesn't just come from Rick, but a lot of people, because Morgan presented a great opportunity and saved everyone's lives. Rick is the first one to thank him because now they have a tank, and yeah, he's pretty much saved him again, just like he did before. Although he was crazy, so yeah. Daryl thanks Morgan next, because he honestly, even though he is sorry because he kinda got Owen killed, Morgan still did right by him and the rest of the group by saving their lives. And if he hadn't done that, they would have probably all been vaporized and Daryl would have never gotten the tank. Sasha and Rosita are the next two to thank Morgan because he ultimately not only saved their lives, but he avenged not only Owen, because they knew how much he cared about redeeming Owen, but avenged Abraham, who both of them loved. Dale is the next one to speak out, but it's not really a thank you. It's more or less like a good job, a praise, from what we know Dale to actually give someone like Morgan. Because even though he felt it wrong for Morgan to get up and do that, it worked out in the end. So, ultimately, he thinks that Owen's death was not in vain. Alicia is the next one to thank Morgan and also apologize and say that she's truly forgiven him for... She'll never forget about Travis and what Morgan did, but she now knows why it happened, how it happened, and especially now because of this, she trusts him more. She cares about him more. And it's a great character development for Alicia and Morgan. Madison is the next one to thank Morgan because she ultimately gets to still be alive and their whole group gets to be alive. We know Madison to be a family person, so this would definitely resonate with her. Rick, after all this is said and done, thank yous are done, mourning is done, and the Saviors, no trace of them is left behind, says that they still need to get Maggie to the hilltop, and they need to prepare for the Saviors in case they make a return or another attack. Because just because Negan's dead doesn't mean the battle is over. And it might be easier now, but they still need to prepare. So ultimately, a plan is set in motion. Half of the group will be split to the hilltop, while the other goes to Alexandria to prepare for war. Rosita, Madison, Morgan, Lori, Sasha, Beth, and Dale will all go and take Maggie to the hilltop to make sure she's okay, and ultimately probably leave her there, because if the Saviors are going to be making a comeback, best not to put Maggie in the middle of that, especially when she's pregnant. And the group here in this whole box here is much more fit to be at Hilltop rather than fighting a war. Not to say they're weak, but you guys get what I mean. And the group that will go back to Alexandria will be Alicia, Daryl, Michonne, Rick, Aaron, Carl, and Eugene. And with all of that said, we have the group set for who will go to Hilltop in Alexandria, and the whole plan's set in motion, and the group is ready to leave. But they don't get the chance to, at least not yet, because before anybody can actually get ready to leave or do anything, Daryl is surprise attacked with Lucille straight to his arm. Daryl is walking right alongside the RV when his hand is smashed with Lucille right in his arm. If not breaking his arm, definitely severely injuring it. It is Mitch, who survived his arrow to the chest and tries to do something to at least make Negan's and all the Saviors' deaths that died not in vain. If it means at least breaking Daryl's arm, that's good enough. But Mitch really did not think that through, because not 2 seconds after Daryl's arm is pretty much broken by Lucille, Alicia guns down Mitch something awful until there is nothing but just 5, 6, 7, however many bullet holes you want to think of in Mitch's chest. But right whenever Mitch is falling to the ground in death, the gun that he's holding goes off. Boom! And it goes straight into Carl's eye. Now, you might think that this is just so convenient. You're just finding a way to make Carl lose his eye. Well, yes and no. I felt that it was more convenient, and Carl still loses his eye just a season later. Not just convenient to make him lose his eye, to cripple him, but just because of the story details, you know? Not like I meant for him to, it's just how it would go, honestly. But anyways, Rick, after seeing all this happen, especially Carl go down and getting shot in the eye, even though Mitch is more than dead by this point thanks to Alicia, Rick machetes the crap out of his body until it's nothing but chopped up bones and guts. Just imagine seeing that for a second. Madison, knowing Rick and how he's gonna feel after this, says that there's nothing to worry about. It was just one guy. And yes, Carl did get shot in the eye and Daryl's arm's pretty much broken, but they can just take Carl to Hilltop and make sure he's okay. But they need to get back to Alexandria. It's more important than ever that they're ready for war. And the plan is still in motion, except it's more down now because of what just happened with the whole Mitch situation. Back at the Sanctuary, Simon is just utterly furious that, number one, their leader is now dead. They're leaderless, essentially. And that they're going to have to pull out all the stops against a group that he thought was not going to be any kind of problem for the Saviors to take over. But how will it go? Will Simon be able to rally every single Savior at his disposal? Will they even listen to him? And do you think with the tank at Alexandria's side, the Saviors will even have a chance at making retribution for Negan's death? And hey guys, Nick here. And today, we will be getting into part 24 of What If Madison's Family Joined Rick. Now, In the last episode, we had the encounter with the Saviors, the tank being a very, very important item in the factor of last episode, and, unfortunately, still a few casualties. And Negan was one of them. How will the rest of the Savior arc go, with Simon being the only leader man in charge? We'll find out right now. Simon at the Sanctuary is furious that they are leaderless. The Saviors are leaderless, and honestly, doesn't know what to do. He is so mad, he is banging his fist on the table so hard that it's causing holes in the table. That's how mad he is. Pete, being around, tries to calm Simon down and saying that retreating was the best thing, but gets interrupted mid-speech with a punch to his jaw. But Pete, not being the wimp that we know him to be in Season 4, just takes this and says that if they had tried to fight back at the clearing, Rick and them basically stole the opportunity that they had. They did everything right up until that point. It was Morgan who really caused it. And they need to come up with a plan, and they can't go barging in recklessly or they'll die. And they'll end up just like Negan and all the other Saviors. Simon finally starts to calm down, a little, knowing Simon, and says, well, then what do you suggest that we do? Being the smart one and all. And we'd expect Simon to say something like this. Pete then suggests, instead of the Saviors that they got going in recklessly, and not even about going recklessly in at all, call the entire Savior force. He's talking about the Saviors from Satellite Outposts and the Sanctuary and everywhere that there is Saviors. Then it will be a slaughter. There's no way that Rick and his people have the numbers to take them all on. Simon actually thinks for a minute and is like, you know what? Even though this might still make us lose numbers, it's a pretty legit idea. So they ultimately go through with it and gather the entire army of the Saviors, which we see in Season 8, because we still have that number, obviously, along with the main ones, which I will include here. Simon and Pete, obviously, along with Megan, Tara, Morales, Laura, Regina, Jared, Arat, and Gavin. Of course, like Justin and other small ones, but these are the main ones, besides the small ones that you guys should really focus on. Anyways, they make their way towards Alexandria for a revenge stand and to avenge Negan. Back at Alexandria, because Rick and their group, remember, they split off in last episode into two groups. Enid asks where Carl is, because he was with them. Lori then explains everything about what happened. The lineup, the tank, Negan dying, Morgan saving them all, the last guy breaking Daryl's hand, and then, on his death after Alicia shot Carl in the eye, but he is at Hilltop, and will hopefully be okay in the hands of Madison and everybody else at Hilltop. Enid is of course upset at this, but knowing the impending danger of the Saviors, because there's still going to be a huge bunch of them coming this way, she can't risk going to Hilltop because she'd probably just end up getting herself killed or kidnapped. So she has no choice but to stay here and help support the people at Alexandria for when the Saviors do arrive. Meanwhile, Daryl is getting his broken hand tended to by the likes of Denise, and it wouldn't be like broken, I feel, from Lucille, but it would be injured something awful, because we know how strong Lucille was. It was even able to make Abraham, the tough guy, bleed at the top of his head from one strike. Anyways, Rick then, after all this, says that they need to come up with a plan for whenever the Saviors get here. They could just make a stand, maybe put the vehicles in front of the gates, and then, like, use them as cover, and then, you know, just fire. But they need to come up with, like, a good plan. Because if the ridiculous number of Saviors that they believe is still out there is true, plus the ones that were in the clearing, they can't risk being not careful. Then Deanna offers something of which we would definitely see the most dramatic change of character for Deanna, in terms of ever. She recommends, what if they hide the tank and all the vehicles in tarps? It'd be like you couldn't even tell where they were or anything like that. And then no one will ever know where the tank is and won't even be able to get their hands on it. And then they can all hide in the houses and get every single weapon that they can get their mitts on from the armory, hide in the houses, and then when the saviors come in, before they even get a chance to do anything, and they're walking around wondering where everybody is, they ambush them with everything and anything they got. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They find every single tarp at their disposal, any ones that they can spare, really, and get every single thing that they can think of to try and make sure that the cars and the tank and every one of the vehicles in Alexandria are in one single spot and they're covered up. So the saviors will not be able to get the tank back, nor will they be able to steal vehicles if the chance arises. Then they go to the armory and get every single weapon that they can. And there'd be quite a bit. There'd be, of course, guns, knives, grenades, flash grenades, everything that you know from The Walking Dead, basically, for whatever person to use, except bar from weapons that Fear the Walking Dead characters have, because they're in the Walking Dead universe and not their own. I mean, they're in the same universe, but you guys get what I'm saying. Their weapons would not be here, like Madison's sledgehammer and stuff. Not to say they wouldn't find a weapon like it, but I'm getting off track. Anyways, then they all stage themselves in the houses, just as the saviors approach Alexandria. Conveniently, with everything going on between the saviors at the sanctuary and Alexandria, they would both have time, both sides, to get everything ready for the opposite side to attack. Now, the saviors, seeing the gates are boarded up, decide only one plan of attack because they feel that if they go in there just, guns blazing, they might end up getting killed because this could be a trap. So they take all their cars and ram through the gates. But Simon and the saviors are very surprised to see and hear nothing. Just complete, utter silence. There's no guns firing. The streets are empty. The entire town looks like it was abandoned. Now this means either one of two things. Either they've all left, or this is another trap. But they don't get to finish that sentence because then Rick yells, "No!" And this surprises the saviors. And within the span of a few seconds, the streets are lit up in pure smoke. Smoke grenades have been launched throughout the entirety of Alexandria. So all you can see in this town is nothing but pure smoke. And this blinds every one of the saviors, no matter how many there are. Next, bang, bang! You can hear explosions in the streets. Grenades are being thrown from all angles. RPGs, explosions, you name it, they're being thrown in the streets of Alexandria. Not damaging the houses, but damaging the streets and killing pretty much all the saviors. Now, it kills all of the ones that we know to be just, small, not really important. But then we get to the main ones, which would be still small saviors, which would be Laura, Alicia, because, she's still around from the militia, Gavin, Regina, Jared, Justin, and Arat. Plus the other bunches of saviors that were small and not really important. But we have survivors. Simon, Pete, Morales, Tara, and Megan. The 5 last people standing of the saviors, injured but alive. Now Rick has a choice to make, because some of these people seem worth sparing. But he knows a lot of them are going to cause trouble. And a lot of the group wants to just kill all the rest of these 5 saviors, but Rick then sees the kid next to Tara and decides, you know what? We're going to look through the 5 of them and see which ones are actually worth sparing. So, of course, Tara and Megan are spared because Rick assumes either Megan is Tara's daughter or her sister or just someone she cares for. So she gets to live. And she didn't seem the most harmful out of every one of the other saviors that attacked them, which you couldn't really tell from the streets before they threw the smoke grenades, but that's beside the point. Morales is spared for being an old member of the group and Rick still caring about him, although others feel differently. Pete is, of course, killed, but he is really... At first he thinks that, oh, he's going to be spared, but no, he gets really surprised whenever he gets completely gunshotted down by Daryl. Because, you know, he is the brother of the one that had the tank, put guns to him, had a bunch of militia after Mitch fired the tank the first time, and then Mitch shot Carl in the eye and broke Daryl's hand. It's a whole thing, so Pete dies. Even though he was just softer than his brother, it really doesn't matter. Pete would die here. Simon? Oh, there's no question. Rick would beat him down with Lucille until his face looked like a shriveled up bloody mess. Basically Negan. So, well, not Negan himself, but you guys get what I mean. But anyways, Rick would definitely not spare Simon here, nor would I think in any scenario ever would he want to spare him. And with that, the Savior arc has officially come to an end. And the few saviors, being Tara, Megan, and Morales, get to live. And the rest are completely annihilated. Back at the hilltop, which we will cut to with that group, Maggie and her baby are cared for safely by Dr. Carson, so she gets out of this okay, like she did before. Nothing changes. But Carl, see, he gets his eye taken out a season later. So he's not getting cared for at Alexandria this time. He's getting cared for at Hilltop. But he does still pull through, and he gets the bandage and everything like that. So he is still alive here. Gregory is very unsure as to if the Saviors, even without Negan, will still be a threat, and whether to still honor Rick's deal, because I feel that they would still make it, kind of, even in this scenario. But Madison assures him that even though they don't have confirmation yet from, like, Rick or anybody else, she is sure, from all they've been through, without Negan, the Saviors are no match for Rick and the rest of their people. And soon enough, on their walkies, which I feel that they would have, they get confirmation that the Saviors have been completely annihilated, albeit 3 of them spared. Now, back at Alexandria, Rick knows that besides Hilltop and Alexandria, kind of, because they weren't really conquered, there has to be other communities out there that Negan found and controlled, and he wants to let them know that the threat of Negan is over, and that they can all work together to try and, like, you know, make a future. And Tara decides to explain all of the communities that Negan has conquered over the years, especially since she helped out with pretty much all of them. So, that's exactly what we're going to get into. The kingdom is first, and once the group gets there, it'd be anyone really, it doesn't matter. They meet up with Daniel, because he's there, and he's the one who rescued Carol this time instead of Morgan, and they're told the information, and so is Ezekiel. We get to meet him for the first time, really, and this would definitely prevent a lot of deaths, because this is just the start of season 7, basically, if not just a little bit into it. So, not too much has happened in the other communities, really. Besides, you know, Hilltop and Alexandria, obviously. Oh, and feel like I should point this out here. Obviously, there's going to be no Ezekiel and Carol as of this point, because Daniel and Carol have been a thing since the start of the series. So, just thought I'd throw that out there. Anyways, then we get to the Scavengers. And while I feel that it would be hard for them to accept the fact that Negan and the Saviors are gone, I feel that they would come around eventually. It's just knowing Jadis and them, it would take some time, most likely. But just Rick shows Lucille to them, I feel that that would make Jadis and them shut their mouths pretty easily. You just show Lucille to any of the groups that don't really, you know, believe, and just show them Lucille. That's the basic answer. Not saying that that would be what has to happen, saying it could happen. Anyway, Heath, who went to Oceanside instead of Tara this time, goes ahead and goes to Oceanside and explains to him the whole thing himself. And even though Natanya did not want Heath to return and doesn't really truly believe that Negan and the Saviors are all gone, she decides to trust him, and she says that they're not ready to be out with other communities for now, but she says that their community will take time to think on it. And with that, I will now list off the survivors for who have made it past their original deaths. Carl, Heath, Dale, Beth, Lori, Denise, Olivia, Deanna, Jesse, Sam, Alicia, and Sasha. Now, those are just the main ones. But people like from the Kingdom and stuff like that, and the Scavengers, I'm not going to include every single person, mainly because a lot of them are just unimportant small characters. But you guys get the gist of who the main ones are. I don't really have to include them in a roster. Anyways, Carl and Enid, their relationship grows more, and it would be a later development because of Carl and Sophia being around, liking each other for the longest time. Eugene would craft bullets for the community instead of Negan, obviously, in this timeline, which he's done in several of my stories. Gabriel would never lose his sight because he wouldn't have been abandoned by Gregory, and that whole thing would have never happened. Rick has Lucille here, so stay tuned for future parts of that for the remainder and, kind of the remainder of the series. Morgan eventually visits the Kingdom and teaches Henry and Benjamin the stick. Rosita and Spencer eventually shack up, because happened originally, and Abraham and Sasha, Abraham isn't around, but Rosita and Spencer were still a thing even after that, and Sasha, even though she does not have Bob or Abraham, and is obviously going to feel down about this and feeling like her original character development, that's where Heath comes in. Because remember, Heath and Sasha have had a few moments in the story. They protected each other against the Saviors back at the satellite outpost with Paula and such, and they would most likely have time around each other. So, they get into a relationship. Tara, becoming a full-fledged kind of good guy, eventually gets into a relationship with Denise, which would be a pretty much either season or season and a half later than both Denise's original death and when they got into their original relationship in the, original story. Morales tries to reconnect with the group that he once was a part of and the group that is now. And even though it's kind of hard to get used to at first, he does eventually grow to it. Sadiq gets rescued by the group. It doesn't matter who it is. He'd get rescued. The bridge would be more than rebuilt because we would have a monstrous amount of survivors. So there's no telling that the bridge would be able to be completed. Aaron and Eric are still going to be a thing because Eric is still alive because no situation has put him in a dying situation yet. And eventually, I know we're cutting past a lot of points, but it's just how it is because of the story. Magna's group is eventually rescued, and we get to that time skip. And Rosita and Eugene's not going to hurt his leg here, and that's because Spencer's here, and I've included that in more than one story. With Spencer being around, that means Eugene would not hurt his leg, and the three of them would get out of there together, rather than Eugene being left behind. Now, here's where we end off. What will happen with the Whisperers? Everything with the Saviors, true, we got some casualties, we got some, injured people, obviously, and we have a lot of survivors and changes to the story, especially with Madison and her group around. But with the Whisperers, will anything major change? Or will it be complete dropout for the Whisperer arc and Alpha in general? Hey guys, Nick here, and today we will be getting into part 25 of What If Madison's Family Joined Rick. Now, last time we pretty much recapped the rest of the Savior arc and entered into what would come after and the entrance into the Whisperer arc. Now, we will touch upon a little bit of the Whisperer arc with a very, very, very shocking revelation. Let's get into it. Now, who will be going to the cemetery for the entrance to the Whisperers? Well, the choices are pretty clear-cut in terms of people because of who is here. Rick, obviously, for number one. Madison, because she's become one of the founding leaders since the start. Daryl and Alicia, because, once again, obvious leaders. Michonne would be next on the list. I don't want to sound like a broken record. Jesus would be next because I'm not really going to take away his thing here, his storyline. Doesn't mean he's going to die, I'm just not taking him away. Magna and Yumiko, and then Aaron and Eric, because Eric is still alive. And with that, we have our group to go to the cemetery. Now, the entrance, besides extra characters, is pretty clear-cut, nothing really to talk about, but the main change occurs whenever Jesus starts fighting the walkers and then is about to get stabbed like he did originally by one of the Whisperers. But before that can even happen and that revelation comes to pass, Eric decides to help out because he thinks that Jesus is starting to he just doesn't think that Jesus will be able to take them all on. So he goes in, but he is the one to get stabbed by the Whisperer instead. Afterwards, Jesus kills the Whisperer and begins fighting several others, much more aware that they are people and not just pure walkers. The bunch of them that might have been are all dead, so they should just assume that they're all people. Because, the mask would come off. They would know that they're people. But at any rate, while Jesus is doing this, and it seems like he's holding his own for now, Morgan, Benjamin, and Henry come out of nowhere, and the odds start to turn in their favor, because Jesus looked like he was starting to lose ground again. Just then, another Whisperer is shot by none other than Dale, who has also come to the rescue. And for the first time in the series, Dale had shot another person. Because remember, Dale has never been about killing anybody. And he's just been pushed back because he's not the centerpiece of the story. But this would be a dramatic change for his character. Real quick, before we cut to that, I just forgot to mention in a previous part, last part, that Gregory still does try to kill Maggie, before they go off to deal with the Reapers and do the community with Georgie. And this time, Maggie she's still able to defend herself, but Madison comes in around the time Gregory attacks, and for the seemingly first time, uses a hammer to kill Gregory. Now, you can thank Tyrese for really including the whole hammer aspect onto Madison, because ever since Tyrese became a part of the group, that pretty much gave way to Madison's whole having a hammer on her thing. Because remember, she had one back in season 3 when she seemingly killed Troy, but we all know he's alive. But at any rate, that is where the hammer comes into play here, Tyrese. But he's been dead for a while now. It's just not too many moments where I could include her using the hammer. But at any rate, Dale shoots someone for the first time. We cut back to the cemetery. Aaron's not going to be happy over the death of Eric. And they move on, because the Whisperers here have been all killed, thanks to a bunch of help. Then we cut to the bridge, and that pretty much plays as you would expect. But remember how I said there'd be a shocking revelation? This isn't the very big one, because that's going to be saved for the end of the episode. But this is a shocking revelation. The Whisperer that they capture and take the mask off of isn't Lydia. Instead, it's Dante. Now, for those of you who are unaware of who Dante is, he is a Whisperer in disguise who in Season 10 pretty much poisoned the water and killed the group from the inside, and then ended up killing Sadiq, almost killed Rosita. It's a whole thing. but he is the one to get captured. He's the one behind the mask instead of Lydia. And he gets taken back to Hilltop for questioning. Now, Rick is the one who is going to do the questioning here with Lucille, because I feel that's much more better instead of Daryl, even though he's a very good interrogator. But before Rick can even get down to interrogating him in the cell, Dante speaks up first. He says, well, so you're the Rick Grimes that I've been told so much about. I'm sure our leader would like to know a lot more about you, if you know what I mean. And this very much surprises Rick, because not only does this guy know his name, but it seems like the leader of the Whisperers knows him too. But how can that be? They've never met. And before Rick can question him or, understand what's going on, 3 gunshots can be heard from outside. But they're not from in Hilltop. They're from out of Hilltop. And they sound like 3 shots from a shotgun. And now, whatever threat they thought the Whisperers were, now guns are included. This is a whole different ball game. Once Rick gets outside, he tells everybody to stand down, stand by the gates, and prepare for war, because if these Whisperers and whatever have guns, that makes them a whole new kind of threat. And seemingly, the group knows him, or at least the leader, so he will confront them alone and see if he can talk some way out of this. So, he goes out to where the gates are of Hilltop and sees who the leader or who is at the gates of Hilltop. Now, this is where the shocking revelation comes into fruition, because, like Dante, he is switched out for Lydia, and the person who is at Hilltop leading the Whisperers isn't Alpha. It's still the person who is the leader has Alpha's mask, and the person throws it to the ground, discarding it almost. But the person would be a shock to every single person. Shane. Shane is the leader of the Whisperers, and this shock not only is terrifying, but just, Rick, you cannot begin to even describe how much this revelation not only affects him, but the entirety of the group. Shane was dead. Him and Strand, he doesn't understand. And how is, he doesn't get it. And that's where we leave things, because this poses an interesting question. How is Shane somehow, someway alive? We saw him and Strand die. There's no way that they could have survived. And if Shane survived, where's Strand? And if he's the leader of the Whisperers, what happened to Alpha, to Beta, and what will happen to the foregoing complete rest of the series with this revelation being a big one? And that's where we leave things for the moment. Hey guys, Nick here, and today we will be getting into part 26 of What If Madison's Family Joined Rick, where this whole episode is going to be dedicated to what has happened with Shane since that fateful day in Alexandria with the Horde, and how in the world he possibly survived and where he's been. And with all that out of the way, let's get into it. Shane basically presents himself to Rick as a surprise to every single soul, thinking that he died. But after he surprises him showing his presence. He decides, as a token of being an old member of the group, he will explain his backstory as to where he's been for all this time, and then reveal his plans. So, we are going to cut back to when the Horde was still in Alexandria in that Season 6 original storyline, and visualize yourselves to that moment, and when Shane and Strand had Pete and Jesse as hostages. So you got that in your mind? Good. Because here's something that you're going to really need to pay attention to. Go back to that part, revisualize that scene, and remember when the both of them, in that instant, it was a quick second, but both of them were shot and killed by Daryl. And, everybody else that was on that team, like when they met the Saviors. Well, you see, I compared Shane and Strand, and still do, because they are exactly, if not very close, to alike. But there's a big, big difference. Shane is far more perceptive, cunning, and very much so smarter than Strand would ever be. So in this moment, in a flash, whenever the shots go off, Shane is actually perceptive enough to see what is going on because it's all so fast, but he's able to see not the shots, but Daryl and them about to shoot. So he visualizes, oh crap, I'm about to die, ducks the shots, and pretty much bootlegs it right out of Alexandria as fast as he can, and Strand, unfortunately, he sees the shots too late into his death. So everyone presumes that Shane was lost among the Horde, and Strand, because it was all a blur. But Shane, he survived. But he had to go through a lot. Keep in mind, they were both shot in the back by Rick and Madison. So Shane is hobbling, essentially, with a shot in the back through millions of walkers trying not to be seen. And he does so, miraculously, manages to survive and escapes Alexandria and the Horde. Unfortunately, albeit a small portion, and I mean a small portion, because the Horde would be basically around every other soul in Alexandria, because, they were all getting killed, a small portion broke off and started after Shane, gathering others along the road while Shane ran and ran and ran. All he cared about was survival. Think about it. He had just escaped near death after staging a rebellion with Strand and essentially almost got his butt killed. But after so long of barely scraping by, barely eating, sleeping, or drinking or anything, and barely getting any more ammunition because he'd be dry almost by this point, Shane decides whatever he's got to just use it. Whatever ammo and strength and gullet is in his system, he has to use it now or he will die. And if he dies other than that, well, then so be it. Shane attacks with everything he's got. I almost called him Strand there for a second because the names are kind of similar. He attacks with everything he's got. Little does he know, he has ran and ran and ran for so long, yet it didn't occur to him as to where he was. He was in the realm of the Whisperers. He had ventured so far from Alexandria that he had wandered into their camp. But of course he's not going to know this. He doesn't know who they are, obviously, compared to other Shanes who've met the Whisperers. And soon enough, Shane begins to see some strange occurrences with the walkers. It seems like they're reacting in a way that walkers don't react. And soon enough, the biggest out of all of them, begins to fight him and even talk and react. And Shane is so out of strength, so drained, that whatever processing he can think to do around these guys, creatures, whatever, he just doesn't have anything in him. So a Shane versus Beta fight ain't gonna happen the way you think it is. And he is ultimately taken back to the Whisperer camp. Well, he's already in Whisperer territory. He's taken to the Whisperer camp initially, where Alpha raises her shotgun straight at him for, he did kill a few of her Whisperer men, even though it wouldn't be a huge bunch because Shane didn't have truly that much ammo or strength. But once Alpha raises her shotgun, Shane raises his. Two things because of this. One, has nothing to lose. Number two, he ain't gonna take someone raising their gun at him and, let him do it. He had enough of that when he staged the rebellion. And Alpha? She sees everything of what's been done to him without even any explanation. She sees the shot in his back, assume he was attacked, and the fact that he was being chased, which ultimately gave her more walkers for her horde. And it just goes to show that this guy is a fighter. Whatever he had been through, he definitely should have died a long time ago if he were a normal guy. Soon enough, he is put into custody for the moment. Well, Whisperer custody, if you will. And the Whisperers are debating what to do with him. Whether to, take off his head, put it on a pike, make him a walker and join the horde, or join their cause. And Alpha ultimately decides for him to join the Whisperer cause. But Beta, he isn't so sure, but he is way more sure than he was with Negan. Because Shane showed resolve. Everything Alpha said was true. Shane is a warrior. If he were anything like any other normal person, he would have died a long time ago, probably just from the shot to his back. So Beta actually takes a way more fond interest to Shane than Negan. He barely even liked Negan. And soon enough, Shane begins to see the ways of the Whisperers, begins to get used to their kind of field, to a degree. And he doesn't really have a choice in the matter because this is the best he's gotten. He doesn't even know how long it's been since he ran from Alexandria and all that stuff happened. Time has been basically lost to him. So essentially, whatever strength and everything he has, he owes to the Whisperers. Even though, he did kill a few of their men. It's the least he could do to join their army. But soon enough, hanging around the Whisperer camp, he meets Lydia, the daughter of Alpha, which he gets accustomed to the names of the Whisperers. But he also notices something very, very wrong between the bond of Alpha and Lydia. Soon enough, Shane and Lydia begin talking, because I feel that field would eventually arise. But then Shane sees the markings that have been done to Lydia. Now, he had already known about what Alpha liked to do to increase the strength of her army and herself, using a whip and doing the markings and everything. She did it with Negan too. But seeing and not knowing the fact that this was done to her own daughter brings back all of the memories of number 1, Ed, number 2, Pete, and number 3, everything that happened in Alexandria, which he was trying so hard to forget while he was in the Whisperer camp. And soon enough, he begins to see that there's only one option for Alpha, and that's death. Even though all he owes is to her, he will not accept this. The fact that another poor soul is being abused. And, pretty much brings back all of Shane. Any part of Shane that was lost and done, Shane's back. And soon enough gets Alpha on her own, whenever he gets enough on her good side. Not like Negan, he wouldn't drag it out that long, but he does get her on her own eventually, and kills her. And after this, because it would be with a gunshot, he wouldn't... I don't really know Shane to use melee weapons, but he would get her on her own and kill her. And hearing the gunshot, the Whisperers start to panic, think they're under attack. Beta is the closest one because he would always be the closest to Alpha's shack, and goes immediately and brings out his knives to see Shane holding a gun at him, saying that if he makes a move, makes a slight, signal to other Whisperers, and does anything to attract attention, he'll kill him too. He has killed Alpha because he found out what she was doing. And the way she's been taking control of this camp and her own daughter and everything else, that's going to change now. And Shane will be the new leader. And he took it by force. And he will show that he could be a better Alpha than Alpha ever was. An actual leader. Now, Beta, of course, is still very angry at this because he genuinely cared for Alpha, albeit disagreeing with her on many levels. But then the part of his mind goes to the fact that Shane really has impressed him. He can't believe that he is even thinking this, but the fact that he already proved so much before he even joined the camp, and that he took initiative to what Alpha did wrong, and that he's showing authority to right the wrongs and make a better leader of the Whisperers than she was, shows that it basically makes Negan, Alpha, whenever Negan was proposed maybe to be the Alpha, basically makes that a joke, because Beta actually thinks that he would make a good Alpha. Not to say that he thinks that he would make a better Alpha, but he's not disagreeing with Shane, so he ultimately doesn't agree with him, but he stands down. Soon enough, the word spreads that Alpha has been killed by Shane. And, of course the news would spread because Beta would tell the group, and the gunshot, he would have to. And Lydia's obviously not happy about this, because it's her mom. And even if it was for the greater good, why did Shane truly do it? And Shane says this to Lydia specifically. It was because specifically of what she did to her. He had been through too much already and seen too many people like Alpha that he couldn't stand around and let another person suffer abuse like other people have, and explains his full story on what happened and why he is where he is now, and that he is going to change. Basically, he's going to make this group what he should have been in. The group that he wanted to be in. Make it better, essentially, if that makes sense. Be in a group that's better than the group he was in. And Lydia truly appreciates this. She doesn't fully forgive him for killing her mom, but she does really understand where he's coming from, and looks to Shane like the dad she never had, essentially, even though it's a whole deal, really. And Beta, albeit very reluctantly at first, begins to slowly accept the fact that Shane is the new Alpha. And soon enough, that very reluctance turns into small reluctance, and then ultimate loyalty. Because Beta ultimately sees Shane as a way better Alpha. And Shane, he begins to take the role very seriously, and says that whatever rules that Alpha had in play, whatever made her the Alpha, whatever things she put in rule to this camp, is going to change tenfold. He will ensure that the Whisperers are 10 times, 20 times, 30 times what they were originally. He will make the Whisperers an unstoppable, ultimate army and actual community that will be better than what Alpha had it at. And soon enough, the effects of what Shane has to offer are put into play. First off, The babies will be safe in the community, the Whisperer camp, and will never be brought out. Because remember how Frances brought her baby to Hilltop? Whenever Shane goes to Hilltop, like at the beginning of this episode and like the end of last, Frances won't have her baby there. So that's going to be out of the equation. Now we're going to talk about Shane's weaponry first. As for his favorite pistol, of course he's still going to have that. But for the longest time, even after he left Alexandria and before he joined the Whisperer camp, the pistol's been empty. But soon enough, beginning to scout once more and regaining his strength, he gets way more than enough to load up his pistol to maximum capacity, and effectively is able to use it again. Now, we're going to talk about a very important upgrade to Shane's favorite shotgun, because I'm going to take a page out of Fear and actually make Shane combine a weapon with a weapon, essentially. Now, what might that be? Well, he's not going to get an axe, like, pull spear like Morgan, obviously. He will combine his shotgun with Alpha's shotgun to make a automatic, ultimately compacted shotgun, if you will. Something that would make Shane's shotgun look like a joke. It adds in the features of Alpha's shotgun to Shane's, and he makes it so that it's automatic. Like a shotgun that you would see like in a Resident Evil game or something like that. I know it sounds a little silly, but I feel that Shane would definitely apply himself to the task. And Beta, whatever power Beta had before, him and Shane train basically every day, being very adept in fighting each other and actually enjoying it. And it's not like a Dragon Ball fight or martial arts. This is genuine sparring to test out their resolves. And Beta is made 10 times the powerhouse. And not just uses his 2 knives this time, but is effective in way more melee weapon artillery. And a few sidearms. But I feel that Beta would mainly use melee. Speaking of which, weapons are soon enough scavenged and held out to the people at the Whisperer camp, making them an effective army in case an ambush was to come. And Shane? Oh, he is having almost the time of his life, dedicating himself to being the ultimate leader of the Whisperer camp, basically wishing that Alexandria and everybody else, wishing that they had been like this. And soon enough, those thoughts just start to bubble up in his mind, and they begin to consume him. And then ultimately, when the thoughts seem to be consuming his mind so much that he's like half building the Whisperer army and half getting these thoughts in his head like the crazed Shane we know him to be, Shane hears of an event a long time in the future. This would be into Season 9 territory, catching up with the timeline, and he hears of a group that has killed a decent few of his men. And he begins to think, this can't be Rick, can it? Rick and Madison? Have they finally found him? Or is this just running into them randomly? It could have just been an ambush, because there's no way that they could know that he was part of the army. And he smiles at this because there is actually no way. And he decides to go and check it out for himself, whether it's Rick and Madison or whether it's another group that needs to be put under the power of Shane the Alpha. And he tells Beta that he is in charge of the Whisperer camp until he returns. Beta, of course, pledges undying loyalty at this point in the series to Shane, viewing him as 10, 20, 30, 50 times better the Alpha than Alpha ever was. So he says this without a shred of betrayal or anger in his voice, this would be a very changed Beta. And soon enough, we cut back to the scene where Shane reveals himself after taking off Alpha's mask and reveals to Rick the ending of the story and says that he is here. At first, he was just going to take the camp that had basically killed his men and just killed all of them or made him part of the Horde, essentially. But now that he knows that it's Rick and Madison who have come back to haunt him, essentially, he will make absolute sure that the rebellion that he had planned with Strand all those years back will actually be sieged this time, and he will get the revenge that he had been wanting to all these years. But will he succeed, or will this be a short-lived reveal for Shane coming back to the group? And that's where we leave things for the moment. Hey guys, Nick here, and today we'll be getting into part 27 of What If Madison's Family Joined Rick. Now, in the last episode, or rather the episode prior to last episode, we got into the revelation of Shane joining the Whisperers and being the head honcho, the Alpha. Then, last episode, we got the entire 21-minute backstory as to how he survived, and led to him leading the Whisperers in a Shane-type fashion. Today, we will be getting into the war between Shane leading the Whisperers, as well as Beta being included, versus Rick and Madison. Let's get into it. After the heartfelt story of Shane explaining where he's been, how he got into the Whisperers, and so on, he ends the note on saying that he has come here for revenge against Rick. Rick is only sad and in shock and just completely silent for a second, before turning into the Rick we all know and love and aiming his python straight at Shane, showing that even though he said that story, Rick is not going down without a fight. But Shane just smirks at Rick, saying that that's not a wise decision, and they didn't come here just Shane and these Whisperers he sees before him. And two other Whisperers that weren't in the crowd pull out with Luke and Heath as hostages, showing that Shane is dead set in killing Rick here and getting his revenge against Rick and Madison for what they did. And Shane even says so himself, that it didn't have to go this way, but, well, they kind of set the tone whenever they killed Strand and almost killed him. Now, this can go one of two ways. Number one, they can surrender quietly, and perhaps only a few people have to die, but Rick is definitely going to be one of them alongside Madison. Or, number two, every single one dies. And the communities, oh, screw them. There's a way to get this somewhat peacefully, but Rick and Madison, they ain't going down. Or they are going down, and they will die. Either way. Rick just holds his weapon at his side, and then he smirks. And this throws Shane kinda off, because they obviously have the better plan here, so what could Rick be thinking? But then, all of a sudden, two Whisperers are immediately killed from gunshots, because cavalry that I did not introduce has arrived that would still be at Hilltop. Henry and Benjamin have killed the Whisperers, and then Morgan steps out, showing that this was Rick's contingency plan all along. Either that or Morgan would just throw Benjamin and Henry, to the side while they were talking. I've done similar moves like that before. But Shane, not caring in the slightest for anyone at this point, shoots Benjamin in the leg and, so ultimately kills him, because it was in the femoral artery. That's how he died in the original show. Morgan is set into his clear mode, because that's the Morgan we all know and love. And then it flashes him to Owen and everyone else, and we all know how that was. He tries to throw his spear, using a move that he tried against Negan and succeeded, but Shane dodges, having ultimately... He knows somewhat how Morgan operates, so he dodges, and a Whisperer gets the stick lodged in his head instead. But this gives Rick the opening he wants. He rushes towards Shane and Lucille's him straight across the cheek. And to a normal man, this would have gashed out someone's cheek and would have left it pretty empty. But to Shane, the way he is now and how strong he is, especially trained up and leading the Whisperers, this just scars his face and makes him mad. Because now, oh, they're going down the second option. This is war. And let's face it, that was going to happen either way. Shane tries to reach for his gun and ultimately just end Rick right then and there. But Rick ain't going to go down without a fight, especially after a strike like that to Shane's cheek. And uses Lucille to just smack the weapon straight out of Shane's hand, and this would take some force, but we all know that Rick would definitely have it in him to do so, even if Shane had a really strong grip. By that point, both of them reach for their pistols, well, Rick his Python and Shane his pistol we all know and love, and they both aim at the direct same time, and this would be a straight second maneuver. So, this would be a great opening sequence to their fight. Just then, the stick, well, Morgan's stick, that was used to get lodged in the Whisperer's head, is lodged out by another Whisperer and thrown to Shane. And now, Shane has another advantage point. Not to say that he was technically down an advantage point, he just got his gun knocked down. But now, he has Morgan's stick, even though, you know, he has never been taught Aikido or anything. He basically knows how to use a weapon, so not going to throw it past him not how to use the stick. Rick uses his machete to fight off. And while this is going on, Shane knows that the machete could very well cut off the stick. So, tries to reach for his gun, but Rick stops him, knocking him against the wall of Hilltop. And this would replicate their Season 2 fight, but in a much more epic fashion. Because two things. Number one, that fight never happened. And number two, this would be Season 9 Rick and Shane. So think about how more epic that fight sequence would be. And Shane, he is definitely more on par with Rick than we saw him in that fight. Well, obviously from what I just stated. And number two, because of how much Shane has literally improved as a character. Much more so than my Shane and both my What If Rick Spared Shanes. But he is not an outright winner in this cause. Even though he does much better than the fight we saw them in Season 2, he doesn't win. He is ultimately put to the ground injured and not on death's door, but he is down on the ground injured because he didn't account for the fact of how good a fighter and how much Rick grew and is genuinely surprised. But Rick, it's not like he's unfazed. He is just slightly less phased than Shane and ultimately stands over him with his Python and gets ready to shoot him, this time ready to end him for good. But Shane just stares at Rick. He stares at him with eyes that no one could get past. This is a dead stare. He doesn't think that Rick's going to do it and even taunts him about it because he didn't kill him once. And they were once brothers. There's no way that Rick will now have it in him to kill the brother that he once had who is now still alive. And he taunts him over and over again. This would be a Season 2 maneuver. And Rick, half expecting probably from you guys that he would do it, but he doesn't. He drops his weapon because Shane's right. Even though Shane is just heartless at this point and tried to rebel with Strand, he's alive again and wants to give him a second chance. They don't have to do this. But Shane just smirks. He knew that Rick wouldn't do it. And goes for the kill with his own gun. But Daryl, right by the gates by Rick's side at that moment, uses his crossbow to put out Shane's lights. Not with one arrow, not with two, not with three, but a whole bludgeon of arrows and even slight gunshots to make absolutely dead on sure that Shane is never, ever coming back. And that is the true end of Shane. Then a gunfight rings out between the remaining Whisperers that Shane went to with Hilltop and the people of Hilltop, with Rick and Madison obviously being included. And yeah, it goes as well as you would think. The Whisperers almost have little to no chance. And ultimately this leads with the Whisperer army and any walkers that would pop in nearby ultimately killed, and the Hilltop community is saved from further harm. And with that, you would think that that's the end of the Whisperer saga, but no. I'll get more deep into that in a second, because there's one problem left at Hilltop that nobody saw or thought coming. One Whisperer unaccounted for, and this comes back to bite them, because just then, after all is seemingly said and done, a knife is thrown, unbeknownst to anyone in the moment, except one uncertain and very unfortunate person, Dale, who had lived much longer than any of his iterations, and the knife goes straight into his stomach. And with how Dale would be very, very old at this point, this unfortunately would mean the end of his life by Dante, the surviving Whisperer who was held captive. And yeah, you thought he would get away with this? Nah, he is gunned down almost instantaneously and completely. And yeah, everyone would be in that kill set at that point, especially after Shane. And Rick would be the one to do the deed gunning him down, because Dale meant a lot to especially Rick, and in the original, he even wanted to honor Dale, even though that didn't last long. But, I mean, everyone cared about Dale, especially here, but Rick, I feel, would take great pleasure in just killing Dante himself. But he knows from Shane's story that the Whisperers are far from done. And they need to prepare for another attack, but they need to be, like, ready, like guns on aim and ready to fire at a moment's notice. Madison most certainly agrees, because if this beta is around from what Shane had talked about, that means that he'll be coming to Hilltop next with the entire horde that they were talking about and more. So yeah, they're going to be more than ready. Once Beta figures out that Shane hasn't come back after such a significant amount of time, this actually upsets him, because, like I've said before, he really, really appreciated Shane more as the Alpha than Alpha, and I hope that makes sense. He saw Shane for something more than Alpha would ever be, and to see that he had fallen against the supposedly better group, this means one of two things. Either they were ambushed, or Shane really wasn't the Alpha that he thought he was. And with that, Beta is ultimately the Alpha. And he leads not only the Horde, but the entire rest of the Whisperer army to Hilltop to launch a final attack. And this wouldn't be the first time that I've made Beta go to Hilltop in this certain sense, but it is a lot different from what the context and dynamic is. Because this time, Beta is going to have a much better plan with the Whisperers and himself trained a lot by Shane. Beta and the Whisperers will be coming from one end of Hilltop, sort of like a distraction, if you will. And the few other Whisperers that there would be, not to say there's a huge, not to say there's a small number, but the remaining Whisperers would lead the Horde at the back end. So it would be a literal, just army assaulted attack. And soon enough, Beta and the Whisperers and the Horde are straight at Hilltop. And Rick and Beta actually lock eyes. And with that, the ultimate gunfight, the ultimate war, the ultimate of ultimate battles in The Walking Dead would commence. Sort of like the Season 10, mid-Season 10 finale from when they fought the Horde at Hilltop. like with Daryl and everybody else. Sort of like that, except 10 times more epic. The gunfight would ensue. Small people would die, not too many big ones, really, but the Whisperers and small Hilltop and Alexandria and stuff members would be taken out. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, the Horde is making themselves known to the gates, or to the back end gates of Hilltop, even though there really isn't any gates at the back end, but you guys get what I mean. And soon enough, they breach, and the Horde would start to slowly overtake Hilltop. And it seems like this is the end. There's way too many. There's no way that they can get through all of this. But just when everything seems like it's going to be for naught, Jadis's group, the Scavengers, which are still around, by the way, the Kingdom, led by Ezekiel and Jerry and Shiva, still around, and Oceanside, all join forces at that moment, sort of like the Season 7 finale. And they ultimately are able to start overtaking the Horde and the Whisperers. And this would definitely be a great, not only reference to Season 7's finale, but a great ending setup for the Whisperer battle. Beta is having his own hands full. Seeing all this happen, he is caught off guard by Rick. And how strong he is, that doesn't matter. This ultimately was Rick's best chance to get him in the weakest point of himself. Holding him at point with Lucille, and then gunning him so many times in the chest that however tough Beta is, it slowly starts to affect him. Rick unloads every piece of his Python ammo straight into Beta's chest, and then uses his machete to mercilessly, completely, and just tear him apart, essentially. And with that, Beta, the Whisperers, the Horde, everything and anything is taken down. And even though this would expend a good deal of ammo on both sides, well, the Whisper side really doesn't matter anymore, truly. Even though it would expend a great deal of ammo for our heroes, they have collected enough ammo over this time, especially with the help of 3 other communities, so this wouldn't be a great deprive of sorts. So, yeah. But that's still not the end of the Whispers. I know, a few fake outs, but there's one more thing that was left undone. And no, it's not Strand. I know you guys would probably think that. Beth is taken down by a gunshot. Rick looks over, and he cannot believe what he sees. Lydia. The one thing that I did not talk about from the Whisperer side, because remember, she'd still be part of the Whisperers, and she killed Beth in a rage over Shane, Beta's, and everyone's death, including Alpha's. But just then, she is encountered by a very angry Daryl over the loss of Beth. But this very much surprises Daryl. He's kicked back very hard. Lydia would be a trained warrior under the influence of Shane, so she would not take this sitting down. But she kind of does, because after that moment, we get a Rick and Daryl versus Jesus dynamic, where Rick takes the lead after Daryl's knocked back, and effectively shoots Lydia down. And the Whisper saga has finally come to a close. No Strand, small little fake-outs, but ultimately meaning that our heroes come out on top, and Shane has been killed once and for all. With this, and everything that's happened so far, how do you think that the Reaper's situation in the Commonwealth will take into a factor towards the end of this story? Do you think that it will be even near a problem? Or do you think that the story is set in stone for its finale next time? Hey guys, and welcome to the finale of What If Madison's Family Joined Rick. Hope you guys have truly loved the story so far, because besides What If Sophia Joined Negan, this one's a part longer than that series, making it my biggest series on the channel to date. What If Rick Spared Shane being the third one, or the remake at least. But this one will be touching upon what happens after the deal with Shane and Beta, and what the Reapers and Commonwealth will do in terms of the finale to the story. Being kind of a shorter finale than most of my others, but I've done kind of short ones before, 18 minutes, so I hope you guys enjoy nonetheless. Let's get into it. So since this would be still around the time of the original middle arc, kind of Season 9, that means the Pike scene never happened, obviously, and it also means that the kingdom is going to remain in much more better shape and do the fair much more successfully, and that's also due to the fact that the Saviors not really being that much of a threat at all. And the Highwaymen are still all going to be around, because the leader, Ozzy, and the other guy never got taken down by Alpha, and, their heads. So they're going to be around for the story too. Then we get into Season 10 already, with not too much really being impactful, to say the least. Now the satellite union thing that comes down at the beginning of Season 10, that still goes on, but that's hardly worth being a problem, since the Whisperers are dead, so they don't gotta worry about it in Whisperer territory. Eugene still fiddles with the radio, and eventually gets the same group, Yumiko and Ezekiel. They meet Princess and meet the Commonwealth. Maggie and Herschel still go with Georgie to plan the community, and still run their little thing with the Reapers, which I will touch more on in a bit here, just to touch on a few other things for the rest of Season 10. Now, Rick would be the one to meet Virgil here, like I've done in other stories, and it's up in the air, I think, for this story, whether he would spare him, or they would even go to his island, or if he would just ice him on the spot. But that's honestly up to you. It really doesn't matter. Virgil was a small character anyway, and besides the revelation that he was by the boat where Rick's stuff was in the original story, he really doesn't matter. So it's up to you. Aaron and Gabriel still go out, they meet Maze, and they wouldn't have to play the Russian roulette game like they did, due to the fact that we have another person surviving, which I've had happen before, Jesus. And because of this, they don't even get into the mode where they're going to play the game, because Jesus shuts May's crap down pretty friggin' easily, because Jesus was badly nerfed in Season 9. Had he been allowed to live longer, I think that they would have done a lot more with his potential, as I've explained in past stories of him surviving. He was very underutilized. Now, May's brother, once again, nothing to talk about. He was a lost cause. Nothing to really go on with him there. There are some characters I feel potential could be better explored, but he is not one of them in any way, shape, or form. Now, we will finally touch on the Reapers, because Maggie then returns with her group and everything, and they get to encounter the Reaper in the woods who blows himself up. And besides more characters and more character development, maybe less character development happening around here, nothing about this particular scene would really differentiate from the original. Like I said, different characters, different character development, a lot more done and whatnot. Now, the tunnel scene, as I've explained before, in this sense, once again, will not happen, simply due to the fact that how much Rick and Madison have preserved the group over all these years. It really doesn't give them a need to go down there, because the only reason they did that in the original is because of the Savior's massive influence, and the Whisperers made that even harder. But they wouldn't even be half drained of food and resources. Maybe half, but not really. Now, how are they going to meet the Reapers here? Because I've had them ambush Alexandria and other communities, but what's going to happen here? Well, I'm going to switch it up a little bit. I will say that since the Reapers have not made a beneficial move since the guy who blew himself up, that Maggie decides, what if they go to the place where they are and confront them straight on? To the place Meridian, where the Reapers live, and just take them down. and thusly the plan is set into motion. And now, like I've touched on before, time to basically say who's going to be fighting and killing all the Reapers. Rick, of course, Madison, because obviously, Daryl and Alicia, whose relationship would be boundless here, Carl and Enid, Morgan, Henry would be accompanying because Benjamin died in the last episode, Sasha, Heath, whose relationship has also been really growing between the story, Jesus, Maze. I really just like Maze and his old gun aspect, so he's there. Daniel and Carol. So, with all that out of the way, we have our people to confront the Reapers, and yeah, it's already to that point in the story. We're only 6 minutes in, and we are going to get to the group going to Meridian and combating the Reapers. Once they arrive at Meridian, Pope basically knew that Maggie would want to confront them, and since he didn't blow up the houses in the communities this time, it was obvious that this was going to happen. So he sends out the Reapers as well as himself to combat everyone in Rick and Madison's group. Well, Maggie's mainly, since she decided this. Now, Cole takes the place of the one rando in the tunnel that we met, who got iced right when the Reapers were introduced, fully. Duncan takes the death of Cole, as I've said before, because, once again, these were small characters. Elijah was the only real beneficial one, and he was really cool to boot. Nicole is one of the Reapers, gets a double KO with Maze, so this would be the first time in any series where I've included two people icing each other at the same time. But it was a really close battle. Although I think Maze could have done a lot more, there's only so much I can do with certain characters, and a double KO I think definitely would fit Maze more than what he got. He seemed like a decent enough character. Now, I even had him die in the last story, I believe. Maggie fights the same Reaper that she did in the original, Turner, and gets ultimately saved not this time by Negan, obviously, because he's dead, but by Sasha and Heath. The dynamic duo, essentially. And with that said, we get to Daryl and Leah. Now, I've had this encounter happen even though they never met before. Happen still, for consistency's sake, but this time, obvious difference, Alicia's there. Which means a lot more different interactions would happen, even though they've never met. But major change between this and when Daryl and Connie met Leah is when Leah tries to initiate the plan to make Dog attack, and it doesn't work. First few seconds in, Alicia just goes haywire and just shoots Leah something awful. And Daryl would not be anywhere near remorseful or sorry for this because, once again, they never met. Now we get to the guy who got himself burned in the fire by Pope, who would actually be around here, and he gets taken out swiftly by Michonne. I'm not going to say super swiftly since he's a Reaper, but I feel like it would be definitely pretty easy anyway. The next one, Paul Wells, gets taken out by Jesus. Now, I bet you're wondering why I didn't have Jesus fight Carver again, like I have before. It's because I have something different planned for the fight with Carver. Now, even though I haven't included Jesus fight him in too many scenarios, I want to change it up like I have with other details in the story, so you'll see that later on. Another Reaper gets taken out by Madison. It's a bit of a struggle, but we know how much of a powerhouse Madison could be when she put her mind to it, so it wouldn't be that hard. The next two Reapers, although it's a tough fight, because it's Carl and Enid, and as I've said in another story before, it would be a tough fight nonetheless, because Carl and Enid would just be young adults pretty much. Austin and the other Reaper, who I forget his name, not really too important, but still, get taken out by Daryl and Alicia. A tag team effort on both ends, but it really wouldn't matter for the Reaper's side. The priest does not get intercepted essentially by Gabriel this time, the Priest Reaper, but this time he gets killed by Morgan. Just because I didn't feel that Gabriel fit for the Reaper fight here, and just due to the fact that don't want the same person fighting the same person every time when there's a big change in the story, with Henry being around in case things went bad. Carol takes out the next Reaper, Jensen, with a single arrow to the head, since we didn't really see Jensen amount too much. The next Reaper, one of the ones that was by Leah's side at the end, gets taken out by Daniel with little fashion, since Daniel was essentially the John Wick of the Fear the Walking Dead timeline. And the last Reaper before Carver and Pope gets taken out by Maggie in quick fashion, so she would basically be killing the same Reaper she did in the original. Now for the moment, of which I said I would do differently for Carver. Rick will be fighting Carver this time around, which I haven't included. I've been including Jesus fight Carver, essentially, for mostly all the stories that I've covered the Reapers in. And besides Rick being saved by the Reapers, he's never fought Carver or done anything in my stories. So this would be a dramatic change. And Rick having Lucille and being a very... It's Rick Grimes, essentially. What more is to be said? Even though Rick's not like a military profession like the Reapers were, especially frickin' Carver, he would still pose a good amount of a fight in the beginning. Because Carver, at first, with the bat and everything, and the way he looks at Rick, he believes that Rick is both A, a fearsome opponent, and B, a worthy opponent. Because whenever Negan even started, before he threw the sand in his eyes, Carver definitely wanted a good fight. So, at first, it actually goes pretty, evenly. No one's winning over another. But then Carver starts to get accustomed to how Rick fights, and he's like, this dude might be tough, but he is no Reaper compared to me. And if this were Reaper Rick, that would definitely be more one-sided in the terms of Carver versus Rick. But here, Carver starts to get used to how Rick fights, and starts to dodge more of his attacks, taking a few of them, but not sustaining full enough damage, not even in the beginning. And soon enough, he dismantles Lucille with a single hard whack! And Lucille is finally broken in Season 11, or what would be Season 11. But this doesn't concern Rick, because he didn't view Lucille as Negan did. So he just pulls out his machete, his axe, and whatever weapons that he can at his disposal. But seeing as Rick would most likely certainly take way more damage than Carver in this fight, especially in the story, by the time that he does this, he's already sustained pretty good amount of damage. This is like Season 4 Rick versus the Governor. So, yeah, Rick is starting to lose this slowly but surely. But just before Carver can land the finishing blow, Michonne comes in for the save. And even though she doesn't do too good on her own, but even though she has the sword, it does provide her the advantage to at least graze Carver in some places with her blade, giving Rick the perfect opportunity to gun Carver down while he's distracted, with Michonne not sustaining too much damage in the end. So with that, we conclude the Carver fight in a kind of better, if not the same faction as Jesus versus Carver. Now Pope, since he's not getting taken out by Rick this time in a dull fashion, gets taken out by a sneak attack from Morgan, being killed in a very Morgan-like way. Not Morgan being killed, I mean Pope getting killed by Morgan in a very Morgan-type way, like a clear way. Even though Morgan wouldn't be in that sense of mind, Benjamin still dying to the Whisperers would definitely change him. Even though we see in Fear he still holds the Eastman mantra, so not completely lost. Anyways, with the Reapers now defeated, Maggie congratulates everyone and thanks them for basically avenging all the people she lost. Then we cut to the Commonwealth arriving in Alexandria, and the build-up is essentially the same, not too much to talk about, but with a lot more characters being around. And I've discussed this before. If Rick Michonne or someone like that were to be around for the Commonwealth and the Reapers and Whisperers and stuff like that, let's just say, especially in this story, with Rick, Madison, and Deanna being around, because Deanna's still alive, by the way, essentially Lance and Pamela's actions and plans would go awry. I'm not going to say immediately, but they definitely would not last long. Basically, right whenever they're getting introduced to the Alexandria and Hilltop folk, and the communities are in much better condition, and it still doesn't give them time to exact their plans to full fruition, and gives Mercer and the Commonwealth the chance to uprise, along with Rick and them aiding. And yeah, I feel like Deanna would plead the case for at least Pamela to be around, but other than that, I see no bad stuff truly happening here. And even though the finale might seem a little underwhelming, the story of how this has progressed, with two sides of the Walking Dead universe meeting, is something I feel a lot of people would love to see, and would have loved to see. Two leader types combining into a world to fight the undead and killers alike. And this whole story has summed up what might have happened had Madison's family from Fear the Walking Dead joined Rick Grimes' people. And that's where we end What If Madison's Family Joined Rick. In one more part, since I made What If Sophia Joined Negan, this is my longest story to date. And I truly 110% hope you guys enjoyed the series, and my next series will be the What If the Governor Met Negan remake, which will take into a factor of the governor playing a much more beneficial role than I probably ever have made him do, except for What If Laurie survived. But with that said, I hope you guys enjoyed the series very, very much, and like and subscribe if you did enjoy, leave a comment, and I'll see you guys in the next video.